Section 17 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Roman Rides, Part 2. The Campagna differs greatly on the two sides of the Tiber. It is hard to say which, for the rider, has the greater charm. The half-dozen rides you may take from Porta San Giovanni possess the perfection of traditional Roman interest and lead you through a far-strewn wilderness of ruins, a scattered maze of tombs and towers and nameless fragments of antique masonry. The landscape here has two great features. Close before you on one side is the long, gentle swell of the Alban Hills, deeply, fantastically blue in most weathers, and marbled with the vague white masses of their scattered towns and villas. It would be difficult to draw the hard figure to a softer curve than that with which the heights sweep from Albano to the plain. This, a perfect example of the classic beauty of line in the Italian landscape, that beauty which, when it fills the background of a picture, makes us look in the foreground for a broken column couched upon flowers and a shepherd piping to dancing nymphs. At your side constantly you have the broken line of the Claudian aqueduct, carrying its broad arches far away into the plain. The meadows along which it lies are not the smoothest in the world for a gallop, but there is no pleasure greater than to wander near it. It stands knee-deep in the flower-strewn grass, and its rugged piers are hung with ivy as the columns of a church are draped for a festa. Every archway is a picture massively framed of the distance beyond, of the snow-tipped Sabines and lonely Soracta. As the spring advances, the whole Campagna smiles and waves with flowers. But I think they are nowhere more rank and lovely than in the shifting shadow of the aqueducts, where they muffle the feet of the columns and smother the half-dozen brooks which wander in and out like silver meshes between the legs of a file of giants. They make a niche for themselves too in every crevice, and tremble on the vault of the empty conduits. The ivy hereabouts in the springtime is peculiarly brilliant and delicate, and though it cloaks and muffles these Roman fragments far less closely than the castles and abbeys of England, it hangs with the light elegance of all Italian vegetation. It is partly, doubtless, because their mighty outlines are still unsoftened that the aqueducts are so impressive. They seem like the very source of the solitude in which they stand. They look like architectural spectres, and loom through the light mists of their grassy desert as you recede along the line with the same insubstantial vastness as if they rose out of Egyptian sands. It is a great neighbourhood of ruins, many of which, it must be confessed, you have applauded in many an album. But station a peasant with sheepskin coat and bandaged legs in the shadow of a tomb or tower best known to drawing-room art, and scatter a dozen goats on the mound above him, and the picture has a charm which has not yet been sketched away. The other quarter of the Campagna has wider fields and smoother turf, and perhaps a greater number of delightful rides. The earth is sounder, and there are fewer pitfalls and ditches. The land, for the most part, lies higher and catches more wind, and the grass is here and there, for great stretches, as smooth and level as a carpet. You have no Alban mountains before you, but you have in the distance the waving ridge of the nearer Apennines, and west of them, along the course of the Tiber, the long seaward level of deep-coloured fields, deepening as they recede to the blue and purple of the sea itself. Beyond them of a very clear day, you may see the glitter of the Mediterranean. These are the occasions perhaps to remember most fondly, for they lead you to enchanting nooks, and the landscape has details of the highest refinement. Indeed, when the sense reverts to the lingering impressions of so blessed a time, it seems a fool's errand to have attempted to express them, and a waste of words to do more than recommend the reader go citywoods at twilight at the end of March, making for the Porta Cavalleggeri, and note what he sees. At this hour the Campagna is to the last point its melancholy self, and I remember roadside effects of a strange and intense suggestiveness. Certain mean, mouldering villas behind grass-grown courts have an indefinably sinister look, and there was one in especial of which it was impossible not to argue that a despairing creature must have once committed suicide there, behind bolted door and barred window, and that no one has since had the pluck to go in and see why he never came out. Every wayside mark of manners, of history, every stamp of the past in the country about Rome touches my sense to a thrill, and I may thus exaggerate the appeal of very common things. This is the more likely because the appeal seems ever to rise out of heaven knows what depths of ancient trouble. To delight in the aspects of sentient ruin might appear a heartless pastime, and the pleasure, I confess, shows the note of perversity. The sombre and the hard are as common an influence from southern things as the soft and the bright, I think. Sadness rarely fails to assault a northern observer when he misses what he takes for comfort. Beauty is no compensation for the loss, only making it more poignant. Enough beauty of climate hangs over these Roman cottages and farmhouses, beauty of light, of atmosphere and of vegetation, but their charm for the maker out of stories and things is the way the golden air shows off their desolation. Man lives more with nature in Italy than in New or than in old England. She does more work for him and gives him more holidays than in our short summered climes, and his home is therefore much more bare of devices for helping him do without her, forget her and forgive her. These reflections are perhaps the source of the character you find in the moss-coated stone stairway climbing outside of a wall, in a queer inner court befouled with rubbish and drearily bare of convenience, in an ancient, quaintly carven well, worked with infinite labour from an overhanging window, in an arbour of time-twisted vines under which you may sit with your feet in the dirt and remember as a dim fable that there are races for which the type of domestic allurement is the parlour hearthrug. For reasons apparent or otherwise, these things amuse me beyond expression, and I am never weary of staring into gateways, of lingering by dreary, shabby, half-barbaric farmyards, of feasting a foolish gaze on sun-cracked plaster and unctuous indoor shadows. I mustn't forget, however, that it's not for wayside effects that one rides away behind St. Peter's, but for the strong sense of wandering over boundless space, of seeing great classic lines of landscape, of watching them dispose themselves into pictures so full of style that you can think of no painter who deserves to have you admit that they suggest him, hardly knowing whether it is better pleasure to gallop far and drink deep of air and grassy distance and the whole delicious opportunity, or to walk and pause and linger and try and grasp some ineffaceable memory of sky and colour and outline. Your pace can hardly help falling into a contemplative measure at the time, everywhere so wonderful. But in Rome, so persuasively divine, when the winter begins palpably to soften and quicken. Far out on the Campagna, early in February, you feel the first vague earthly emanations which in a few weeks come wandering into the heart of the city and throbbing through the close, dark streets. Springtime in Rome is an immensely poetic affair, but you must stand often far out in the ancient waste, between grass and sky, to measure its deep, full, steadily accelerated rhythm. The winter has an incontestable beauty. It is preeminently the time of colour, the time when it is no affectation but homely verity to talk about the purple tone of the atmosphere. As February comes and goes, your purple is streaked with green, and the rich dark bloom of the distance begins to lose its intensity. But your loss is made up by other gains. None more precious than that inestimable gain to the ear, the disembodied voice of the lark. It comes with the early flowers, the white narcissus and the cyclamen, the half-buried violets and the pale anemones, and makes the whole atmosphere ring like a vaulted tinkling glass. You never see the source of the sound and are utterly unable to localise his note, which seems to come from everywhere at once, to be some hundred-throated voice of the air. Sometimes you fancy you just catch him, a mere vague spot against the blue, an intenser throb in the universal pulsation of light. As the weeks go on, the flowers multiply, and the deep blues and purples of the hills, turning to azure and violet, creep higher toward the narrowing snow line of the Sabines. The temperature rises. The first hour of your ride you feel the heat, but you beguile it with brushing the hawthorn blossoms as you pass along the hedges and catching at the wild rose and honeysuckle. And when you get into the meadows, there is stir enough in the air to lighten the dead weight of the sun. The Roman air, however, is not a tonic medicine, and it seldom suffers exercise to be at all exhilarating. It has always seemed to me, indeed part of the charm of the latter, that your keenest consciousness is haunted with a vague languor. Occasionally, when the sirocco blows, that sensation becomes strange and exquisite. Then, under the grey sky, before the dim distances which the south wind mostly brings with it, you seem to ride forth into a world from which all hope has departed, and in which, in spite of the flowers that make your horse's footfalls soundless, nothing is left save some queer probability that your imagination is unable to measure, but from which it hardly shrinks. This quality in the Roman element may now and then relax you almost to ecstasy. But a season of sirocco would be an overdose of morbid pleasure. You may at any rate best feel the peculiar beauty of the Campagna on those mild days of winter, when the mere quality and temper of the sunshine suffice to move the landscape to joy, and you pause on the brown grass in the sunny stillness, and by listening long enough, almost fancy you hear the shrill of the midsummer cricket. It is detail and ornament that vary from month to month, from week to week even, and make your returns to the same places a constant feast of unexpectedness. But the great essential features of the prospect preserve throughout the year the same impressive serenity. Soracte, be it January or May, rises from its blue horizon like an island from the sea, and with an elegance of contour which no mood of the year can deepen or diminish. You know it well, you have seen it often in the mellow backgrounds of cloud, and it has such an irresistibly classic academic air that while you look at it you begin to take your saddle for a faded old armchair in a palace gallery. A month's rides in different directions will show you a dozen prime clouds. After I had seen them all, I went piously to the Doria Gallery to refresh my memory of its two famous specimens and to enjoy to the utmost their delightful air of reference to something that had become a part of my personal experience. Delightful it certainly is to feel a common element in one's own sensibility and those of a genius whom that element has helped to do great things. Claude must have haunted the very places of one's personal preference and adjusted the divine undulations to his splendid scheme of romance, his view of the poetry of life. He was familiar with aspects in which there wasn't a single uncompromising line. I saw a few days ago a small finished sketch from his hand in the possession of an American artist, which was almost startling in its clear reflection of forms unaltered by the 2 centuries that have dimmed and cracked the paint and canvas. This unbroken continuity of the impressions I have tried to indicate is an excellent example of the intellectual background of all enjoyment in Rome. It effectually prevents pleasure from becoming vulgar, for your sensation rarely begins and ends with itself. It reverberates, it recalls, commemorates, recitates something else. At least half the merit of everything you enjoy must be that it suits you absolutely, but the larger half here is generally that it has suited someone else, and that you can never flatter yourself you have discovered it. It has been addressed to some use 1,000,000 miles out of your range, and has had great adventures before ever condescending to please you. It was in admission of this truth that my discriminating friend who showed me the clouds found it impossible to designate a certain delightful region which you enter at the end of an hour's riding from the Porta Cavalleggere as anything but Arcadia. The exquisite correspondence of the term in this case altogether revived its faded bloom. Here, veritably, the oaten pipe must have stirred the windless air, and the satyrs have laughed among the brookside reeds. 3 or 4 long grassy dells stretch away in a chain between low hills, over which delicate trees are so discreetly scattered that each one is a resting place for a shepherd. The elements of the scene are simple enough, but the composition has extraordinary refinement. By one of those happy chances which keep observation in Italy always in her best humour, a shepherd has thrown himself down under one of the trees in the very attitude of Meliboeus. He has been washing his feet, I suppose, in the neighbouring brook, and found it pleasant afterwards to roll his short breeches well up to his thighs. Lying thus in the shade on his elbow, with his naked legs stretched out on the turf, and his soft peaked hat over his long hair crushed back like the veritable bonnet of Arcady, he was exactly the figure of the background of this happy valley. The poor fellow, lying there in rustic weariness and ignorance, little fancied that he was a symbol of old world meanings to new world eyes. Such eyes may find as great a store of picturesque meanings in the cork woods of Monte Mario, tenderly loved of all equestrians. These are less severely pastoral than our Arcadia, and you might more properly lodge there a damosel of Ariosto than a nymph of Theocritus. Among them is strewn a lovely wilderness of flowers and shrubs, and the whole place has such a charming woodland air that, casting about me the other day for a compliment, I declared that it reminded me of New Hampshire. My compliment had a double edge, and I had no sooner uttered it than I smiled or sighed. to perceive in all the undiscriminated botany about me the wealth of detail, the idle elegance and grace of Italy alone, the natural stamp of the land which has the singular privilege of making one love her unsanctified beauty all but as well as those features of one's own country towards which nature's small allowance doubles that of one's own affection. For this effect of casting a spell, no rides have more value than those you take in Villa Doria or Villa Borghese, or don't take possibly, if you prefer to reserve these particular regions, the latter in especial, for your walking hours. People do ride, however, in both villas, which deserve honourable mention in this regard. Villa Doria, with its noble site, its splendid views, its great groups of stone pines, so clustered and yet so individual, its lawns and flowers and fountains, its altogether princely disposition, is a place where one may pace well mounted of a brilliant day, with an agreeable sense of its being rather a more elegant pastime to balance in one's stirrups than to trudge on even the smoothest gravel. But at Villa Borghese the walkers have the best of it, for they are free of those adorable outlying corners and bosky byways which the rumble of barouches never reaches. In March the place becomes a perfect epitome of the spring. You cease to care much for the melancholy greenness of the disfeatured statues, which has been your chief winter's intimation of verdure, and before you are quite conscious of the tender streaks and patches in the great quaint grassy arena, round which the propaganda students in their long skirts wander slowly like dusky seraphs revolving the gossip of paradise. You spy the brave little violets uncapping their azure brows beneath the high-stemmed pines. One's walks here would take us too far, and one's pauses detain us too long when in the quiet parts under the wall one comes across a group of charming small schoolboys in full-dress suits and white cravats, shouting over their plain clear Italian, while a grave young priest beneath a tree watches them over the top of his book. It sounds like nothing, but the force behind it and the frame round it, the setting, the air, the chord struck, make it 100 wonderful things. 1873. End of section 17. Section 18 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Roman Neighbourhoods, Part 1. I made a note after my first stroll at Albano to the effect that I had been talking of the picturesque all my life, but that now for a change I beheld it. I had been looking all winter across the Campagna at the free-flowing outline of the Alban Mount, with its half-dozen towns shining on its purple side, even as vague sunspots in the shadow of a cloud, and thinking it simply an agreeable incident in the varied background of Rome. But now that during the last few days I have been treating it as a foreground, have been suffering St. Peter's to play the part of a small mountain on the horizon, with the Campagna swimming mistily through the ambiguous lights and shadows of the interval, I find the interest as great as in the best of the byplay of Rome. The walk I speak of was just out of the village to the south, toward the neighbouring town of Florence, neighbouring these 20 years since the Pope, the late Pope, I was on the point of calling him, threw his superb viaduct across the deep ravine which divides it from Albano. At the risk of seeming to fantasticate, I confess that the Pope's having built the viaduct in this very recent antiquity made me linger there in a pensive posture and marvel at the march of history, and at Pius IX's beginning already to profit by the sentimental allowances we make to vanquished powers. An ardent Nero then would have had his own way with me and obtained a frank admission that the Pope was indeed a father to his people. Far down into the charming valley which slopes out of the ancestral woods of the Chigi into the level Campagna winds the steep stone-paved road, at the bottom of which, in the good old days, tourists in no great hurry saw the mules and oxen tackle to their carriage for the opposite ascent. And indeed even an impatient tourist might have been content to lounge back in his jolting chaise and look out at the mouldy foundations of the little city plunging into the verdurous flank of the gorge. Questioned as a cherisher of quaintness as to the best bits hereabout, I should certainly name the way in which the crumbling black houses of these ponderous villages plant their weary feet on the flowery edges of all the steepest chasms. Before you enter one of them, you invariably find yourself lingering outside its pretentious old gateway to see it clutched and stitched to the stony hillside by this rank embroidery of the wildest and bravest things that grow. Just at this moment, nothing is prettier than the contrast between their dusky ruggedness and the tender, the yellow and pink and violet fringe of that mantle. All this you may observe from the viaduct at the Aricia, but you must wander below to feel the full force of the eloquence of our imaginary Paperino. The pillars and arches of pale grey peperino arise in huge tiers with a magnificent spring and solidity. The older Romans built no better, and the work has a deceptive air of being one of their sturdy bequests, which help one to drop another sigh over the antecedents the Italians of today are so eager to repudiate. Will those they give their descendants be as good? At the Aricia, in any case, I found a little square with a couple of mossy fountains, occupied on one side by a vast, dusky-faced Palazzo Chigi, and on the other by a goodly church with an imposing dome. The dome within covers the whole edifice, and is adorned with some extremely elegant stucco work of the 17th century. It gave a great value to this fine old decoration that preparations were going forward for a local festival, and that the village carpenter was hanging certain mouldy strips of crimson damask against the piers of the vaults. The damask might have been of the 17th century too, and a group of peasant women was seeing it unfurled with evident awe. I regarded it myself with interest. It seemed so the tattered remnant of a fashion that had gone out forever. I thought again of the poor disinherited Pope, wondering whether, when such venerable frippery no longer bear the carpenter's nails, any more will be provided. It was hard to fancy anything but shreds and patches in that musty tabernacle. Wherever you go in Italy, you receive some such intimation as this of the shrunken proportions of Catholicism, and every church I have glanced into on my walks hereabouts has given me an almost pitying sense of it. One finds oneself at last, without fatuity, I hope, feeling sorry for the solitude of the remaining faithful. It is as if the churches had been made so for the world in its social sense, and the world had so irrevocably moved away. They are in size out of all modern proportion to the local needs, and the only thing at all alive in the melancholy waste they collectively form is the smell of stale incense. There are pictures on all the altars by respectable third-rate painters, pictures which I suppose once were ordered and paid for and criticised by worshippers who united taste with piety. At Genzano, beyond the Aricia, rises on the grey village street a pompous Renaissance temple whose imposing nave and aisles would contain the population of a capital. But where is the taste of the Aricia and Genzano? Where are the choice spirits for whom Antonio Raggi modelled the garlands of his dome, and 100 clever craftsmen imitated Guido and Caravaggio? Here and there, from the pavement as you pass, a dusky crone interlards her devotions with some more profane importunities, or a grizzled peasant on rusty-jointed knees, tilted forward with his elbows on a bench, reveals the dimensions of the patch in his blue breeches. But where is the connecting link between Guido and Caravaggio and those poor souls for whom an undoubted original is only a something behind a row of candlesticks, and of no very clear meaning, save that you must bow to it? You find a vague memory of it at best in the useless grandeurs about you, and you seem to be looking at a structure of which the stubborn earth-scented foundations alone remain, with the carved and painted shell that bends above them, while the central substance has utterly crumbled away. I shall seem to have adopted a more meditative pace than befits a brisk constitutional if I say that I also fell a thinking before the shabby facade of the old Chigi Palace. But it seemed somehow in its grey forlornness to respond to the sadly superannuated expression of the opposite church, and indeed in any condition, what self-respecting cherisher of quaintness can forbear to do a little romancing in the shadow of a provincial palazzo? On the face of the matter, I know there is often no very salient peg to hang a romance on. A sort of dusky blankness invests the establishment, which has often a rather imbecile old age. But 100 brooding secrets lurk in this inexpressive mask, and the Chigi Palace did duty for me in the suggestive twilight as the most haunted of houses. Its basement walls sloped upward like the beginning of a pyramid, and its lower windows were covered with massive iron cages. Within the doorway across the court I saw the pale glimmer of flowers on a terrace, and I made much, for the effect of the roof, of a great covered loggia or belvedere with a dozen window panes missing or mended with paper. Nothing gives one a stronger impression of old manners than an ancestral palace towering in this haughty fashion over a shabby little town. You hardly stretch a point when you call it an impression of feudalism. The scene may pass for feudal to American eyes, for which 100 windows on a facade mean nothing more exclusive than a hotel kept, at the most invidious, on the European plan. The mouldy grey houses on the steep crooked street, with their black cavernous archways pervaded by bad smells, by the braying of asses, and by human intonations hardly more musical, the haggard and tattered peasantry staring at you with hungry, heavy eyes, the brutish-looking monks. There is still enough to point a moral. The soldiers, the mounted constables, the dirt, the dreariness, the misery, and the dark, overgrown palace frowning over it all from barred window and guarded gateway. What more than all this do we dimly descry in a mental image of the Dark Ages? for all his desire to keep peace with the vivid image of things, if it only be vivid enough, the votary of this ideal may well occasionally turn over such values with the wonder of what one takes them as paying for. They pay sometimes for such sorry facts of life. At Genzano, out of the very midst of the village squalor, rises the Palazzo Cesarini, separated from its gardens by a dirty lane. Between peasant and prince the contact is unbroken, and one would suppose Italian good nature sorely taxed by their mutual allowances, that the prince in especial must cultivate a firm, impervious shell. There are no comfortable townsfolk about him to remind him of the blessings of a happy mediocrity of fortune. When he looks out of his window, he sees a battered old peasant against a sunny wall, sawing off his dinner from a hunch of black bread. I must confess, however, that feudal as it amused me to find the little piazza of the Arecchia, it appeared to threaten in no manner an exasperated rising. On the contrary, the afternoon being cool, many of the villagers were contentedly muffled in those ancient cloaks lined with green baize, which, when tossed over the shoulder and surmounted with a peaked hat, form one of the few lingering remnants of costume in Italy. Others were tossing wooden balls light-heartedly enough on the grass outside the town. The egress on this side is under a great stone archway thrown out from the palace and surmounted with the family arms. Nothing could better confirm your theory that the townsfolk are groaning serfs. The road leads away through the woods, like many of the roads hereabout, among trees less remarkable for their size than for their picturesque contortions and posturings. The woods at the moment at which I write are full of the raw green light of early spring, a jour vastly becoming to the various complexions of the wildflowers that cover the waysides. I have never seen these untended parterres in such lovely exuberance. The sturdiest pedestrian becomes a lingering idler if he allows them to catch his eye. The pale purple cyclamen, with its hood thrown back, stands up in masses as dense as tulip beds, and here and there in the duskier places great sheets of forget-me-not seem to exhale a faint blue mist. These are the commonest plants. There are dozens more I know no name for. A rich profusion in especial of a beautiful 5-petalled flower whose white texture is pencilled with hair strokes that certain fair copyists I know of would have to hold their breath to imitate. An Italian oak has neither the girth nor the height of its English brothers, but it contrives in proportion to be perhaps even more effective. It crooks its back and twists its arms and clinches its 100 fists with the queerest extravagance, and wrinkles its bark into strange rugosities, from which its first scattered sprouts of yellow-green seem to break out like a morbid fungus. But the tree which has the greatest charm to northern eyes is the cold grey-green ilex, whose clear crepuscular shade drops against a Roman sun a veil impenetrable, yet not oppressive. The ilex has even less colour than the cypress, but it is much less funereal, and a landscape in which it is frequent may still be said to smile faintly, though by no means to laugh. It abounds in old Italian gardens, where the boughs are trimmed and interlocked into vaulted corridors, in which from point to point, as in the niches of some dimly frescoed hall, you see mildewed busts stare at you with a solemnity which the even grey light makes strangely intense. A humbler relative of the ilex, though it does better things than help broken-nosed emperors to look dignified, is the olive, which covers many of the neighbouring hillsides with its little smoky puffs of foliage. A stroke of composition I never weary of is that long blue stretch of the Campagna which makes a high horizon and rests on this vaporous space of olive tops. A reporter intent upon a simile might liken it to the ocean seen above the smoke of watchfires kindled on the strand. To do perfect justice to the wood walk away from the Aricia, I ought to touch upon the birds that were singing vespers as I passed. But the reader would find my rhapsody as poor entertainment as the programme of a concert he had been unable to attend. I have no more learning about bird music than would help me to guess that a dull disyllabic refrain in the heart of the wood came from the cuckoo, and when at moments I hear a twitter of fuller tone with a more suggestive modulation, I could only hope it was the nightingale. I have listened for the nightingale more than once in places so charming that his song would have seemed but the articulate expression of their beauty, and have never heard much beyond a provoking snatch or two, a prelude that came to nothing. In spite of a natural grudge, however, I generously believe him to be a great artist, or at least a great genius, a creature who despises any prompting short of absolute inspiration. For the rich, the multitudinous melody around me seemed but the offering to my ear of the prodigal spirit of tradition. The wood was ringing with sound, because it was twilight, spring, and Italy. It was also because of these good things, and various others besides, that I relished so keenly my visit to the Capuchin convent, upon which I emerged after half an hour in the wood. It stands above the town on the slope of the Alban Mount, and its wild garden climbs away behind it and extends its melancholy influence. Before it is a small, stiff avenue of trimmed live oaks, which conducts you to a grotesque little shrine beneath the staircase ascending to the church. Just here, if you are apt to grow timorous at twilight, you may take a very pretty fright, for as you draw near, you catch behind the grating of the shrine the startling semblance of a gaunt and livid monk. A sickly lamplight plays down upon his face, and he stares at you from cavernous eyes with a dreadful air of death in life. Horror of horrors, you murmur, is this a Capuchin penance? You discover, of course, in a moment that it is only a Capuchin joke, and that the monk is a pious dummy, and his spectral visage a matter of the paintbrush. You resent this intrusion on the surrounding loveliness, and as you proceed to demand entertainment at their convent, you pronounce the Capuchins very foolish fellows. This declaration, as I made it, was supported by the conduct of the simple brother who opened the door of the cloister in obedience to my knock, and on learning my errand, demurred about admitting me at so late an hour. If I would return on the morrow morning, he'd be most happy. He broke into a blank grin when I assured him that this was the very hour of my desire, and that the garish morning light would do no justice to the view. These were mysteries beyond his ken, and it was only his good nature, of which he had plenty, and not his imagination, that was moved, so that when passing through the narrow cloister and out upon the grassy terrace, I saw another cowled brother standing with folded hands profiled against the sky, in admirable harmony with the scene, I questioned his knowing the uses for which he is still most precious. This, however, was surely too much to ask of him, and it was cause enough for gratitude that, though he was there before me, he was not a fellow tourist with an opera glass slung over his shoulder. There was support to my idea of the convent in the expiring light, for the scene was, in its way, unsurpassable. Directly below the terrace lay the deep-set circle of the Alban lake, shining softly through the light mists of evening. This beautiful pool, it is hardly more, occupies the crater of a prehistoric volcano, a perfect cup shaped and smelted by furnace fires. The rim of the cup, rising high and densely wooded round the placid stone blue water, has a sort of natural artificiality. The sweep and contour of the long circle are admirable. Never was a lake so charmingly lodged. It is said to be of extraordinary depth, and though stone blue water seems at first a very innocent substitute for boiling lava, it has a sinister look which betrays its dangerous antecedents. The winds never reach it, and its surface is never ruffled, but its deep-bosomed placidity seems to cover guilty secrets, and you fancy it in communication with the capricious and treacherous forces of nature. Its very colour is of a joyless beauty, a blue as cold and opaque as a solidified sheet of lava. Streaked and wrinkled by a mysterious motion of its own, it affects the very type of a legendary pool, and I could easily have believed that I had only to sit long enough into the evening to see the ghosts of classic nymphs and naiads cleave its sullen flood and beckon me with irresistible arms. Is it because its shores are haunted with these vague pagan influences that 2 convents have arisen there to purge the atmosphere? From the Capuchin terrace you look across at the grey Franciscan monastery of Palazzuolo, which is not less romantic, certainly, than the most obstinate myth it may have exorcised. The Capuchin garden is a wild tangle of great trees and shrubs and clinging, trembling vines, which in these hard days are left to take care of themselves. A weedy garden, if ever there was one, but none the less charming for that, in the deepening dusk, with its steep grassy vistas struggling away into impenetrable shadow. I braved the shadow for the sake of climbing upon certain little flat-roofed crumbling pavilions that rise from the corners of the further wall and give you a wider and lovelier view of lake and hills and sky. End of section 18. Section 19 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Roman Neighbourhoods, Part 2. I have perhaps justified to the reader the mild proposition with which I started, convinced him, that is, that Albano is worth a walk. It may be a different walk each day, moreover, and not resemble its predecessors, save by its keeping in the shade. Galleries the roads are prettily called, and with the justice that they are vaulted and draped overhead and hung with an immense succession of pictures. As you follow the few miles from Genzano to Frascati, you have perpetual views of the Campagna framed by clusters of trees, the vast iridescent expanse of which completes the charm and comfort of your verdurous dusk. I compared it just now to the sea, and with a good deal of truth, for it has the same incalculable lights and shades, the same confusion of glitter and gloom. But I have seen it at moments, chiefly in the misty twilight, when it resembled less the waste of waters than something more portentous, the land itself in fatal dissolution. I could believe the fields to be dimly surging and tossing and melting away into quicksands, and that one's very last chance of an impression was taking place. A view, however, which has the merit of being really as interesting as it seems, is that of the Lake of Nemi, which the enterprising traveller hastens to compare with its sister sheet of Albano. Comparison in this case is particularly odious, for in order to prefer one lake to the other you have to discover faults where there are none. Nemi is a smaller circle, but lies in a deeper cup, and if with no grey Franciscan pile to guard its woody shores, at least in the same position, the little high-perched black town to which it gives its name, and which looks across at Genzano on the opposite shore as Palazzuolo regards Castel Gandolfo. The walk from Aricia to Genzano is charming, most of all when it reaches a certain grassy piazza from which 3 public avenues stretch away under a double row of stunted and twisted elms. The Duke Cesarini has a villa at Genzano, I mentioned it just now, whose gardens overhang the lake, but he also has a porter in a faded rakish-looking livery who shakes his head at your proffered franc unless you can reinforce it with a permit countersigned at Rome. For this annoying complication of dignities he is justly to be denounced. But I forgive him for the sake of that ancestor who in the 17th century planted this shady walk. Never was a prettier approach to a town than by these low-roofed, light-chequered corridors. Their only defect is that they prepare you for a town of rather more rustic coquetry than Genzano exhibits. It has quite the usual allowance, the common cynicism of accepted decay, and looks dismally as if its best families had all fallen into penury together and lost the means of keeping anything better than donkeys in their great dark vaulted basements, and mending their broken window panes with anything better than paper. It was on the occasion of this drear Genzano that I had a difference of opinion with a friend who maintained that there was nothing in the same line so pretty in Europe as a pretty New England village. The proposition seemed, to a cherisher of quaintness, on the face of it, unacceptable. But calmly considered, it has a measure of truth. I am not fond of chalk-white painted planks, certainly. I vastly prefer the dusky tones of ancient stucco and pecorino, but I succumb on occasion to the charms of a vine-shaded porch, of tulips and dahlias glowing in the shade of high-arching elms, of heavy scented lilacs bending over a white paling to brush your cheek. I prefer Siena to Lowell, said my friend, but I prefer Farmington to such a thing as this. In fact, an Italian village is simply a miniature Italian city, and its various parts imply a town of 50 times the size. At Genzano are neither dahlias nor lilacs, and no odours but foul ones. Flowers and other graces are all confined to the high-walled precincts of Duke Cesarini, to which you must obtain admission 20 miles away. The houses, on the other hand, would generally lodge a New England cottage, porch and garden, and high-arching elms included, in one of their cavernous basements. These vast grey dwellings are all of a fashion, denoting more generous social needs than any they serve nowadays. They speak of better days and of a fabulous time when Italy was either not shabby or could at least carry off her shabbiness. For what follies are they doing penance? Through what melancholy stages have their fortunes ebbed? You ask these questions as you choose the shady side of the long blank street, and watch the hot sun glare upon the dust-coloured walls and pause before the fetid gloom of open doors. I should like to spare a word for mouldy little Nemi, perched upon a cliff high above the lake at the opposite side. But after all, when I had climbed up into it from the waterside, passing under a great arch which I suppose once topped a gateway, and counted its 20 or 30 apparent inhabitants peeping at me from black doorways, and looked at the old round tower at whose base the village clusters, and declared that it was all queer, desperately queer, I had said all that was worth saying about it. Nemi has a much better appreciation of its lovely position than Genzano, where your only view of the lake is from a dunghill behind one of the houses. At the foot of the round tower is an overhanging terrace, from which you may feast your eyes on the only freshness they find in these dusky human hives, the blooming seam, as one may call it, of strong wildflowers which binds the crumbling walls to the face of the cliff. Of Rocca di Papa I must say as little. It consorted generally with the bravery of its name, but the only object I made a note of as I passed through it on my way to Monte Cavo, which rises directly above it, was a little black house with a tablet in its face setting forth that Massimo d'Azeglio had dwelt there. The story of his sojourn is not the least attaching episode in his delightful Ricordi. From the summit of Monte Cavo is a prodigious view, which you may enjoy with whatever good nature is left you by the reflection that the modern Passionist convent occupying this admirable site was erected by the Cardinal of York, grandson of James II, on the demolished ruins of an immemorial temple of Jupiter. The last foolish act of a foolish race. For me, I confess, this folly spoiled the convent, and the convent all but spoiled the view. For I kept thinking how fine it would have been to emerge upon the old pillars and sculptures from the lava pavement of the Via Triumphalis, which wanders grass-grown and untrodden through the woods. A convent, however, which nothing spoils is that of Palazzuola, to which I paid my respects on this same occasion. It rises on a lower spur of Monte Cavo, on the edge, as we have seen, of the Alban Lake, and though it occupies a classic site, that of early Alba Longa, it displays nothing more precious than memories, and legends so dim that the antiquarians are still quarrelling about them. It has a meagre little church and the usual sham Perugino, with a couple of tinsel crowns for the Madonna and the Infant inserted into the canvas. And it has also a musty old room hung about with faded portraits and charts and queer ecclesiastical knick-knacks, which borrowed a mysterious interest from the sudden assurance of the simple Franciscan brother who accompanied me that it was the room of the son of the King of Portugal. But my peculiar pleasure was the little thick-shaded garden which adjoins the convent and commands from its massive artificial foundations an enchanting view of the lake. Part of it is laid out in cabbages and lettuce, over which a rubicund brother, with his frock tucked up, was bending with a solicitude which he interrupted to remove his skull-cap and greet me with the unsophisticated, sweet-humoured smile which, every now and then in Italy, does so much to make you forget the ambiguities of monarchism. The rest is occupied by cypresses and other funereal umbrage, making a dank circle round the old cracked fountain, black with water moss. The parapet of the terrace is furnished with good stone seats, where you may lean on your elbows to gaze away a sunny half hour, and, feeling the general charm of the scene, declare that the best mission of such a country in the world has been simply to produce, in the way of prospect and picture, these masterpieces of mildness. Mild here, as in a dream, the whole attained effect, mild as resignation, mild as one's thoughts of another life. Such a session wasn't surely an experience of the irritable flesh. It was the deep degustation on a summer's day of something immortally expressed by a man of genius. From Albano you may take your way through several ancient little cities to Frascati, a rival centre of villeggiatura, the road following the hillside for a long morning's walk and passing through alternations of denser and clearer shade, the dark vaulted alleys of ilex and the brilliant corridors of fresh sprouting oak. The Campagna is beneath you continually, with the sea beyond Ostia receiving the silver arrows of the sun upon its chased and burnished shield, and mighty Rome to the north, lying at no great length in the idle immensity around it. The highway passes below Castel Gandolfo, which stands perched on an eminence behind a couple of gateways surmounted with the papal tiara and twisted cordon, and I have more than once chosen the roundabout road for the sake of passing beneath these pompous insignia. Castel Gandolfo is indeed an ecclesiastical village, and under the peculiar protection of the popes, whose huge summer palace rises in the midst of it like a rural Vatican. In speaking of the road to Frascati, I necessarily revert to my first impressions, gathered on the occasion of the Feast of the Annunziata, which falls on the 25th of March and is celebrated by a peasant's fair. As Murray strongly recommends you to visit this spectacle, at which you are promised a brilliant exhibition of all the costumes of modern Latium, I took an early train to Frascati and measured, in company with a prodigious stream of humble pedestrians, the half-hour's interval to Grottaferrata, where the fair is held. The road winds along the hillside among the silver-sprinkled olives and through a charming wood, where the ivy seemed tacked upon the oaks by women's fingers, and the birds were singing to the late anemones. It was covered with a very jolly crowd of vulgar pleasure-takers, and the only creatures not in a state of manifest hilarity were the pitiful little overladen, overbeaten donkeys, who surely deserve a chapter to themselves in any description of these neighbourhoods, and the horrible beggars who were thrusting their saws and stumps at you from under every tree. Everyone was shouting, singing, scrambling, making light of dust and distance, and filling the air with that childlike jollity which the blessed Italian temperament never goes roundabout to conceal. There is no crowd surely at once so jovial and so gentle as an Italian crowd, and I doubt if in any other country the tightly packed third-class car in which I went out from Rome would have introduced me to so much smiling and so little swearing. Grottaferrata is a very dirty little village, with a number of raw new houses baking on the hot hillside, and nothing to charm the fond gazer but its situation and its old fortified abbey. After pushing about among the shabby little booths and declining a number of fabulous bargains in tinware, shoes and pork, I was glad to retire to a comparatively uninvaded corner of the abbey and divert myself with the view. This grey ecclesiastical stronghold is a thoroughly scenic affair, hanging over the hillside on plunging foundations which bury themselves among the dense olives. It has massive round towers at the corners and a grass-grown moat enclosing a church and a monastery. The forecourt within the abbatial gateway now serves as the public square of the village, and in fair time, of course, witnesses the best of the fun. The best of the fun was to be found in certain great vaults and cellars of the abbey, where wine was in free flow from gigantic hogsheads. At the exit of these trickling grottos, shady trellises of bamboo and gathered twigs had been improvised, and under them a grand guzzling proceeded, all of which was so in the fine old style that I was roughly reminded of the wedding feast of Gamaco. The banquet was far less substantial, of course, but it had a note as of immemorial manners that couldn't fail to suggest romantic analogies to a pilgrim from the land of no cooks. There was a feast of reason close at hand, however, and I was careful to visit the famous frescoes of Domenichino in the adjoining church. It sounds rather brutal, perhaps, to say that when I came back into the clamorous little piazza, the sight of the peasants swilling down their sour wine appealed to me more than the masterpieces, Murray calls them so, of the famous Bolognese. It amounts, after all, to saying that I preferred Teniers to Domenichino, which I am willing to let pass for the truth. The scene under the rickety trellises was the more suggestive of Teniers that there were no costumes to make it too Italian. Murray's attractive statement on this point was, like many of his statements, much truer 20 years ago than today. Costume is gone or fast going. I saw among the women not a single crimson bodice and not a couple of classic headcloths. The poorer sort dressed in vulgar rags of no fashion and colour, and the smarter ones in calico gowns and printed shawls of the vilest modern fabric, had honoured their dusky tresses, but with rich applications of grease. The men were still in jackets and breeches, and with their slouched and pointed hats and open-breasted shirts and rattling leather leggings, may remind one sufficiently of the Italian peasant as he figured in the woodcuts familiar to our infancy. After coming out of the church, I found a delightful nook, a queer little terrace before a more retired and tranquil drinking shop, where I called for a bottle of wine to help me to guess why I drew the line at Domenichino. This little terrace was a capricious excrescence at the end of the piazza, itself simply a greater terrace, and one reached it picturesquely by ascending a short inclined plane of grass-grown cobblestones and passing across a little dusky kitchen, through whose narrow windows the light of the mighty landscape beyond touched up old earthen pots. The terrace was oblong and so narrow that it held but a single small table placed lengthwise. Yet nothing could be pleasanter than to place one's bottle on the polished parapet. Here you seemed, by the time you had emptied it, to be swinging forward into immensity, hanging poised above the Campagna. A beautiful gorge with a twinkling stream wandered down the hill far below you, beyond which Marino and Castel Gandolfo peeped above the trees. In front you could count the towers of Rome and the tombs of the Appian Way. I don't know that I came to any very distinct conclusion about Domenichino, but it was perhaps because the view was perfection that he struck me as more than ever mediocrity. And yet I don't think it was one's bottle of wine either that made one, after all, maudlin about him. It was the sense of the foolishly usurped in his tenure of fame, of the derisive in his ever having been put forward. To say so, indeed, savours of flogging a dead horse, but it is surely an unkind stroke of fate for him that Murray assures 10,000 Britons every winter, in the most emphatic manner, that his Communion of St. Jerome is the second finest picture in the world. If this was so, one would certainly here in Rome, where such institutions are convenient, retire into the very nearest convent. With such a world, one would have a standing quarrel. Yet this sport of destiny is an interesting case, in default of being an interesting painter, and I would take a moderate walk in most moods to see one of his pictures. He is so supremely good an example of effort detached from inspiration, and school merit divorced from spontaneity, that one of his fine, frigid performances ought to hang in a conspicuous place in every academy of design. Few things of the sort contain more urgent lessons or point a more precious moral. And I would have the headmaster in the drawing school take each ingenuous pupil by the hand and lead him up to the Triumph of David, or the Chase of Diana, or the red-nosed Persian Sibyl, and make him some such little speech as the following: "This great picture, my son, was hung here to show you how you must never paint, to give you a perfect specimen of what in its boundless generosity the providence of nature created for our fuller knowledge. An artist whose development was a negation. The great thing in art is charm, and the great thing in charm is spontaneity. Domenichino, having talent, is here and there an excellent model. He was devoted, conscientious, observant, industrious. But now that we have seen pretty well what can simply be learned to do its best, these things help him little with us, because his imagination was cold. It loved nothing. It lost itself in nothing. Its efforts never gave it the heartache. It went about trying this and that, concocting cold pictures after cold receipts, dealing in the second hand, in the ready-made, and putting into its performances a little of everything but itself. When you see so many things in a composition, you might suppose that among them all some charm might be born. Yet they're really but the 100 mouths to which you hear the unhappy thing murmur, "I'm dead." It's by the simplest thing it has that a picture lives, by its temper. Look at all the great talents, Domenichino as well as Titian, but think less of dogma than of plain nature, and I can always promise you that yours will remain true. This is very little to what the aesthetic sage I have imagined might say, and we are, after all, unwilling to let our last verdict be an unkind one on any great bequest of human effort. The faded frescoes in the chapel at Grottaferrata leave us a memory the more of man's effort to dream beautifully, and they thus mingle harmoniously enough with our multifold impressions of Italy, where dreams and realities have both kept such pace and so strangely diverged. It was absurd, that was the truth, to be critical at all among the appealing old Italianisms round me, and to treat the poor exploded Bolognese more harshly than, when I walked back to Frascati, I treated the charming old waterworks of the Villa Aldobrandini. I confound these various products of antiquated art in a genial absolution, and I should like especially to tell how fine it was to watch this prodigious fountain come tumbling down its channel of mouldy rockwork through its magnificent vista of ilex to the fantastic old hemicycle where a dozen tritons and naiads sit posturing to receive it. The sky above the ilexes was incredibly blue, and the ilexes themselves incredibly black. And to see the young white moon peeping above the trees, you could easily have fancied it was midnight. I should like furthermore to expatiate on the Villa Mondragone, the most grandly impressive hereabouts of all such domestic monuments. The casino in the midst is as big as the Vatican, which it strikingly resembles, and it stands perched on a terrace as vast as the parvis of St. Peter's, looking straight away over black cypress tops into the shining vastness of the Campagna. Everything somehow seemed immense and solemn. There was nothing small but certain little nestling blue shadows on the Sabine Mountains, to which the terrace seems to carry you wonderfully near. The place has been for some time lost to private uses, since it figures fantastically in a novel of Georges Sand, La Daniela, and now in quite another way as a Jesuit college for boys. The afternoon was perfect, and as it waned it filled the dark alleys with a wonderful golden haze. Into this came leaping and shouting a herd of little collegians, with a couple of long-skirted Jesuits striding at their heels. We all know, and I make the point for my antithesis, the monstrous practices of these people. Yet as I watched the group, I verily believe I declared that if I had a little son, he should go to Mondragone and receive their crooked teachings for the sake of the other memories, the avenues of cypress and ilex, the view of the Campagna, the atmosphere of antiquity. But doubtless when a sense of mere character, shameless, incomparable character, has brought one to this, it is time one should pause. End of section 19. Section 20 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. The after season in Rome. One may, at the blessed end of May, say, without injustice to anybody, that the state of mind of many a fostiero in Rome is one of intense impatience for the moment when all other fostieri shall have taken themselves off. One may confess to this state of mind and be no misanthrope. The place has passed so completely for the winter months into the hands of the barbarians that estimable character, the passionate pilgrim, finds it constantly harder to keep his passion clear. He has a rueful sense of impressions perverted and adulterated. The all-venerable visage disconcerts us by a vain eagerness to see itself mirrored in English, American, German eyes. It isn't simply that you are never first or never alone at the classic or historic spots where you have dreamt of persuading the shy Genius Loci into confidential utterance. It isn't simply that St. Peter's, the Vatican, the Palatine are forever ringing with the false note of the languages without style. It is the general oppressive feeling that the city of the soul has become for the time a monstrous mixture of watering place and curiosity shop, and that its most ardent life is that of the tourists who haggle over false intaglios and yawn through palaces and temples. But you are told of a happy time when these abuses begin to pass away, when Rome becomes Rome again, and you may have her all to yourself. You may like her more or less now, I was assured at the height of the season, but you must wait till the month of May, when she'll give you all she has, to love her. Then the foreigners, or the excess of them, are gone. The galleries and ruins are empty, and the place, said my informant, who was a happy Frenchman of the Académie de France, renaît à elle-même. Indeed, I was haunted all winter by an irresistible prevision of what Rome must be in declared spring. Certain charming places seemed to murmur, "Ah, this is nothing. come back at the right weeks and to see the sky above us almost black with its excessive blue, and the new grass already deep but still vivid, and the white roses tumbled in odorous spray, and the warm radiant air distilled gold for the smelting pot that the Genius Loci then dips his brush into, before making play with it in his inimitable way for the general effect of complexion. A month ago I spent a week in the country, and on my return, the first time I approached the Corso, became conscious of a change. Something delightful had happened, to which at first I couldn't give a name, but which presently shone out as the fact that there were but half as many people present, and that these were chiefly the natural or the naturalized. We had been docked of half our irrelevance, our motley excess, and now physically, morally, aesthetically, there was elbow room. In the afternoon I went to the Pincio, and the Pincio was almost dull. The band was playing to a dozen ladies who lay in landaus poising their lace-fringed parasols, but they had scarce more than a light gloved dandy apiece hanging over their carriage doors. By the parapet to the great terrace that sweeps the city stood but 3 or 4 interlopers looking at the sunset, and with their Baedegs only just showing in their pockets, the sunsets not being down among the tariffed articles in these precious volumes. I went so far as to hope for them that, like myself, they were under every precaution, taking some amorous intellectual liberty with the scene. Practically, I violate thus the instinct of monopoly, since it's a shame not to publish that Rome in May is indeed exquisitely worth your patience. I have just been so gratified at finding myself in undisturbed possession for a couple of hours of the Museum of the Lateran that I can afford to be magnanimous. It's almost as if the old all-papal paradise had come back. The weather for a month has been perfect, the sky an extravagance of blue, the air lively enough, the nights cool, nippingly cool, and the whole ancient greyness lighted with an irresistible smile. Rome, which in some moods, especially to newcomers, seems a place of almost sinister gloom, has an occasional art, as one knows her better, of brushing away care by the grand gesture with which some splendid, impatient mourning matron, just the Niobe of nations, surviving, emerging and looking about her again, might pull off and cast aside an oppression of muffling crape. This admirable power, still temperamentally to react and take notice, lurks in all her darkness and dirt and decay, as something more careless and hopeless than our thrifty northern cheer, and yet more genial and urbane than the Parisian spirit of blague. The collective Roman nature is a healthy and hearty one, and you feel it abroad in the streets, even when the sirocco blows and the medium of life seems to proceed, more or less, from the mouth of a furnace. But who shall analyse even the simplest Roman impression? It is compounded of so many things. It says so much. It involves so much. It so quickens the intelligence and so flatters the heart that before we fairly grasp the case, the imagination has marked it for her own and exposed us to a perilous likelihood of talking nonsense about it. The smile of Rome, as I've called it, and its insidious message to those who are inclined to ramble irresponsibly and take things as they come, is ushered in with the first breath of spring, and then grows and grows with the advancing season till it wraps the whole place in its tenfold charm. As the process develops, you can do few better things than go often to the Villa Borghese and sit on the grass, on a stout bit of drapery, and watch its exquisite stages. It has a frankness and a sweetness beyond any relenting of our clumsy climates, even when ours leave off their damnable faces and begin. Nature departs from every reserve with a confidence that leaves one at a loss where, as it were, to look. Leaves one, as I say, nothing to do but to lay one's head among the anemones at the base of a high-stemmed pine and gaze up crestward and skyward along its slanting silvery column. You may watch the whole business from a dozen of these choice standpoints and have a different villa for it every day of the week. The Doria, the Ludovisi, the Medici, the Albani, the Volkonsky, the Chigi, the Medini, the Massimo. There are more of them, with all their sights, sounds and odours and memories than you have senses for. But I prefer none of them to the Borghese, which is free to all the world at all times, and yet never crowded. For when the whirl of carriages is great in the middle regions, you may find 100 untrodden spots and silent corners, tenanted at the worst by a group of those long-skirted young propagandists who stalk about with solemn angularity, each with a book under his arm, like silhouettes from a medieval missal, and compose so extremely well with the still more processional cypresses, and with stretches of golden russet wall overtopped by ultramarine. And yet, if the Borghese is good, the Medici is strangely charming, and you may stand in the little belvedere which rises, with such surprising oddity, out of the dusky hut of the Boschetto at the latter establishment, a miniature presentation of the Wood of the Sleeping Beauty, and look across at the Ludovisi pines lifting their crooked parasols into the sky of what a painter would call the most morbid blue, and declare that the place where they grow is the most delightful in the world. Villa Ludovisi has been all winter the residence of the lady familiarly known in Roman society as Rosina, Victor Emmanuel's morganatic wife, the only familiarity it would seem that she allows, for the grounds were rigidly closed, to the inconsolable regret of old Roman sojourners. Just as the nightingales began to sing, however, the quasi-august padrona departed, and the public, with certain restrictions, have been admitted to hear them. The place takes, where it lies, a princely ease, and there could be no better example of the expansive tendencies of ancient privilege than the fact that its whole vast extent is contained by the city walls. It has in this respect very much the same enviable air of having got up early that marks the great intramural domain of Magdalen College at Oxford. The stern old ramparts of Rome form the outer enclosure of the villa, and hence a series of striking scenic effects, which it would be unscrupulous flattery to say you can imagine. The grounds are laid out in the formal last century manner, but nowhere do the straight black cypresses lead off the gaze into vistas of a melancholy more charged with associations, poetic, romantic, historic. Nowhere are there grander, smoother walls of laurel and myrtle. I recently spent an afternoon hour at the little Protestant cemetery close to St. Paul's Gate, where the ancient and the modern worlds are insidiously contrasted. They make between them one of the solemn places of Rome, though indeed when funereal things are so interfused, it seems ungrateful to call them sad. Here is a mixture of tears and smiles, of stones and flowers, of mourning cypresses and radiant sky. It gives the impression of our looking back at death from the brighter side of the grave. The cemetery nestles in an angle of the city wall, and the older graves are sheltered by a mass of ancient brickwork, through whose narrow loopholes you peep at the wide purple of the Campagna. Shelley's grave is here, buried in roses, a happy grave every way for the very type and figure of the poet. Nothing could be more impenetrably tranquil than this little corner in the bend of the protecting rampart, where a cluster of modern ashes is held tenderly in the rugged hand of the past. The past is tremendously embodied in the hoary pyramid of Caius Cestius, which rises hard by, half within the wall and half without, cutting solidly into the solid blue of the sky and casting its pagan shadow upon the grass of English graves, that of Keats among them, with the effect of poetic justice. It is a wonderful confusion of mortality, and a grim enough admonition of our helpless promiscuity in the crucible of time. But the most touching element of all is the appeal of the pious English inscriptions among all these Roman memories, touching because of the universal expression of that trouble within trouble, misfortune in a foreign land. Something special stirs the heart through the fine scriptural language in which everything is recorded. The echoes of massive Latinity with which the atmosphere is charged suggest nothing more majestic and monumental. I may seem unduly to refine, but the injunction to the reader in the monument of Miss Bathurst, drowned in the Tiber in 1824, quote, "If thou art young and lovely, build not thereon, for she who lies beneath thy feet in death was the loveliest flower ever cropped in its bloom," end quote, affects us irresistibly as a case for tears on the spot. The whole elaborate inscription, indeed, says something over and beyond all that it does say. The English have the reputation of being the most reticent people in the world, and as there is no smoke without fire, I suppose they have done something to deserve it. Yet who can say that one doesn't constantly meet the most startling examples of the insular faculty to gush? In this instance, the mother of the deceased takes the public into her confidence with surprising frankness and omits no detail, seizing the opportunity to mention, by the way, that she had already lost her husband by a most mysterious visitation. The appeal to one's attention and the confidence in it are withal most moving. The whole record has an old-fashioned gentility that makes its frankness tragic. You seem to hear the garrulity of passionate grief. To be choosing these positive commonplaces of the Roman tone for a theme, when there are matters of modern moment going on, may seem none the less to require an apology, but I make no claim to your special correspondence faculty for getting an inside view of things, and I have hardly more than a pictorial impression of the Pope's illness and of the discussion of the law of the convents. Indeed, I am afraid to speak of the Pope's illness at all, lest I should say something egregiously heartless about it, recalling too forcibly that unnatural husband who was heard to wish that his wife would either get well. He had his reasons, and Roman tourists have theirs, in the shape of a vague longing for something spectacular at St. Peter's. If it takes the sacrifice of somebody to produce it, let somebody then be sacrificed. Meanwhile, we have been having a glimpse of the spectacular side of the Religious Corporations Bill. Hearing one morning a great hubbub in the Corso, I stepped forth upon my balcony. A couple of 100 men were strolling slowly down the street with their hands in their pockets, shouting in unison, "Abbasso il Ministero," and huzzahing in chorus. Just beneath my window they stopped and began to murmur, "Al Quirinale, al Quirinale." The crowd surged a moment, gently, and then drifted to the Quirinal, where it scuffled harmlessly with half a dozen of the King's soldiers. It ought to have been impressive, for what was it, strictly, unless the seeds of revolution. But its carriage was too gentle, and its cries too musical, to send the most timorous tourist to packing his trunk. As I began with saying, in Rome, in May, everything has an amiable side, even popular uprisings. End of section 20. Section 21 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. From a Roman Notebook, Part 1. December the 28th, 1872. In Rome again for the last 3 days. That second visit which, when the first isn't followed by a fatal illness in Florence, the story goes that one is doomed to pay. I didn't drink of the fountain of Trevi on the eve of departure the other time, but I feel as if I had drunk of the Tiber itself. Nevertheless, as I drove from the station in the evening, I wondered what I should think of it at this first glimpse. Hadn't I already known it? All manner of evil, perhaps. Paris, as I passed along the boulevards 3 evenings before to take the train, was swarming and glittering, as befits a great capital. Here in the black, narrow, crooked, empty streets, I saw nothing I would fain regard as eternal. But there were new gas lamps round the spouting Triton in the Piazza Barberini, and a newspaper stall on the corner of the Condotti and the Corso, salient signs of the emancipated state. An hour later I walked up to the Via Gregoriana by Piazza di Spagna. It was all silent and deserted, and the great flight of steps looked surprisingly small. Everything seemed meagre, dusky, provincial. Could Rome, after all, really be a world city? That queer old Rococo garden gateway at the top of the Gregoriana stirred a dormant memory. It awoke into a consciousness of the delicious mildness of the air. And very soon, in a little crimson drawing room, I was reconciled and re-initiated. Everything is dear in the way of lodgings, but it hardly matters, as everything is taken, and someone else paying for it. I must make up my mind to a bare perch. But it seems poorly perverse here to aspire to an interior, or to be conscious of the economic side of life. The aesthetic is so intense that you feel you should live on the taste of it, should extract the nutritive essence of the atmosphere. For positively it's such an atmosphere. The weather is perfect, the sky as blue as the most exploded tradition fames it, and the whole air glowing and throbbing with lovely colour. The glitter of Paris is now all gaslight, and oh, the monotonous miles of rain-washed asphalt. December the 30th. I've had nothing to do with the ceremonies. In fact, I believe there've been hardly any. No midnight mass at the Sistine Chapel, no silver trumpets at St. Peter's. Everything is remorselessly clipped and curtailed. The Vatican in deepest mourning. But I saw it in its superbest scarlet in '69. I went yesterday with Elle to the Colonna Gardens, an adventure that would have reconverted me to Rome if the thing weren't already done. It's a rare old place, rising in mouldy, bosky terraces and mossy stairways and winding walks from the back of the palace to the top of the Quirinal. It's the grand style of gardening, and resembles the present natural manner as a chapter of Johnsonian rhetoric resembles a piece of clever contemporary journalism. But it's a better style in horticulture than in literature. I prefer one of the long-drawn blue-green colonna vistas, with its maimed and mossy-coated garden goddess at the end, to the finest possible quotation from a last-century classic. Perhaps the best thing there is the old orangery, with its trees in fantastic terracotta tubs. The late afternoon light was gilding the monstrous jars and suspending golden chequers among the golden fruited leaves. Or perhaps the best thing is the broad terrace with its mossy balustrade and its benches. Also its view of the great naked Torre di Nerone, I think, which might look stupid if the rosy brickwork didn't take such a colour in the blue air. Delightful, at any rate, to stroll and talk in the afternoon sunshine. January the 2nd, 1873. 2 or 3 drives with A, one to St. Paul's without the walls, and back by a couple of old churches on the Aventine. I was freshly struck with the rare distinction of the little Protestant cemetery at the gate, lying in the shadow of the black sepulchral pyramid and the thick-growing black cypresses. Bathed in the clear Roman light, the place is heartbreaking for what it asks you in such a world as this to renounce. If it should, quote, make one in love with death to lie there, unquote, that's only if death should be conscious. As the case stands, the weight of a tremendous past presses upon the flowery sod, and the sleeper's mortality feels the contact of all the mortality with which the brilliant air is tainted. The restored basilica is incredibly splendid. It seems a last pompous effort of formal Catholicism, and there are a few more striking emblems of later Rome. The Rome foredoomed to see Victor Emmanuel in the Quirinal, the Rome of abortive councils and unheeded anathemas. It rises there gorgeous and useless on its miasmic site with an air of conscious bravado, a florid advertisement of all the superabundance of faith. Within, it's magnificent, and its magnificence has no shabby spots, a rare thing in Rome. Marble and mosaic, alabaster and malachite, lapis and porphyry encrust it from pavement to cornice, and flash back their polished lights at each other with such a splendour of effect that you seem to stand at the heart of some immense prismatic crystal. One has to come to Italy to know marbles and love them. I remember the fascination of the first great show of them I met in Venice at the Scalzi and Gesuetti. Colour has in no other form so cool and unfading a purity and lustre, softness of tone and hardness of substance. Isn't that the sum of the artist's desire? G, with his beautiful, caressing, open-lipped Roman utterance, so easy to understand, and to my ear so finely suggestive of genuine Latin, not our horrible Anglo-Saxon and Protestant kind, urged upon us the charms of a return by the Aventine and the sight of a couple of old churches. The best is Santa Sabina, a very fine old structure of the 5th century, mouldering in its dusky solitude and consuming its own antiquity. What a mass of heritage Christianity and Catholicism are leaving here. What a substantial fact in all its decay, this memorial Christian temple, outliving its uses among the sunny gardens and vineyards. It has a noble nave filled with a stale smell which, like that of the onion, brought tears to my eyes, and bordered with 24 fluted marble columns of pagan origin. The crudely primitive little mosaics along the entablature are extremely curious. A Dominican monk, still young, who showed us the church, seemed a creature generated from its musty shadows and odours. His physiognomy was wonderfully de l'emploi, and his voice, most agreeable, had the strangest jaded humility. His lugubrious salute and sanctimonious impersonal appropriation of my departing franc would have been a master touch on the stage. While we were still in the church, a bell rang that he had to go and answer. And as he came back and approached us along the nave, he made, with his white gown and hood and his cadaverous face against the dark church background, one of those pictures which, thank the Muses, have not yet been reformed out of Italy. It was the exact illustration for insertion in a text of heaven knows how many old, romantic and conventional literary Italianisms, plays, poems, mysteries of Udolpho. We got back into the carriage and talked of profane things and went home to dinner, drifting recklessly, it seemed to me, from aesthetic luxury to social. On the 31st, we went to the musical Vesper service at the Gesù, hitherto done so splendidly before the Pope and the Cardinals. The manner of it was eloquent of change. No Pope, no Cardinals, and indifferent music, but a great mise en scène nevertheless. The church is gorgeous, late Renaissance, of great proportions, and full, like so many others, but in a preeminent degree, of 17th and 18th century Romanism. It doesn't impress the imagination, but richly feeds the curiosity, by which I mean one's sense of the curious, suggests no legends, but innumerable anecdotes à la Stendhal. There is a vast dome filled with a florid concave fresco of tumbling foreshortened angels, and all over the ceilings and cornices a wonderful outlay of dusky gildings and mouldings. There are various Bernini saints and seraphs in stucco sculpture astride of the tablets and door-tops, backing against the rusty machinery of coppery nimbi and egg-shaped cloudlets. Marble, damask and tapers in gorgeous profusion. The high altar, a great screen of twinkling chandeliers. The choir perched in a little loft high up on the right transept, like a balcony in a side scene at the opera, and indulging in surprising roulades and flourishes. Near me sat a handsome, opulent-looking nun, possibly an abbess or prioress of noble lineage, and a holy woman of such a complexion listened to a fine operatic baritone in a sumptuous temple and received none but ascetic impressions. What a crossfire of influences does Catholicism provide! January the 4th. A drive out with A out of Porta San Giovanni and along Via Appia Nuova. More and more beautiful as you get well away from the walls, and the great view opens out before you. The rolling green-brown dells and flats of the Campagna, the long disjointed arcade of the aqueducts, the deep-shadowed blue of the Alban hills, touched into pale lights by their scattered towns. We stopped at the ruined Basilica of San Stefano, an affair of the 5th century, rather meaningless, without a learned companion, but the perfect little sepulchral chambers of the Pancratii, disinterred beneath the church, tell their own tale in their hardly dimmed frescoes, their beautiful sculptured coffin and the great sepulchral slab. Better still, the tomb of the Valerii adjoining it, a single chamber with an arched roof, covered with stucco mouldings perfectly intact, exquisite figures and arabesques as sharp and delicate as if the plasterer's scaffold had just been taken from under them. Strange enough to think of these things, so many of them as there are, surviving their immemorial eclipse in this perfect shape and coming up like long-lost divers on the sea of time. January the 16th. A delightful walk last Sunday with F to Monte Mario. We drove to Porta Angelica, the little gate hidden behind the right wing of Bernini's colonnade, and strolled thence up the winding road to the Villa Mellini, where one of the greasy peasants huddled under the wall in the sun admits you for half a franc into the finest old ilex walk in Italy. It is all vaulted grey-green shade, with blue campagna stretches in the interstices. The day was perfect. The still sunshine, as we sat at the twisted base of the old trees, seemed to have the drowsy hum of midsummer, and that charm of Italian vegetation that comes to us as its confession of having scenically served to weariness at last for some pastoral, these many centuries a classic. In a certain cheapness and thinness of substance, as compared with the English stoutness never left athirst, it reminds me of our own, and it is relatively dry enough and pale enough to explain the contempt of many unimaginative Britons. But it has an idle abundance and wantonness, a romantic shabbiness and dishevelment. At the Villa Mellini is the famous lonely pine, which tells so in the landscape from other points, brought off from the axe by, I believe, Sir George Beaumont, commemorated in a like connection in Wordsworth's great sonnet. He at least was not an unimaginative Briton. As you stand under it, its far-away shallow dome, supported on a single column almost white enough to be marble, seems to dwell in the dizziest depths of the blue. Its pale grey-blue boughs and its silvery stem make a wonderful harmony with the ambient air. The Villa Mellini is full of the elder Italy of one's imagination, the Italy of Boccaccio and Ariosto. There are 20 places where the Florentine storytellers might have sat round on the grass. Outside the villa walls, beneath the overcrowding orange boughs, straggled old Italy as well, but not in Boccaccio's velvet. A row of ragged and livid contadini, some simply stupid in their squalor, but some downright brigands of romance, or of reality, with matted locks and terribly sullen eyes. A couple of days later I walked, for old acquaintance' sake, over to San Onofrio on the Janiculum. The approach is one of the dirtiest adventures in Rome, and though the view is fine from the little terrace, the church and convent are of a meagre and musty pattern. Yet here, almost like pearls in a dunghill, are hidden mementos of two of the most exquisite of Italian minds. Torquato Tasso spent the last months of his life here, and you may visit his room and various warped and faded relics. The most interesting is a cast of his face taken after death, looking like all such casts, almost more than mortally gallant and distinguished. But who should look all ideally so, if not he? In a little shabby, chilly corridor adjoining is a fresco of Leonardo, a Virgin and Child with the Donatorio. It is very small, simple and faded, but it has all the artist's magic, that mocking, elusive refinement and hint of a vague arrière-pensée which mark every stroke of Leonardo's brush. Is it the perfection of irony or the perfection of tenderness? What does he mean? What does he affirm? What does he deny? Magic wouldn't be magic, nor the author of such things stand so absolutely alone, if we were ready with an explanation. As I glanced from the picture to the poor, stupid little red-faced brother at my side, I wondered if the thing mightn't pass for an elegant epigram on monasticism. Certainly, at any rate, there is more intellect in it than under all the monkish tonsures it has seen coming and going these 300 years. January the 21st. The last 3 or 4 days I have regularly spent a couple of hours from noon baking myself in the sun of the Pincio to get rid of a cold. The weather perfect, and the crowd, especially today, amazing. Such a staring, lounging, dandified, amiable crowd. Who does the vulgar stay-at-home work of Rome? All the grandees and half the foreigners are there in their carriages, the bourgeoisie on foot staring at them, and the beggars lining all the approaches. The great difference between public places in America and Europe is the number of unoccupied people of every age and condition, sitting about early and late on benches and gazing at you, from your hat to your boots, as you pass. Europe is certainly the continent of the practised stare. The ladies on the Pincio have to run the gauntlet, but they seem to do so complacently enough. The European woman is brought up to the sense of having a definite part, in the way of manners, or manner, to play in public. To lie back in a barouche alone, balancing a parasol and seeming to ignore the extremely immediate gaze of 2 serried ranks of male creatures on each side of her path, save here and there to recognise one of them with an imperceptible nod, is one of her daily duties. The number of young men here who, like the Cenobites of old, lead the purely contemplative life is enormous. They muster in a special force on the Pincio, but the Corso all day is thronged with them. They are well dressed, good-humoured, good-looking, polite, but they seem never to do a harder stroke of work than to stroll from the Piazza Colonna to the Hôtel de Rome, or vice versa. Some of them don't even stroll, but stand leaning by the hour against the doorways, sucking the knobs of their canes, feeling their back hair and settling their shirt cuffs. At my cafe in the morning, several stroll in already at 9 o'clock in evening gloves. But they order nothing, turn on their heels, glance at the mirrors and stroll out again. When it rains, they herd under the porte cochere and in the smaller cafes. Yesterday, Prince Umbert's little primogenito was on the Pincio in an open landau with his governess. He's a sturdy, blonde little man and the image of the king. They had stopped to listen to the music, and the crowd was planted about the carriage wheels, staring and criticising under the child's snub little nose. It appeared bold, cynical curiosity without the slightest manifestation of loyalty, and it gave me a singular sense of the vulgarisation of Rome under the new regime. When the Pope drove abroad, it was a solemn spectacle. Even if you neither kneeled nor uncovered, you were irresistibly impressed. But the Pope never stopped to listen to the opera tunes, and he had no little popelings under the charge of superior nursemaids whom you might take liberties with. The family at the Quirinal make something of a merit, I believe, of their modest and inexpensive way of life. The merit is great, yet representationally, what a change for the worse from an order which proclaimed stateliness as part of its essence. The divinity that doth hedge a king must be pretty well on the wane. But how many more fine old traditions will the extremely sentimental traveller miss in the Italians over whom that little jostled prince in the landau will have come into his kinghood? The Pincio continues to beguile. It's a great resource. I am forever being reminded of the aesthetic luxury, as I called it above, of living in Rome. To be able to choose of an afternoon for a lounge, respectfully speaking, between St. Peter's and the high precinct you approach by the gate just beyond the Villa Medici, counting nothing else, is a proof that if in Rome you may suffer from ennui, at least your ennui has a throbbing soul in it. It is something to say for the Pincio that you don't always choose St. Peter's. Sometimes I lose patience with its parade of eternal idleness, but at others this very idleness is balm to one's conscience. Life on just these terms seems so easy, so monotonously sweet, that you feel it would be unwise, would be really unsafe, to change. The Roman air is charged with an elixir. The Roman cup, seasoned with some insidious drop of which the action is fatally, yet none the less agreeably, lowering. January the 26th, with S to the Villa Medici, perhaps on the whole the most enchanting place in Rome. The part of the garden called the Boschetto has an incredible, impossible charm. An upper terrace behind locked gates, covered with a little dusky forest of evergreen oaks. Such a dim light, as of a fabled haunted place, such a soft suffusion of tender grey-green tones, such a company of gnarled and twisted little miniature trunks, dwarfs playing with each other at being giants, and such a shower of golden sparkles drifting in from the vivid west. At the end of the wood is a steep circular mound, up which the short trees scramble amain, with a long mossy staircase climbing up to a belvedere. This staircase, rising suddenly out of the leafy dusk to you don't see where, is delightfully fantastic. You expect to see an old woman in a crimson petticoat with a distaff come hobbling down and turn into a fairy and offer you 3 wishes. I should name my own first wish that one didn't have to be a Frenchman to come and live and dream and work at the Académie de France. Can there be for a while a happier destiny than that of the young artist, conscious of talent and of no errand but to educate, polish and perfect it, transplanted to these sacred shades? One has fancied Plato's Academy, his gleaming colonnades, his blooming gardens and Athenian sky. But was it as good as this one, where Monsieur Hébert does the Platonic? The blessing in Rome is not that this or that or the other isolated object is so very unsurpassable, but that the general air so contributes to interest, to impressions that are not as any other impressions anywhere in the world. And from this general air, the Villa Medici has distilled an essence of its own, walled it in, and made it delightfully private. The great façade on the gardens is like an enormous rococo clock face, all encrusted with images and arabesques and tablets. What mornings and afternoons one might spend there, brush in hand, unpreoccupied, untormented, pensioned, satisfied, either persuading oneself that one would be doing something in consequence of not caring if one shouldn't be. End of section 21. Section 22 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. From a Roman Notebook, Part 2. At a later date, middle of March, a ride with S.W. out of the Porta Pia to the meadows beyond the Ponte Nomentana, close to the site of Phaedon's villa, where Nero, in hiding, had himself stabbed. It all spoke as things here only speak, touching more chords than one can now really know or say. For these are predestined memories, and the stuff that regrets are made of. The mild, divine efflorescence of spring, the wonderful landscape, the talk suspended for another gallop. Returning, we dismounted at the gate of the Villa Medici and walked through the twilight of the vaguely perfumed, bird-haunted alleys to H.'s studio, hidden in the wood like a cottage in a fairy tale. I spent there a charming half-hour in the fading light, looking at the pictures, while my companion discoursed of her errand. The studio is small and more like a little salon. The painting refined, imaginative, somewhat morbid, full of consummate French ability. A portrait, idealized and etherealized, but a likeness of Madame de Dash from last year's salon, in white satin, quantities of lace, a coronet, diamonds and pearls. A striking combination of brilliant silvery tones. A femme sauvage, a naked, dusky girl in a wood, with a wonderfully clever pair of shy, passionate eyes. The author is different enough from any of the numerous American artists. They may be producers, but he's a product as well. A product of influences of a sort of which we have as yet no general command. One of them is his charmed lapse of life in that unprofessional-looking little studio, with his enchanted wood on one side and the plunging wall of Rome on the other. January the 30th. A drive the other day with a friend to the Villa Madama on the side of Monte Mario, a place like a page out of one of Browning's richest evocations of this clime and civilization. Wondrous in its haunting melancholy, it might have inspired half the ring in the book at a stroke. What a grim commentary on history, such a scene! What an irony of the past! The road up to it through the outer enclosure is almost impassable with mud and stones. At the end, on a terrace, rises the once elegant casino, with hardly a whole pane of glass in its facade, reduced to its sallow stucco and degraded ornaments. The front away from Rome has in the basement a great loggia, now walled in from the weather, preceded by a grassy belittered platform with an immense sweeping view of the Campagna. The sad-looking, more than sad-looking, evil-looking Tiber beneath, the colour of gold, the sentimentalists say, the colour of mustard, the realists. A great vague stretch beyond of various complexions and uses, and on the horizon the ever iridescent mountains. The place has become the shabbiest farmhouse, with muddy water in the old pièces d'eau and dunghills on the old parterres. The feature is the contents of the loggia, a vaulted roof and walls decorated by Giulio Romano, exquisite stucco work and still brilliant frescoes, arabesques and figurini, nymphs and fauns, animals and flowers, gracefully lavish designs of every sort. Much of the colour, especially the blues, still almost vivid, and all the work wondrously ingenious, elegant and charming. Apartments so decorated can have been meant only for the recreation of people greater than any we know, people for whom life was impudent ease and success. Margaret Farnese was the lady of the house, but where she trailed her cloth of gold, the chickens now scamper between your legs over rotten straw. It is all inexpressibly dreary. A stupid peasant scratching his head, a couple of critical Americans picking their steps, the walls tattered and befouled breast high, dampness and decay striking in on your heart, and the scene overbowed by these heavenly frescoes, mouldering there in their airy artistry. It's poignant. It provokes tears. It tells so of the waste of effort. Something human seems to pant beneath the grey pall of time and implore you to rescue it, to pity it, to stand by it somehow. But you leave it to its lingering death without compunction, almost with pleasure, for the place seems vaguely crime-haunted, paying at least the penalty of some hard immorality. The end of a Renaissance pleasure-house, endless for the didactic observer, the moral, abysmal for the story-seeker, the tale. February the 12th. Yesterday to the Villa Albani. Over-formal, and, as my companion says, too much like a tea garden, but with beautiful stairs and splendid geometrical lines of immense box hedge, intersected with high pedestals supporting little antique busts. The light today was magnificent, the Alban hills of an intenser broken purple than I had yet seen them, their white towns blooming upon it like vague projected lights. It was like a piece of very modern painting, and a good example of how nature has at times a sort of mannerism which ought to make us careful how we condemn out of hand the more refined and affected artists. The collection of marbles in the Casino, Winkelmann's, admirable, and to be seen again. The famous Antinoüs crowned with lotus, a strangely beautiful and impressive thing. The Greek manner, on the showing of something now and again encountered here, moves one to feel that even for purely romantic and imaginative effects it surpasses any since invented. If there be not imagination, even in our comparatively modern sense of the word, in the baleful beauty of that perfect young profile, there is none in Hamlet or in Lycidas. there is 500 times as much as in the Transfiguration. With this at any rate to point to, it's not for sculpture, not, Professor Lee, to produce any emotion producible by painting. There are numbers of small and delicate fragments of bas-reliefs of exquisite grace, and a huge piece, two combatants, one on horseback beating down another, murder made eternal and beautiful, attributed to the Parthenon, and certainly as grandly impressive as anything in the Elgin marbles. S.W. suggested again the Roman villas as a subject. Excellent if one could find a feast of facts à la Stendhal. A lot of vague, ecstatic descriptions and anecdotes wouldn't at all pay. There have been too many already. Enough facts are recorded, I suppose. One should discover them and soak in them for a 12-month. And yet a Roman villa, in spite of statues, ideas and atmosphere, affects me as of scanter human and social portée, a shorter, thinner reverberation than an old English country house, round which experience seems piled so thick. But this perhaps is either hair-splitting or racial prejudice. March the 9th. The Vatican is still deadly cold. A couple of hours there yesterday with RWE, yet he, illustrious and enviable man, fresh from the East, had no overcoat and wanted none. Perfect bliss, I think, will be to live in Rome without thinking of overcoats. The Vatican seems very familiar, but strangely smaller than of old. I never lost the sense before of confusing vastness. Sancta simplicitas. All my old friends, however, stand there in undimmed radiance, keeping most of them their old pledges. I am perhaps more struck now with the enormous amount of padding, the number of third-rate, fourth-rate things that weary the eye desirous to approach freshly the 20 and 30 best. In spite of the padding, there are dozens of treasures that one passes regretfully, but the impression of the whole place is the great thing. The feeling that through these solemn vistas flows the source of an incalculable part of our present conception of beauty. April the 10th. Last night in the rain to the Teatro Valle to see a comedy of Goldoni in Venetian dialect, I Quattro Ustighi. I could but half follow it, enough, however, to be sure that for all its humanity of irony, it wasn't so good as Molière. The acting was capital, broad, free and natural, the play of talk easier even than life itself. But like all the Italian acting I have seen, it was wanting in finesse, that shade of the shade by which, and by which alone, one really knows art. I contrasted the affair of the evening in December last, that I walked over also in the rain to the Odeon and saw the Plaideur and the Malade Imaginaire. There too was hardly more than a handful of spectators, but what rich, ripe, fully representational, and above all intellectual comedy, and what polished, educated playing. These Venetians in particular, however, have a marvellous entrain of their own. They seem, even less than the French, to recite. In some of the women, ugly, with red hands and shabby dresses, an extraordinary gift of natural utterance, of seeming to invent joyously as they go. Later. Last evening in H's box at the Apollo to hear Ernesto Rossi in Othello. He shares supremacy with Salvini in Italian tragedy. Beautiful, great theatre with boxes you can walk about in. Brilliant audience. The Princess Margaret was there. I have never been to the theatre that she was not, and a number of other princesses in neighbouring boxes. Gigi came in and instructed us that they were the M, the L, the P, etc. Rossi is both very bad and very fine. Bad where anything like taste and discretion is required, but all there, and more than there, in violent passion. The last act reduced too much, however, to mere exhibitional sensibility. The interesting thing to me was to observe the Italian conception of the part, to see how crude it was, how little it expressed the hero's moral side, his depth, his dignity, anything more than his being a creature terrible in mere tantrums. The great point was his seizing Iago's head and whacking it half a dozen times on the floor, and then flinging him 20 yards away. It was wonderfully done, but in the doing of it, and in the evident relish for it in the house, there was, I scarce knew what force of easy and thereby rather cheap expression. April the 27th. A morning with L.B. at Villa Ludovisi, which we agreed that we shouldn't soon forget. The villa now belongs to the King, who has lodged his morganatic wife there. There is nothing so blissfully right in Rome, nothing more consummately consecrated to style. The grounds and gardens are immense, and the great rusty red city wall stretches away behind them and makes the burden of the 7 hills seem vast without making them seem small. There is everything: dusky avenues trimmed by the clippings of centuries, groves and dells and glades and glowing pastures and reedy fountains, and great flowering meadows studded with enormous slanting pines. The day was delicious, the trees all one melody, and the whole place a revelation of what Italy and hereditary pomp can do together. Nothing could be more in the grand manner than this garden view of the city ramparts, lifting their fantastic battlements above the trees and flowers. They are all tapestried with vines and made to serve as sunny fruit walls, grim old defence as they once were, now giving nothing but a splendid buttressed privacy. The sculptures in the little casino are few, but there are 2 great ones: the beautiful sitting Mars and the head of the great Juno, the latter thrust into a corner behind the shutter. These things it's almost impossible to praise. We can only mark them well and keep them clear, as we insist on silence to hear great music. If I don't praise Guicino's Aurora in the greater casino, it's for another reason. This is certainly a very muddy masterpiece. It figures on the ceiling of a small low hall. The painting is coarse and the ceiling too near. Besides, it's unfair to pass straight from the Greek mythology to the Bolognese. We were left to roam at will through the house. The custode shut us in and went to walk in the park. The apartments were all open, and I had an opportunity to reconstruct from its milieu at least the character of a morganatic queen. I saw nothing to indicate that it was not amiable, but I should have thought more highly of the lady's discrimination if she'd had the Juno removed from behind her shutter. In such a house, girdled about with such a park, methinks I could be amiable, and perhaps discriminating too. The Ludovisi Casino is small, but the perfection of the life of ease might surely be led there. There are English houses enough in wondrous parks, but they expose you to too many small needs and observances, to say nothing of a red-faced butler dropping his H's. You are oppressed with the detail of accommodation. Here the billiard table is old-fashioned, perhaps a trifle crooked, but you have Guercino above your head, and Guercino, after all, is almost as good as Guido. The rooms, I noticed, all pleased by their shape, by a lovely proportion, by a mass of delicate ornamentation on the high concave ceilings. One might live over again in them some deliciously benighted life of a forgotten type, with graceful old salle and immensely thick walls, and a winding stone staircase, and a view from the loggia at the top, a view of twisted parasol pines balanced high above a wooden horizon against a sky of faded sapphire. May the 17th. It was wonderful yesterday at St. John Lateran. The spring now has turned to perfect summer. There are cascades of verdure over all the walls. The early flowers are a fading memory, and the new grass knee-deep in the Villa Borghese. The winter aspect of the region about the Lateran is one of the best things in Rome. The sunshine is nowhere so golden, and the lean shadows nowhere so purple as on the long grassy walk to Santa Croce. But yesterday I seemed to see nothing but green and blue. The expanse before Santa Croce was vivid green. The Campagna rolled away in great green billows, which seemed to break high about the gaunt aqueducts. And the Alban hills, which in January and February keep shifting and melting along the whole scale of Asia, were almost monotonously fresh, and had lost some of their finer modelling. But the sky was ultramarine, and everything radiant with light and warmth which a soft, steady breeze kept from excess. I stole some time about the church, which has a grand air enough, and I don't seize the point of view of Miss Dash, who told me the other day how vastly finer she thought it than St. Peter's. But on Miss Dash's lips this seemed a very pretty paradox. The choir and transepts have a sombre splendour, and I like the old vaulted passage with its slabs and monuments behind the choir. The charm of charms at St. John Lateran is the admirable 12th century cloister, which was never more charming than yesterday. The shrubs and flowers about the ancient well were blooming away in the intense light, and the twisted pillars and chiselled capitals of the perfect little colonnade seemed to enclose them like the sculptured rim of a precious vase. Standing out among the flowers, you may look up and see a section of the summit of the great facade of the church. The robed and mitred apostles, bleached and rain-washed by the ages, rose into the blue air like huge snow figures. I spent at the Incorporated Museum a subsequent hour of fond, vague attention, having it quite to myself. It is rather scantily stocked, but the great cool halls open out impressively one after the other, and the wide spaces between the statues seem to suggest at first that each is a masterpiece. I was in the loving mood of one's last days in Rome, and when I had nothing else to admire, I admired the magnificent thickness of the embrasures of the doors and windows. If there were no objects of interest at all in the Lateran, the palace would be worth walking through every now and then to keep up one's idea of solid architecture. I went over to the Scala Santa, where was no one but a very shabby priest sitting like a ticket-taker at the door, but he let me pass, and I ascended one of the profane lateral stairways and treated myself to a glimpse of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Its threshold is crossed but once or twice a year, I believe, by 3 or 4 of the most exalted divines. But you may look into it freely enough through a couple of gilded lattices. It is very sombre and splendid, and conveys the impression of a very holy place. And yet somehow it suggested irreverent thoughts. It had, to my fancy, perhaps on account of the lattice, an Oriental, a Mahometan note. I expected every moment to see a sultana appear in a silver veil and silken trousers, and to sit down on the crimson carpet. Farewell, packing, the sharp pang of going. One would like to be able, after 5 months in Rome, to sum up for tribute and homage one's experience, one's gains, the whole adventure of one's sensibility. But one has really vibrated too much. The addition of so many items isn't easy. What is simply clear is a sense of an acquired passion for the place and of an incalculable number of gathered impressions. Many of these have been intense and momentous, but one has trodden on the other. There are always the big fish that swallow up the little, and one can hardly say what has become of them. They store themselves noiselessly away, I suppose, in the dim but safe places of memory and taste, and we live in a quiet faith that they will emerge into vivid relief if life or art should demand them. As for passion, we needn't perhaps trouble ourselves about that. 50 swallowed palmfuls of the fountain of Trevi couldn't make us more ardently sure that we shall at any cost come back. 1873. End of section 22. Section 23 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. A few other Roman neighbourhoods. If I find my old notes and all these Roman connections inevitably bristle with the spirit of the postscript, so I give way to this prompting to the extent of my scant space, and with the sense of other occasions awaiting me on which I shall have to do no less. The impression of Rome was repeatedly to renew itself for the author of these now rather antique and artless accents, was to overlay itself again and again with almost heavy thicknesses of experience, the last of which is, as I write, quite fresh to memory. And he has thus felt almost ashamed to drop his subject, though it be one that tends so easily to turn to the infinite, as if the law of change had in all the years had nothing to say to his case. It is, of course, but of his case alone that he speaks, wondering little what he may make of it for the profit of others by an attempt, however brief, to point the moral of the matter, or, in other words, compare the musing mature visitor's feeling about Rome with that of the extremely agitated, even if though extremely inexpert, consciousness reflected in the previous pages. The actual, the current Rome affects him as a world governed by new conditions altogether, and ruefully pleading that sorry fact in the ear of the antique wanderer, wherever he may yet mournfully turn for some recapture of what he misses. The city of his first unpremeditated rapture shines to memory, on the other hand, in the manner of a lost paradise. The rustle of his gardens is still just audible enough in the air to make him wonder if some sudden turn, some recovered vista mayn't lead him back to the thing itself. My genial, my helpful tag at this point would doubtless properly resolve itself for the reader into a clue towards some such successful ingenuity of quest. A remark I make, I may add, even while reflecting that paradise isn't apparently at all lost to visitors not of my generation. It is the seekers of that remote and romantic tradition who have seen it from one period of 10 or even 5 years to another, systematically and remorselessly built out from their view. Their helpless plaint, their sense of the generally irrecoverable and unspeakable is not, however, what I desire here most to express. I should like, on the contrary, with ampler opportunity, positively to enumerate the cases of contact, impression, experience, in which the cold ashes of a long, chilled passion may fairly feel themselves made to glow again. No one who has ever loved Rome as Rome could be loved in youth, and before her poised basketful of the finer appeals to fond fancy was actually upset, wants to stop loving her, so that our bleeding and wounded, though perhaps not wholly moribund, loyalty attends us as a hovering, admonitory, anticipatory ghost, one of those magnanimous life companions who before complete extinction designate to the other member of their union their approved successor. So it is, at any rate, that I conceive the pilgrim old enough to have become aware in all these later years of what he misses, to be counselled and pacified in the interest of recognitions that shall a little make up for it. It was this wisdom I was putting into practice, no doubt, for instance, when I lately resigned myself to motoring of a splendid June day out to Subiaco, as a substitute for a resignation that had anciently taken, alas, but the form of my never getting there at all. Everything that day, moreover, seemed right, surely. Everything on certain other days that were like it, through their large indebtedness at this, that and the other point to the last new thing, seemed so right that they come back to me now after a moderate interval in the full light of that unchallenged felicity. I couldn't at all gloriously recall, for instance, as I floated to Subiaco on brave, fast wings, how on the occasion of my first visit to Rome 38 years before, I had devoted certain evenings of artless preparation in my room at the inn to the perusal of Alphonse Dantier's admirable Monastère Benedictin d'Italie, taking piously for granted that I should get myself somehow conveyed to Monte Cassino, and to Subiaco at least. Such an affront to the passion of curiosity, the generally infatuated state then kindled, would any suspicion of my foredoomed, my all but interminable privation during visits to come have seemed to me. Fortune in the event had never favoured my going, but I was to give myself up at last to the sense of her quite taking me by the hand. And that is how I now think of our splendid June day at Subiaco. The note of the wondrous place itself is conventional, wild Italy raised to the highest intensity, the ideally, the sublimely conventional and wild, complete and supreme in itself, without a disparity or a flaw, which character of perfect picturesque orthodoxy seemed more particularly to begin for me, I remember, as we passed on our way through that indescribable and indestructible Tivoli, where the jumble of the elements of the familiarly and exploitedly, the all too notoriously fair and queer, was more violent and vociferous than ever. So the whole spectacle there seemed at once to rejoice in cockneyfication and to resist it. There at least I had old memories to renew, including that in especial from a few years back of one of the longest, hottest, dustiest return drives to Rome that the Campagna on a Sirocco day was ever to have treated me to. That was to be more than made up on this later occasion by an hour of early evening snatched on the run back to Rome that remains to me as one of those felicities we are wise to leave forever, just as they are. Just, that is, where they fell, never attempting to renew or improve them. So happy a chance was it that ensured me at the afternoon's end a solitary stroll for the Villa d'Este, where the day's invasion, wherever it might have been, had left no traces, and where I met nobody in the great rococo passages and chambers, and in the prodigious alleys and on the repeated flights of tortuous steps, but the haunting genius of style, into whose noble battered old face, as if it had come out clearer in the golden twilight, and on recognition of response so deeply moved, I seemed to exhale my sympathy. This was truly amid a conception and order of things all mossed over from disuse, but still without a form abandoned or a principle disowned, one of the hours that one doesn't forget. The ruined fountains seemed strangely to wait in the stillness and under cover of the approaching dusk, not to begin ever again to play also, just only to be tenderly imagined to do so, quite as everything held its breath at the mystic moment, for the drop of the cruel and garish exposure, for the spirit of the place to steal forth and go his round. The vistas of the innumerable mighty cypresses ranged themselves in their files and companies like beaten heroes for their captain's review. The great artificial works of every description, cascades, hemicycles, all graded and grassed and stone-seated as for floral games, mazes and bowers and alcoves and grottos, brave indissoluble unions of the planted and the builded symmetry, with the terraces and staircases that overhang and the arcades and cloisters that underspread, made common cause together, as for one's taking up a little in kindly lingering wonder the feeling out of which they have sprung. One didn't see it under the actual influence, one wouldn't for the world have seen it, as that they longed to be justified during the few minutes in the 24 hours of their absurdity of pomp and circumstance, but only that they asked for company once in a way, as they were so splendidly formed to give it, and that the best company in a changed world at the end of time, what could they hope it to be but just the lone dawdling person of taste, the visitor with a flicker of fancy, not to speak of a pang of pity, to spare for them. It was in the flicker of fancy, no doubt, that as I hung about the great topmost terrace in especial, and then again took my way through the high gaunt corridors and the square and bare alcoved and recessed saloons, all overscored with such a dim waste of those painted, those delicate and capricious decorations, which the Loggia of the Vatican promptly borrowed from the ruins of the Palatine, or from whatever other revealed and inspiring ancientries, and which make ghostly confession here of that descent, I gave rein to my sense of the sinister too, of that vague aftertaste as of evil things that lurk so often, for a suspicious sensibility, wherever the terrible game of life in the Renaissance was played, as the Italians played it, wherever the huge tessellated chessboard seems to stretch about us, swept bare, almost always violently swept bare, of its chiselled and shifting figures, of every value and degree, but with this echoing desolation itself representing the long gasp, as it were, of overstrained time, the great after-hush that follows on things too wonderful or dreadful. I am putting here, however, my cart before my horse, for the hour just glanced at was but a final tag to a day of much brighter curiosity, and which seemed to take its baptism as we passed through prodigious, perched and huddled, adorably scattered and animated and even crowded Tivoli, from the universal happy spray of the drumming Anio waterfalls, all set in their permanent rainbows, and Sibylline temples and classic allusions and Byronic quotations, a wondrous romantic jumble of such things and quite others, heterogeneous inns and clamorous ganget taverns and factories grabbing at the torrent, to say nothing of innumerable guides and donkeys and white-tied, swallow-tailed waiters dashing out of grottos and from under cataracts and out of the air, on the part of the whole population, of standing about in the most characteristic contadino manner to pounce on you and take you somewhere, snatch you from somebody else, shout something at you, the aqueous and other uproar permitting, and then charge you for it, your innocence aiding. I'm afraid our run the rest of the way to Subiaco remains with me but as an after-sense of that exhilaration, in spite of our rising admirably higher all the while, and plunging constantly deeper into splendid solitary gravities, supreme romantic solemnities and sublimities of landscape. The Benedictine convent, which clings to certain more or less vertiginous ledges and slopes of a vast precipitous gorge, constitutes, with the whole perfection of its setting, the very ideal of the tradition of that extraordinary in the romantic handed down to us as the most attaching and inviting spell of Italy by all the old academic literature of travel and the art of Salvator Rossas and Clods. This is the main tribute I pay in a few words to an impression of which a sort of divine rightness of oddity, a pictorial felicity that was almost not of this world, but of a higher degree of distinction altogether, affected me as the leading note, yet about the whole exquisite complexity of which I can't pretend to be informing. All the elements of the scene melted for me together, even from the pause for luncheon on a grassy wayside knoll, over heaven knows what admirable preparatory headlong slopes and ravines and iridescent distances, under spreading chestnuts, and in the high air that was cool and sweet, to the final pedestrian climb of sinuous mountain paths, that the shining limestone and the strong green of shrub and herbage made as white as silver. There the miraculous home of St. Benedict awaited us in the form of a builded and pictured-over maze of chapels and shrines, cells and corridors, stupefying rock chambers and caves, places all at an extraordinary variety of different levels and with labyrinthine intercommunications. There the spirit of the centuries sat, like some invisible icy presence that only permits you to stare and wonder. I stared, I wondered, I went up and down and in and out, and lost myself in the fantastic fable of the innumerable hard facts themselves. And whenever I could, above all, I peeped out of small windows and hung over chance terraces for the love of the general outer picture, the splendid fashion in which the fretted mountains of marble, as they might have been, round about, seem to inlay themselves, for the effect of the distinction I speak of, with vegetations of dark emerald. There above all, or at least in what such aspects did further for the prodigy of the convent, whatever that prodigy might do for them, was to a lifelong victim of Italy, almost verily as never before, the operation of the old love philter. There were the inexhaustible sources of interest and charm. These mystic fountains broke out for me elsewhere again and again, I rejoice to say, and perhaps more particularly, to be frank about it, where the ground about them was pressed with due emphasis of appeal by the firm wheels of the great winged car. I motored under invitation and protection repeatedly back into the sense of the other years, that sense of the old and comparatively idle Rome of my particular infatuated prime, which I was living to see superseded, and this even when the fond vista bristled with innumerable signs of the times, unmistakable features of the new era that, by I scarcely know what perverse law, succeeded in ministering to a happy effect. Some of these false notes proceed simply from the immense growth of every sort of facilitation, so that people are much more free than of old to come and go and do, to inquire and explore, to pervade and generally infest, with the consequent loss for the fastidious individual of his blessed earlier sense, not infrequent, of having the occasion and the impression, as he used complacently to say, all to himself. We none of us had anything quite all to ourselves during an afternoon at Ostia on a beautiful June Sunday. It was a different affair rather from the long, the comparatively slow and quite unpeopled drive that I was to remember having last taken early in the autumn 30 years before, and which occupied the day, with the aid of a hamper from once supreme old Spillman, the provider for picnics to a vanished world, since I suspect the antique ideal of a picnic in the Campagna, the fondest conception of a happy day, has lost generally much of its glamour. Our idyllic afternoon, at any rate, left no chord of sensibility that could possibly have been in question untouched. Not even that of tea on the shore at Fiumicino, after we'd spent an hour among the ruins of Ostia and seen our car ferried across the Tiber, almost saffron-coloured here, and swirling towards its mouth on a boat that was little more than a big rustic raft, and that yet bravely resisted the prodigious weight. What shall I say in the way of the particular of the general felicity before me? For the sweetness of the hour to which the incident just named, with its strange and amusing juxtapositions of the patriarchically primitive and the insolently super-subtle, the earliest and the latest efforts of restless science were almost immediately to succeed. We had but skirted the old gold and brown walls of Castelfusano, where the massive Chigi Tower and the immemorial stone pines and the afternoon sky and the desolate sweetness and concentrated rarity of the picture all kept their appointment to fond memory with that especial form of Roman faith, the fine aesthetic conscience in things that is never, never broken. We had wound through tangled lanes and met handsome, sallow country folk lounging at leisure, as became the Sunday, and ever so pleasantly and garishly clothed, if not quite consistently costumed, as just on purpose to feed our wanton optimism. And then we had addressed ourselves with a soft superficiality to the open, the exquisite little Ostian reliquary, an exhibition of stony vagueness half straightened out. The ruins of the ancient port of Rome, the still recoverable identity of streets and habitations and other forms of civil life, are a not inconsiderable handful, though making of the place at best a very small sister to Pompeii. But a soft superficiality is ever the refuge of my shy sense before any ghost of informed reconstitution, and I plead my surrender to it with the less shame that I believe I enjoy such scenes, even on such futile pretexts, as much as it can be appointed them by the invidious spirit of history to be enjoyed. It may be said, of course, that enjoyment, question-begging term at best, isn't in these austere connections designated, but rather some principle of appreciation that can at least give a coherent account of itself. On that basis, then, as I could, I profess, but revel in the looseness of my apprehension, so wide it seemed to fling the gates of vision and divination, I won't pretend to dot, as it were, too many of the I's of my incompetence. I was competent only to have been abjectly interested. On reflection, moreover, I see that no impression of overmuch company invaded the picture until the point was exactly reached for its contributing thoroughly to character and amusement. Across at Fiumicino, which the age of the bicycle has made in a small way the handy Gravesend or Coney Island of Rome, the cafes and birrerie were at high pressure, and the bustle all motley and friendly beside the melancholy river, where the waterside life itself had 20 quaint and vivid notes, and where a few upstanding objects, ancient or modern, looked eminent and interesting against the delicate Roman sky that dropped down and down to the far-spreading marshes of malaria. Besides which, company is ever intensely gregarious, hanging heavily together and easily outwitted, so that we had but to proceed a scant distance further and meet the tideless Mediterranean, where it tumbled in a trifle breezily on the sands, to be all to ourselves with our tea-basket, quite as in the good old fashion, only in truth with the advantage that the contemporary tea-basket is so much improved. I jumble my memories as a tribute to the whole idyll. I give the golden light in which they come back to me for what it is worth. Worth, I mean, as allowing that the possibilities of charm of the Witch of the Seven Hills, as we used to call her in magazines, haven't all been vulgarised away. It was precisely there, on such an occasion and in such a place, that this might seem signally to have happened, whereas in fact the mild suburban riot in which the so gay but so light potations before the array of little houses of entertainment were what struck one as really making most for mildness, was brushed over with a fabled grace, was harmonious, felicitous, distinguished, quite after the fashion of some thoroughly trained chorus or phalanx of opera and ballet. Bicycles were stacked up by the hundred. The youth of Rome are ardent cyclists, with a great taste for flashing about in more or less denuded or costumed athletic and romantic bands and guilds. And on our return cityward toward evening, along the right bank of the river, the road swarmed with the patient wheels and bent backs of these budding cives Romani, quite to the effect of its finer interest. Such, at least, I felt, could only be one's acceptance of almost any feature of a scene bathed in that extraordinary august air that the waning Roman day is so insidiously capable of taking on when any other element of style happens at all to contribute. Weren't they present, these other elements, in the great classic lines and folds, the fine academic or historic attitudes of the darkening land itself, as it hung about the old highway, burying its vague accidents but achieving always perfect composition? I shamelessly add that cognified impression, at all events, to what I have called my jumble. Rome, to which we all swept on together in the wondrous glowing medium, saved everything, spreading afar her wide wing and applying after all but her supposed grand gift of the secret of salvation. We kept on and on into the great dim, rather sordidly papal streets that approach the quarter of St. Peter's, to the accompaniment finally of that markedly felt provocation of fond wonder, which never failed to lie in wait for me under any question of a renewed glimpse of the huge unvisited rear of the basilica. There was no renewed glimpse just then in the gloaming, but the region I speak of had been for me, in fact, during the previous weeks, less unvisited than ever before, so that I had come to count an occasional walk round and about it as quite of the essence of the convenient small change with which the heterogeneous city may still keep paying you. These frequentations in the company of a sculptor friend have been incidental to our reaching a small artistic foundry of fine metal, an odd and interesting little establishment placed, as who should say, in the case of such a mere left-over scrap of a large loose margin, nowhere. It lurked so unsuspectedly, that is, among the various queer things that Rome comprehensively refers to as behind St. Peter's. We had passed then, on the occasion of our several pilgrimages, in beneath the great flying, or at least straddling, buttresses to the left of the mighty facade, where you enter that great idol precinct of fine dense pavement and averted and sacrificed grandeur, the reverse of the monstrous medal of the front. Here the architectural monster rears its back and shoulders on an equal scale, and this whole unregarded world of colossal, consistent symmetry and hidden high finish gives you the measure of the vast total treasure of items and features. The outward face of all sorts of inward majesties of utility and ornament here, above all, correspondingly reproduces itself. The expanses of golden travertine, the freshness of tone, the cleanness of surface in the sunny air being extraordinary, climb and soar and spread under the crushing weight of a scheme carried out in every ponderous particular. Never was such a show of wasted art, of pomp for pomp's sake, as where all the chapels bulge and all the windows, each one a separate constructional masterpiece, tower above an almost grass-grown vacancy, with the full and immediate effect, of course, of reading us a lesson on the value of lawful pride. The pride is the pride of indifference as to whether a greatness so founded be gaped at in all its features or not. My friend and I were alone to gape at them most often, while, for the unfailing impression of them, on our way to watch the casting of our figure, we extended our circuit of the place. To which I may add, as another example of that tentative, that appealing twitch of the garment of Roman association, of which one kept renewing one's consciousness, the half hour at the little foundry itself was all charming, with its quite shabby and belittered and ramshackle recall of the old Roman art life of one's early dreams. Everything was somehow in the picture: the rickety sheds, the loose paraphernalia, the sunny grassy yard where a goat was browsing, then the queer interior gloom of the pits, filled with little overlooking scaffoldings and bridges for the sinking firewood of the image that was to take on hardness, and all the pleasantness and quickness, the beguiling refinement of the 3 or 4 light fine hands of whom the staff consisted, and into whose type and tone one liked to read, with whatever harmless extravagance, so many signs that a lively sense of stiff processes, even in humble life, could still leave untouched the traditional rare feeling for the artistic. How delightful such an occupation in such a general setting! Those of my friend I at such moments irrepressibly moralised. And how one might, after such a fashion, endlessly go and come and ask for nothing better, or if better, only so to the extent of another impression I was to owe to him, that of an evening meal spread in the warm still darkness that made no candle flicker on the wide high space of the old loggia that overhung in one quarter the great obelisk square preceding one of the gates, and in the other the Tiber and the far Trastevere, and more things than I can say. Above all, as it were, the whole backward past. the mild, confused romance of the Rome one had loved, and of which one was exactly taking leave under protection of the friendly, lanterned and garlanded feast, under the commanding, all-embracing roof garden. It was indeed a reconciling. It was an altogether penetrating last hour. 1909. End of section 23. Section 24 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. A Chain of Cities, Part 1. One day in midwinter, some years since, during a journey from Rome to Florence, perforce too rapid to allow much wayside sacrifice to curiosity, I waited for the train at Narni. There was time to stroll far enough from the station to have a look at the famous old Bridge of Augustus, broken off short in mid-Tiber. While I stood admiring, the measure of the impression was made to overflow by the gratuitous grace of a white-cowled monk who came trudging up the road that wound to the gate of the town. Narni stood, in its own presented felicity, on a hill a good space away, boxed in behind its perfect grey wall, and the monk, to oblige me, crept slowly along and disappeared within the aperture. Everything was distinct in the clear air, and the view exactly as like a bit of background by an Umbrian master as it ideally should have been. The winter is bare and brown enough in southern Italy, and the earth reduced to more of a mere anatomy than among ourselves, for whom the very crânerie of its exposed state, naked and unashamed, gives it much of the robust serenity, not of a fleshless skeleton, but of a fine nude statue. In these regions, at any rate, the tone of the air, for the eye, during the brief desolation, has often an extraordinary charm. Nature still smiles, as with the deputed and provisional charity of colour and light, the duty of not ceasing to cheer man's heart. Her whole behaviour at the time cast such a spell on the broken bridge, the little walled town and the trudging friar, that I turned away with the impatient vow and fond vision of how I would take the journey again and pause to my heart's content at Narni, at Spoleto, at Assisi, at Perugia, at Cortona, at Arezzo. But we have generally to clip our vows a little when we come to fulfil them, and so it befell that when my blessed springtime arrived, I had to begin as resignedly as possible, yet with comparative meagreness, at Assisi. I suppose enjoyment would have a simple zest which it often lacks if we always did things at the moment we want to, for it's mostly when we can't that we're thoroughly sure we would, and we can answer too little for moods in the future conditional. Winter, at least, seemed to me to have put something into these seats of antiquity that the May sun had more or less melted away, a desirable strength of tone, a depth upon depth of queerness and quaintness. Assisi had been in the January twilight, after my mere snatch at Narni, a vignette out of some brown old missal. But you have to be a fearless explorer now to find of a fine spring day any such cluster of curious objects as doesn't seem made to match before anything else Mr. Baedeker's polyglot estimate of its chief recommendations. This great man was at Assisi in force, and a brand new inn for his accommodation had just been opened, cheek by jowl with the church of St. Francis. I don't know that even the dire discomfort of this harbourage makes it seem less impertinent, but I confess I sought its protection, and the great view seemed hardly less beautiful from my window than from the gallery of the convent. This view embraces the whole wide reach of Umbria, which becomes, as twilight deepens, a purple counterfeit of the misty sea. The visitor's first errand is with the church, and it's fair furthermore to admit that when he has crossed the threshold, the position and quality of his hotel cease for a time to be matters of moment. The twofold Temple of St. Francis is one of the very sacred places of Italy, and it will be hard to breathe anywhere an air more heavy with holiness. Such seems especially the case if you happen thus to have come from Rome, where everything ecclesiastical is in aspect so very much of this world, so florid, so elegant, so full of accommodations and excrescences. The mere sight here makes for authority, and they were brave builders who laid the foundation stones. The thing rises straight from a steep mountainside and plunges forward on its great substructure of arches, even as a crowned headland may frown over the main. Before it stretches a long grassy piazza, at the end of which you look up at a small grey street, to see it first climb a little way up the rest of the hill, and then pause and leave a broad green slope, crested high in the air with the ruined castle. When I say before it, I mean before the upper church, for by way of doing something supremely handsome and impressive, the sturdy architects of the 13th century piled temple upon temple, and bequeathed a double version of their idea. One may imagine them to have intended perhaps an architectural image of the relation between heart and head. Entering the lower church at the bottom of the great flight of steps which leads from the upper door, you seem to push at least into the very heart of Catholicism. For the first minutes after leaving the clearer gloom, you catch nothing but a vista of low black columns closed by the great fantastic cage surrounding the altar, which is thus placed, by your impression, in a sort of gorgeous cavern. Gradually you distinguish details, become accustomed to the penetrating chill, and even manage to make out a few frescoes. But the general effect remains splendidly sombre and subterranean. The vaulted roof is very low, and the pillars dwarfish, though immense in girth, as befits pillars supporting substantially a cathedral. The tone of the place is a triumph of mystery, the richest harmony of lurking shadows and dusky corners, all relieved by scattered images and scintillations. There was little light but what came through the windows of the choir, over which the red curtains had been dropped and were beginning to glow with the downward sun. The choir was guarded by a screen, behind which a dozen venerable voices droned vespers, but over the top of the screen came the heavy radiance and played among the ornaments of the high fence around the shrine, casting the shadow of the whole elaborate mass forward into the obscured nave. The darkness of vaults and side chapels is overwrought with vague frescoes, most of them by Giotto and his school, out of which confused richness the terribly distinct little faces characteristic of these artists stare at you with a solemn formalism. Some are faded and injured, many so ill-lighted and ill-placed that you can only glance at them with decent conjecture. The great group, however, 4 paintings by Giotto on the ceiling above the altar, may be examined with some success. Like everything of that grim and beautiful master, they deserve examination, but with the effect ever of carrying one's appreciation in and in, as it were, rather than carrying it out and out, off and off, as happens to us with those artists who have been helped by the process of evolution to grow wings. This one, going in for emphasis at any price, stamps hard, as who should say, on the very spot of his idea, thanks to which fact he has a concentration that has never been surpassed. He was, in other words, in proportion to his means, a genius supremely expressive. He makes the very shade of an intended meaning or a represented attitude so unmistakable that his figures affect us at moments as creatures all too suddenly, too alarmingly, too menacingly met. Meagre, primitive, undeveloped, he yet is immeasurably strong. He even suggests that if he had lived the due span of years later, Michelangelo might have found a rival. Not that he is given, however, to complicated postures or superhuman flights. The something strange that troubles and haunts us in his work springs rather from a kind of fierce familiarity. It is part of the wealth of the lower church that it contains an admirable primitive fresco by an artist of genius rarely encountered, Pietro Cavallini, pupil of Giotto. This represents the Crucifixion, the 3 crosses rising into a sky spotted with the winged heads of angels, while a dense crowd presses below. You will nowhere see anything more direfully lugubrious, or more approaching for direct force, though not, of course, for amplitude of style, Tintoretto's great renderings of the scene in Venice. The abject anguish of the crucified and the straddling authority and brutality of the mounted guards in the foreground are contrasted in a fashion worthy of a great dramatist. But the most poignant touch is the tragic grimaces of the little angelic heads that fall like hailstones through the dark air. It is genuine, realistic weeping, the act of irrepressible crying that the painter has depicted, and the effect is pitiful at the same time as grotesque. There are many more frescoes besides. All the chapels on one side are lined with them, but these are chiefly interesting in their general impressiveness, as they people the dim recesses with startling presences, with apparitions out of scale. Before leaving the place, I lingered long near the door, for I was sure I shouldn't soon again enjoy such a feast of scenic composition. The opposite end glowed with subdued colour. The middle portion was vague and thick and brown, with 2 or 3 scattered worshippers looming through the obscurity, while all the way down the polished pavement, its uneven slabs glittering dimly in the obstructed light, was of the very essence of expensive picture. It is certainly desirable, if one takes the lower church of St. Francis to represent the human heart, that one should find a few bright places there. But if the general effect is a brightness terrorized and smothered, is the symbol less valid? For the contracted, prejudiced, passionate heart, let it stand. One thing, at all events, we can say, that we should rejoice to boast as capacious, symmetrical, and well-ordered a head as the upper sanctuary. Thanks to these merits, in spite of a brave array of Giotesque work, which has the advantage of being easily seen, it lacks the great character of its counterpart. The frescoes, which are admirable, represent certain leading events in the life of St. Francis, and suddenly remind you, by one of those anomalies that are half the secret of the consummate mise-en-scène of Catholicism, that the apostle of beggary, the saint whose only tenement in life was the ragged robe which barely covered him, is the hero of this massive structure. Church upon church, nothing less will adequately shroud his consecrated clay. The great reality of Giotto's designs adds to the helpless wonderment with which we feel the passionate pluck of the hero, the sense of being separated from it by an impassable gulf, the reflection on all that has come and gone to make morality at that vertiginous pitch impossible. There are no such high places of humility left to climb to. An observant friend who has lived long in Italy lately declared to me, however, that she detested the name of this moralist, deeming him chief propagator of the Italian vice most trying to the would-be lover of the people, the want of personal self-respect. There is a solidarity in the use of soap, and every cringing beggar, idler, liar and pilferer flourished for her under the shadow of the great Franciscan indifference to it. She was possibly right. At Rome, at Naples, I might have admitted she was right. But at Assisi, face to face with Giotto's vivid chronicle, we admire too much in its main subject the exquisite play of that subject's genius. We don't remit to him, and this for very envy, a single throb of his consciousness. It took in that human, that divine embrace, everything but soap. I should find it hard to give an orderly account of my next adventures or impressions at Assisi, which couldn't well be anything more than mere romantic flânerie. One can easily plead as the final result of a meditation at the shrine of St. Francis of great and even an amused charity. This state of mind led me slowly up and down for a couple of hours through the steep little streets, and at last stretched itself on the grass with me in the shadow of the great ruined castle that decorates so grandly the eminence above the town. I remember edging along the sunless side of the small mouldy houses and pausing very often to look at nothing in particular. It was all very hot, very hushed, very resignedly, but very persistently old. A wheeled vehicle in such a place is an event, and the forestiero's interrogative tread in the blank, sonorous lanes has the privilege of bringing the inhabitants to their doorways. Some of the better houses, however, achieve a sombre stillness that protests against the least curiosity as to what may happen in any such century as this. You wonder as you pass what lingering old world social types vegetate there. But you won't find out, albeit that in one very silent little street I had a glimpse of an open door which I have not forgotten. A long-haired pedlar, who must have been a Jew, and who yet carried without prejudice a burden of mass books and rosaries, was offering his wares to a stout old priest. The priest had opened the door rather stingily and appeared half-heartedly to dismiss him. But the pedlar held up something I couldn't see. The priest wavered with a timorous concession to profane curiosity, and then furtively pulled the agent of sophistication, or whatever it might be, into the house. I should have liked to enter with that worthy. I saw later some gentlemen of Assisi who also seemed bored enough to have found entertainment in his trade. They were at the door of the cafe on the piazza, and were so thankful to me for asking them the way to the cathedral that, answering all in chorus, they lighted up with smiles as sympathetic as if I had done them a favour. Of that type were my mild, my delicate adventures. The piazza has a fine old portico of an ancient temple of Minerva, 6 fluted columns and a pediment of beautiful proportions, but sadly battered and decayed. Goethe, I believe, found it much more interesting than the mighty medieval church, and Goethe, as a cicerone, doubtless would have persuaded me that it was so. But in the humble society of Murray, we shall most of us find a richer sense in the later monument. I found quaint old meanings enough in the dark yellow facade of the small cathedral as I sat on a stone bench by the oblong green stretch before it. This is a pleasing piece of Italian Gothic, and, like several of its companions at Assisi, has an elegant wheel window and a number of grotesque little carvings of creatures, human and bestial. If, with Goethe, I were to balance anything against the attractions of the double church, I should choose the ruined castle on the hill above the town. I had been having glimpses of it all the afternoon at the end of steep street vistas, and promising myself half an hour beside its grey walls at sunset. The sun was very late setting, and my half hour became a long lounge in the lee of an abutment which arrested the gentle uproar of the wind. The castle is a splendid piece of ruin, perched on the summit of the mountain to whose slope Assisi clings, and dropping a pair of stony arms to enclose the little town in its embrace. The city wall, in other words, straggles up the steep green hill and meets the crumbling skeleton of the fortress. On the side off from the town, the mountain plunges into a deep ravine, the opposite face of which is formed by the powerful undraped shoulder of Monte Subasio, a fierce reflector of the sun. Gorge and mountain are wild enough, but their frown expires in the teeming softness of the great Vale of Umbria. To lie aloft there on the grass, with silver-grey ramparts at one's back and the warm rushing wind in one's ears, and watch the beautiful plain mellow into the tones of twilight, was as exquisite a form of repose as ever fell to a tired tourist's lot. End of section 24. Section 25 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. A Chain of Cities, Part 2. Perugia too has an ancient stronghold, which one must speak of in earnest, as that unconscious humorist, the classic American traveller, is supposed invariably to speak of the Colosseum. It will be a very handsome building when it is finished. Even Perugia is going the way of all Italy, straightening out her streets, preparing her ruins, laying her venerable ghosts. The castle has been completely remis à neuf. A Massachusetts schoolhouse couldn't cultivate a smarter ideal. There are shops in the basement and fresh putty on all the windows, so that the only thing proper to a castle it has kept is its magnificent position and range, which you may enjoy from the broad platform where the Perugini assemble at eventide. Perugia is chiefly known to fame as the city of Raphael's master, but it has a still higher claim to renown, and ought to figure in the gazetteer of fond memory as the little city of the infinite view. The small, dusky, crooked place, tries by 100 prompt pretensions, immediate contortions, rich mantling flushes and other ingenuities to waylay your attention and keep it at home. But your consciousness, alert and uneasy from the first moment, is all abroad, even when your back is turned to the vast alternative, or when 50 house walls conceal it, and you are forever rushing up by-streets and peeping round corners in the hope of another glimpse or reach of it. As it stretches away before you in that eminent indifference to limits, which is at the same time, at every step, an eminent homage to style, it is altogether too free and fair for compasses and terms. You can only say, and rest upon it, that you prefer it to any other visible fruit of position or claimed empire of the eye that you are anywhere likely to enjoy. For it is such a wondrous mixture of blooming plain and gleaming river and wavily multitudinous mountain vaguely dotted with pale grey cities, that placed as you are, roughly speaking, in the centre of Italy, you all but span the divine peninsula from sea to sea. Up the long vista of the Tiber you look almost to Rome, past Assisi, Spello, Foligno, Spoleto, all perched on their respective heights and shining through the violet haze. To the north, to the east, to the west, you see 100 variations of the prospect, of which I have kept no record. 2 notes only I have made, one, though who hasn't made it over and over again, on the exquisite elegance of mountain forms in this endless play of the excrescence, it being exactly as if there were variations of sex in the upheaved mass, with the effect here mainly of contour and curve and complexion determined in the feminine sense. It further came home to me that the command of such an outlook on the world goes far, surely, to give authority and centrality and experience, those of the great seats of dominion, even to so scant a cluster of attesting objects as here. It must deepen the civic consciousness and take off the edge of ennui. It performs this kindly office at any rate for the traveller who may overstay his curiosity as to Perugino and the Etruscan relics. It continually solicits his wonder and praise. It reinforces the historic page. I spent a week in the place, and when it was gone, I had had enough of Perugino, but I hadn't had enough of the view. I should perhaps do the reader a service by telling him just how a week at Perugia may be spent. His first care must be to ignore the very dream of haste, walking everywhere very slowly and very much at random, and to impute an esoteric sense to almost anything his eye may happen to encounter. Almost everything, in fact, lends itself to the historic, the romantic, the aesthetic fallacy. Almost everything has an antique queerness and richness that ekes out the reduced state, that of a grim and battered old adventuress, the heroine of many shames and scandals, surviving to an extraordinary age and a considerable penury, but with ancient gifts of princes and other forms of the wages of sin to show, and the most beautiful garden of all the world to sit and doze and count her beads in and remember. He must hang a great deal about the huge Palazzo Pubblico, which indeed is very well worth any acquaintance you may scrape with it. It masses itself gloomily above the narrow street to an immense elevation, and leads the eye along a cliff-like surface of rugged wall, mottled with old scars and new repairs, to the loggia dizzily perched on its cornice. He must repeat his visit to the Etruscan gate, by whose immemorial composition he must indeed linger long to resolve it back into the elements originally attending it. He must uncap to the irrevocable, the inimitable style of the statue of Pope Julius III before the cathedral, remembering that Hawthorne fabled his Miriam In an era of romance from which we are well nigh as far today as from the building of the Etruscan gates, to have given rendezvous to Kenyon at its base. The material is of vivid green bronze, and the mantle and tiara are covered with a delicate embroidery worthy of a silversmith. Then our leisurely friend must bestow on Perugino's frescoes in the Exchange, and on his pictures in the University, all the placid contemplation they deserve. He must go to the theatre every evening in an orchestra chair at 22 soldi, enjoy the curious didacticism of amore senza stima, severità e debolezza, la società equivoca, and other popular specimens of contemporaneous Italian comedy, unless indeed the last named be not the edifying title applied for peninsular use to the demi-monde of the younger Dumas. I shall be very much surprised if at the end of a week of this varied entertainment he hasn't learnt how to live not exactly in, but with Perugia. His strolls would abound in small accidents and mercies of vision, but of which a dozen pencil strokes would be a better memento than this poor word sketching. From the hill on which the town is planted radiate a dozen ravines, down whose sides the houses slide and scramble, with an alarming indifference to the cohesion of their little rugged blocks of flinty red stone. You ramble really nowhither without emerging on some small court or terrace that throws your view across a gulf of tangled gardens or vineyards, and over to a cluster of serried black dwellings, which have to hollow in their backs to keep their balance on the opposite ledge. On archways and staircases and dark alleys that bore through the density of massive basements, and curve and climb and plunge as they go, or to the truest medieval tune, you may feast your fill. These are the local, the architectural, the compositional commonplaces. Some of the little streets and out-of-the-way corners are so rugged and brown and silent that you may imagine them passages long since hewn by the pickaxe in a deserted stone quarry. The battered black houses of a colour of buried things buried, that is, in accumulations of time, closer packed even as such are than spadefuls of earth, resemble exposed sections of natural rock. None the less so when, beyond some narrow gap, you catch the blue and silver of the sublime circle of landscape. But I oughtn't to talk of mouldy alleys, or yet of azure distances, as if they formed the main appeal to taste in this accomplished little city. In the Sala del Cambio, where in ancient days the money changers rattled their embossed coin and figured up their profits, you may enjoy one of the serenest aesthetic pleasures that the golden age of art anywhere offers us. Bank parlours, I believe, are always handsomely appointed, but are even those of Mrs. Rothschild such models of mural bravery as this little counting-house of a bygone fashion? The bravery is Perugino's own, for, invited clearly to do his best, he left it as a lesson to the ages, covering the 4 low walls and the vault with scriptural and mythological figures of extraordinary beauty. They are ranged in artless attitudes round the upper half of the room, the sibyls, the prophets, the philosophers, the Greek and Roman heroes, looking down with broad, serene faces, with small, mild eyes and sweet mouths that commit them to nothing in particular, unless to being comfortably and charmingly alive at these incongruous proceedings of a board of brokers. Had finance a very high tone in those days, or were genius and faith then simply as frequent as capital and enterprise are among ourselves? The great distinction of the Sala del Cambio is that it has a friendly yes for both these questions. There was a rigid transactional probity, it seems to say. There was also a high tide of inspiration. About the artist himself, many things come up for us, more than I can attempt in their order, for he was not, I think, to an attentive observer, the mere smooth and entire and devout spirit we at first are inclined to take him for. He has that about him which leads us to wonder if he may not, after all, play a proper part enough here as the patron of the money changers. He is the delight of a million of young ladies, but who knows whether we shouldn't find in his works, might we go into them a little, a trifle more of manner than of conviction, and of system than of deep sincerity? This, I allow, would put no great affront on them, but one speculates thus partly but because it's a pleasure to hang about him on any pretext, and partly because his immediate effect is to make us quite inordinately embrace the pretext of his lovely soul. His portrait, painted on the wall of the Sala, you may see it also in Rome and Florence, might at any rate serve for the likeness of Mr. Worldly Wiseman in Bunyan's allegory. He was fond of his glass, I believe, and he made his art lucrative. This tradition is not refuted by his preserved face, and after some experience, or rather after a good deal, since you can't have a little of Perugino, who abounds wherever old masters congregate, so that one has constantly the sense of being in for all there is, you may find an echo of it in the uniform type of his creatures, their monotonous grace, their prodigious invariability. He may very well have wanted to produce figures of a substantial, and yet at the same time of an impeccable innocence, but we feel that he had taught himself how, even beyond his own belief in them, and had arrived at a process that acted at last mechanically. I confess at the same time that, so interpreted, the painter affects me as hardly less interesting, and one can't but become conscious of one's style when one's style has become, as it were, so conscious of one's, or at least of its own, fortune. If he was the inventor of a remarkably calculable facture, a calculation that never fails is in its way a grace of the first order, and there are things in this special appearance of perfection of practice that make him the forerunner of a mighty and more modern race. More than any of the early painters who strongly charm, you may take all his measure from a single specimen. The other samples infallibly match, reproduce unerringly the one type he had mastered, but which had the good fortune to be adorably fair, to seem to have dawned on a vision unsullied by the shadows of earth, which truth, moreover, leaves Perugino all delightful as composer and draftsman. He has in each of these characters a sort of spacious neatness which suggests that the whole conception has been washed clean by some spiritual chemistry the last thing before reaching the canvas, after which it has been applied to that surface with a rare economy of time and means. Giotto and Fra Angelico beside him are full of interesting waste and irrelevant passion. In the sacristy of the charming Church of San Pietro, a museum of pictures and carvings, is a row of small heads of saints formerly covering the frame of the artist's Ascension, carried off by the French. It is almost miniature work, and here at least Perugino triumphs in sincerity, in apparent candour as well as in touch. Two of the holy men are reading their breviaries, but with an air of infantine innocence, quite consistent with her holding the book upside down. Between Perugia and Cortona lies the large weedy water of Lake Trasimene, turned into a witching word forever by Hannibal's recorded victory over Rome. Dim as such records have become to us, and remote such realities, he is yet a passionless pilgrim who doesn't, as he passes of a heavy summer's day, feel the air and the light and the very faintness of the breeze, all charged and haunted with them, all interfused as with the wasted ache of experience and with the vague historic gaze. Processions of indistinguishable ghosts bore me company to Cortona itself, most sturdily ancient of Italian towns. It must have been a seat of ancient knowledge even when Hannibal and Flaminius came to the shock of battle, and have looked down afar from its grey ramparts on the contending swarm with something of the philosophic composure suitable to a survivor of Pelasgic and Etruscan revolutions. These grey ramparts are in great part still visible and form the chief attraction of Cortona. It is perched on the very pinnacle of a mountain, and I wound and doubled interminably over the face of the great hill, while the jumbled roofs and towers of the arrogant little city still seemed nearer to the sky than to the railway station. Rather rough, Murray pronounces the local inn, and rough indeed it was. There was scarce a square foot of it that you would have cared to stroke with your hand. The landlord himself, however, was all smoothness and the best fellow in the world. He took me up into a rickety old lodger on the tip-top of his establishment and played showman as to half the kingdoms of the earth. I was free to decide at the same time whether my loss or my gain was the greater for seeing Cortona through the medium of a festa. On the one hand, the museum was closed, and in a certain sense, the smaller and obscurer the town, the more I liked the museum. The churches, an interesting note of manners and morals, were impenetrably crowded, though for that matter so was the cafe, where I found neither an empty stool nor the edge of a table. I missed a sight of the famous painted Muse, the art treasure of Cortona, and supposedly the most precious, as it falls little short of being the only sample of the Greek painted picture that has come down to us. On the other hand, I saw, but this is what I saw. A part of the mountain top is occupied by the church of St. Margaret, and this was St. Margaret's Day. The houses pause round about it and leave a grassy slope, planted here and there with lean black cypresses. The contadini from near and far had congregated in force and were crowding into the church or winding up the slope. When I arrived, they were all kneeling or uncovered, a bedizened procession with banners and censers bearing abroad, I believe, the relics of the saint was re-entering the church. The scene made one of those pictures that Italy still brushes in for you with an incomparable hand and from an inexhaustible palette when you find her in the mood. The day was superb. The sky blazed overhead like a vault of deepest sapphire. The grave brown peasantry, with no great accent of costume, but with sundry small ones, decked, that is, in cheap fineries of scarlet and yellow, made a mass of motley colour in the high wind-stirred light. The procession halted in the pious hush, and the lovely land around and beneath us melted away almost to wide the sea in tones of azure scarcely less intense than the sky. Behind the church was an empty, crumbling citadel, with a half-dozen old women keeping the gate for coppers. Here were views and breezes and sun and shade and grassy corners to the heart's content, together with one couldn't say what huge, seated, mystic, melancholy presence, the aftertaste of everything that the still open Maw of time had consumed. I chose a spot that fairly combined all these advantages, a spot from which I seemed to look, as who should say, straight down the throat of the monster. No dark passage now, with all the glorious day playing into it, and to spend a good part of my stay at Cortona lying there at my length and observing the situation over the top of a volume that I must have brought in my pocket just for that especial wanton luxury of the resource provided and slighted. In the afternoon I came down and hustled a while through the crowded little streets, and then strolled forth under the scorching sun and made the outer circuit of the wall. There I found tremendous uncemented blocks. They glared and twinkled in the powerful light, and I had to put on a blue eyeglass in order to throw into its proper perspective the vague Etruscan past, obtruded and magnified in such masses, quite as with the effect of inadequately withdrawn hands and feet in photographs. I spent the next day at Arezzo, but I confess in very much the same uninvestigating fashion, taking in the general impression, I dare say, at every pore, but rather systematically leaving the dust of the ages unfingered on the stored records. I should doubtless in the poor time at my command have fingered it to so little purpose. The seeker for the story of things has, moreover, if he be worth his salt, 100 insidious arts, and in that case, indeed, by which I mean when his sensibility has come duly to adjust itself, the story assaults him but from too many sides. He even feels at moments that he must sneak along on tiptoe in order not to have too much of it. Besides which, the case all depends on the kind of use, the range of application, his tangled consciousness or his intelligible genius, say, may come to recognise for it. At Arezzo, however this might be, one was far from Rome, one was well within genial Tuscany, and the historic, the romantic decoction seemed to reach one's lips in less stiff doses. There at once was the general impression, the exquisite sense of the scarce expressible Tuscan quality, which makes immediately for the whole pitch of one's perception a grateful and not at all strenuous difference, attaches to almost any coherent group of objects, to any happy aspect of the scene, for a main note, for mild recall, through pleasant friendly colour, through settled ample form, through something homely and economic too, at the very heart of style, of an identity of temperament and habit with those of the divine little Florence that one originally knew. Adorable Italy, in which, for the constant renewal of interest, of attention, of affection, these refinements of variety, these so harmoniously grouped and individually seasoned fruits of the great garden of history, keep presenting themselves. It seemed to fall in with the cheerful Tuscan mildness, for instance, sticking as I do to that ineffectual expression of the Tuscan charm, of the yellow-brown Tuscan dignity at large, that the ruined castle on the hill, with which agreeable feature Arezzo is no less furnished than Assisi and Cortona, had been converted into a great blooming, and I hope all profitable, podere or market garden. I lounged away the half hours there under a spell as potent as the wildest forecast of propriety to all the particular conditions could have figured it. I had seen Santa Maria della Pieve and its campanile of quaint colonnades, the stately dusky cathedral, grass-plotted and residenced about almost after the fashion of an English close, and John of Pisa's elaborate marble shrine. I had seen the museum and its Etruscan vases and majolica platters. These were all very well, but the old pacified citadel somehow, through a day of soft saturation, placed me most in relation. Beautiful hills surrounded it. Cypresses cast straight shadows at its corners, while in the middle grew a wondrous Italian tangle of wheat and corn, vines and figs, peaches and cabbages, memories and images, anything and everything. 1873. End of section 25. Section 26 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Siena, early and late. 1. Florence being oppressively hot and delivered over to the mosquitoes, the occasion seemed to favour that visit to Siena, which I had more than once planned and missed. I arrived late in the evening by the light of a magnificent moon, and while a couple of benignantly mumbling old crones were making up my bed at the inn, strolled forth in quest of a first impression. 5 minutes brought me to where I might gather it unhindered as it bloomed in the white moonshine. The great piazza of Siena is famous, and though in this day of multiplied photographs and blunted surprises and profaned revelations, none of the world's wonders can pretend, like Wordsworth's Phantom of Delight, really to startle and waylay. Yet as I stepped upon the waiting scene from under a dark archway, I was conscious of no loss of the edge of a precious presented sensibility. The waiting scene, as I have called it, was in the shape of a shallow horseshoe, as the untravelled reader, who has turned over his travelled friends' portfolios, will respectfully remember. Or better, of a bow in which the high, wide face of the Palazzo Pubblico forms the chord, and everything else the arc. It was void of any human presence that could figure to me the current year, so that, the moonshine assisting, I had half an hour's infinite vision of medieval Italy. The piazza being built on the side of a hill, or rather, as I believe science affirms, in the cup of a volcanic crater, the vast pavement converges downwards in slanting radiations of stone, the spokes of a great wheel, to a point directly before the palazzo, which may mark the hub, though it is nothing more ornamental than the mouth of a drain. The great monument stands on the lower side, and might seem, in spite of its goodly mass and its embattled cornice, to be rather defiantly out-countenanced by vast private constructions occupying the opposite eminence. This might be without the extraordinary dignity of the architectural gesture with which the huge, high-shouldered pile asserts itself on the firm edge of the palace, from bracketed base to grey-capped summit against the sky, where grows a tall, slim tower, which soars and soars till it has given notice of the city's greatness over the blue mountains that mark the horizon. It rises as slender and straight as a pennant lance planted on the steel-shod toe of a mounted knight, and keeps all to itself in the blue air, far above the changing fashions of the market, the proud consciousness, or rare arrogance, once built into it. This beautiful tower, the finest thing in Siena, and in its rigid fashion, as permanently fine thus as a really handsome nose on the face of no matter what accumulated age, figures there still as a declaration of independence, beside which such an affair as ours, thrown off at Philadelphia, appears to have scarce done more than helplessly give way to time. Our independence has become a dependence on 1,000 such dreadful things as the incorrupt declaration of Siena strikes us as looking for ever straight over the level of. As it stood silvered by the moonlight while my greeting lasted, it seemed to speak, all as from soul to soul, very much indeed as some ancient worthy of a lower order, buttonholing one on the coveted chance and at the quiet hour, might have done of a state of things long and vulgarly superseded, but to the pride and power, the once prodigious vitality of which, who could expect any one effect to testify more incomparably, more indestructibly, quite, as it were, more immortally? The gigantic houses enclosing the rest of the piazza took up the tale and mingled with it their burden. We are very old and a trifle weary, but we were built strong and piled high, and we shall last for many an age. The present is cold and heedless, but we keep ourselves in heart by brooding over our store of memories and traditions. We are haunted houses in every creaking timber and aching stone. Such were the gossiping connections I established with Siena before I went to bed. Since that night I've had a week's daylight knowledge of the surface of the subject at least, and don't know how I can better present it than simply as another and vivider page of the lesson that the ever-hungry artist has only to trust old Italy for her to feed him at every single step from her hand. And if not with one sort of sweetly stale grain from that wondrous mill of history which during so many ages ground finer than any other on earth, why then always with something else. Siena has at any rate preserved appearances, kept the greatest number of them, that is, unaltered for the eye, about as consistently as one can imagine the thing done. Other places perhaps may treat you to as drowsy an odour of antiquity, but few exhale it from so large an area. Lying massed within her walls on a dozen clustered hilltops, she shows you at every turn in how much greater a way she once lived. And if so much of the grand manner is extinct, the receptacle of the ashes still solidly rounds itself. This heavy general stress of all her emphasis on the past is what she constantly keeps in your eyes and your ears, and if you be but a casual observer and admirer, the generalised response is mainly what you give her. The casual observer, however beguiled, is mostly not very learned, not over-equipped in advance with data. He hasn't specialised. His notions unnecessarily vague. The chords of his imagination, for all his goodwill, are inevitably muffled and weak. But such as it is, his received, his welcome impression serves his turn, so far as the life of sensibility goes, and reminds him from time to time that even the lore of German doctors is but the shadow of satisfied curiosity. I have been living at the inn, walking about the streets, sitting in the piazza. These are the simple terms of my experience, but streets and inns in Italy are the vehicles of half one's knowledge. If one has no fancy for their lessons, one may burn one's notebook. In Siena, everything is Sienese. The inn has an English sign over the door, a little battered plate with a rusty representation of the lion and the unicorn, but advance hopefully into the mouldy stone alley which serves as vestibule, and you will find local colour enough. The landlord, I was told, had been servant in an English family, and I was curious to see how he met the probable argument of the casual Anglo-Saxon after the latter's first 12 hours in his establishment. As he failed to appear, I asked the waiter if he weren't at home. "Oh," said the latter, "he's a piccolo grasso vecchiotto who doesn't like to move." I'm afraid this little fat old man has simply a bad conscience. It's no small burden for one who likes the Italians, as who doesn't, under this restriction, to have so much indifference even to rudimentary purifying processes to dispose of. What is the real philosophy of dirty habits? And are foul surfaces merely superficial? If unclean manners have in truth the moral meaning which I suspect in them, we must love Italy better than consistency. This a number of us are prepared to do, but while we are making the sacrifice, it is as well we should be aware. We may plead, moreover, for these impecunious heirs of the past, that even if it were easy to be clean in the midst of their mouldering heritage, it would be difficult to appear so. At the risk of seeming to flaunt the silly superstition of restless renovation for the sake of renovation, which is but the challenge of the infinitely precious principle of duration, one is still moved to say that the prime result of one's contemplative strolls in the dusky alleys of such a place is an ineffable sense of disrepair. Everything is cracking, peeling, fading, crumbling, rotting. No young Sienese eyes rest upon anything youthful. They open into a world battered and befouled with long use. Everything has passed its meridian, except the brilliant facade of the cathedral, which has been diligently retouched and restored, and a few private palaces whose broad fronts seem to have been lately furbished and polished. Siena was long ago mellowed to the pictorial tone. The operation of time is now to deposit shabbiness upon shabbiness. But it's for the most part a patient, sturdy, sympathetic shabbiness, which soothes rather than irritates the nerves, and has in many cases doubtless as long a career to run as most of our pert and shallow freshnesses. It projects at all events a deeper shadow into the constant twilight of the narrow streets, that vague historic dusk, as I may call it, in which one walks and wonders. These streets are hardly more than sinuous flagged alleys, into which the huge black houses, between their almost meeting cornices, suffer a meagre light to filter down over a rough-hewn stone, past windows often of graceful Gothic form, and great pendant iron rings and twisted sockets for torches. Scattered over their many-headed hill, they suffer the roadway often to incline to the perpendicular, becoming so impracticable for vehicles that the sound of wheels is only a trifle less anomalous than it would be in Venice. But all day long there comes up to my window an incessant shuffling of feet and clangor of voices. The weather is very warm for the season. All the world is out of doors, and the Tuscan tongue, which in Siena is reputed to have a classic purity, wags in every imaginable key. It doesn't rest even at night, and I am often an uninvited guest at concerts and conversazioni at 2 o'clock in the morning. The concerts are sometimes charming. I not only don't curse my wakefulness, but go to my window to listen. 3 men come carolling by, trolling and quavering with voices of delightful sweetness, or a lonely troubadour in his shirt sleeves draws such artful love notes from his clear, fresh tenor that I seem for the moment to be behind the scenes at the opera, watching some Rubini or Mario go on, and waiting for the round of applause. In the intervals, a couple of friends, or enemies, stop. Italians always make their points in conversation by pulling up, letting you walk on a few paces to turn and find them standing with finger on nose and engaging your interrogative eye. They pause by happy instinct directly under my window and dispute their point or tell their story or make their confidence. One scarce is sure which it may be. Everything has such an explosive promptness, such a redundancy of inflection and action. But everything, for that matter, takes on such dramatic life as our lame colloquies never know, so that almost any uttered communications here become an acted play, improvised, mimicked, proportioned and rounded, carried bravely to its denouement. The speaker seems actually to establish his stage and face his footlights, to create by a gesture a little scenic circumscription about him. He rushes to and fro and shouts and stamps and postures. He ranges through every phase of his inspiration. I noted the other evening a striking instance of the spontaneity of the Italian gesture in the person of a small Sienese of I hardly know what exact age, the age of inarticulate sounds and the experimental use of a spoon. It was a Sunday evening, and this little man had accompanied his parents to the cafe. The Cafe Greco at Siena is a most delightful institution. You get a capital demi-tasse for 3 sous and an excellent ice for 8, and while you consume these easy luxuries, you may buy from a little hunchback the local weekly periodical, the Vita Nuova, for 3 centimes. The 2 centimes left from your sou, if you are under the spell of this magical frugality, will do to give the waiter. My young friend was sitting on his father's knee and helping himself to the half of a strawberry ice with which his mamma had presented him. He had so many misadventures with his spoon that this lady at length confiscated it, there being nothing left of the ice but a little crimson liquid which he might dispose of by the common instinct of childhood. But he was no friend, it appeared, to such freedoms. He was a perfect little gentleman, and he resented it being expected of him that he should drink down his remnant. He protested, therefore, and it was the manner of his protest that struck me. He didn't cry audibly, though he made a very wry face. It was no stupid squall, and yet he was too young to speak. It was a penetrating concord of inarticulately pleading, accusing sounds, accompanied by gestures of the most exquisite propriety. These were perfectly mature. He did everything that a man of 40 would have done if he'd been pouring out a flood of sonorous eloquence. He shrugged his shoulders and wrinkled his eyebrows, tossed out his hands and folded his arms, obtruded his chin and bobbed about his head, and at last, I'm happy to say, recovered his spoon. If I had had a solid little silver one, I would have presented it to him as a testimonial to a perfect, though as yet unconscious, artist. My actual tribute to him, however, has diverted me from what I had in mind, a much weightier matter. The great private palaces, which are the massive, majestic syllables, sentences, periods of the strange message the place addresses to us. They are extraordinarily spacious and numerous, and one wonders what part they can play in the meagre economy of the actual city. The Siena of today is a mere shrunken semblance of the rabid little republic which in the 13th century waged triumphant war with Florence, cultivated the arts with splendour, planned a cathedral, though it had ultimately to curtail the design of proportions almost unequalled, and contained a population of 200,000 souls. Many of these dusky piles still bear the names of the old medieval magnates, the vague, mild occupancy of whose descendants has the effect of armour of proof worn over pot hats and tweed jackets and trousers. Half a dozen of them are as high as the Strozzi and Riccardi palaces in Florence. They couldn't well be higher. The very essence of the romantic and the scenic is in the way these colossal dwellings are packed together in their steep streets, in the depths of their little enclosed, agglomerated city. When we in our day and country raise a structure of half the mass and dignity, we leave a great space about it, in the manner of a pause after a showy speech. But when a Sienese countess, as things are here, is doing her hair near the window, she is a wonderfully near neighbour to the cavalier opposite, who is being shaved by his valet. Possibly the countess doesn't object to a certain chosen publicity at her toilette. What does an Italian gentleman assure me but that the aristocracy make very free with each other? Some of the palaces are shown, but only when the occupants are at home, and now they are in villeggiatura. The villeggiatura lasts 8 months of the year, the waiter at the inn informs me, and they spend little more than the carnival in the city. The gossip of an inn waiter ought perhaps to be beneath the dignity of even such thin history as this, but I confess that when, as a story-seeker always and ever, I've come in from my strolls with an irritated sense of the dumbness of stones and mortar, it has been to listen with avidity over my dinner to the proffered confidences of the worthy man who stands by with a napkin. His talk is really very fine, and he prides himself greatly on his cultivated tone, to which he calls my attention. He has very little good to say about the Sienese nobility. They are proprio d'origine egoista, whatever that may be, and there are many who can't write their names. This may be calumny, but I doubt whether the most blameless of them all could have spoken more delicately of a lady of a peculiar personal appearance who had been dining near me. "She's too fat," I grossly said on her leaving the room. The waiter shook his head with a little sniff. "È troppo materiale." This lady and her companion were the party whom, thinking I might relish a little company, I had been dining alone for a week, he gleefully announced to me as newly arrived Americans. They were Americans, I found, who wore pinned to their heads in permanence the black lace veil or mantilla, conveyed their beans to their mouth with a knife, and spoke a strange, raucous Spanish. They were, in fine, compatriots from Montevideo. The genius of old Siena, however, would make little of any stress of such distinctions. One representative of a far-off social platitude being about as much in order as another as he stands before the great loggia of the Casino dei Nobili, the club of the best society. The nobility, which is very numerous and very rich, is still, says the apparently competent native I began by quoting, perfectly feudal and uplifted and separate. Morally and intellectually, behind the walls of its palaces, the 14th century, it's thrilling to think, hasn't ceased to hang on. There is no bourgeoisie to speak of. Immediately after the aristocracy come the poor people, who are very poor indeed. My friend's account of these matters made me wish more than ever, as a lover of the preserved social specimen, of type at almost any price, that one weren't a helpless victim of the historic sense, reduced simply to staring at black stones and peeping up stately staircases, and that when one had examined the street face of the palace, Murray in hand, One might walk up to the great drawing-room, make one's bow to the master and mistress, the old abbé and the young count, and invite them to favour one with a sketch of their social philosophy or a few first-hand family anecdotes. The dusky labyrinth of the streets we must, in default of such initiations, content ourselves with noting, is interrupted by two great candid spaces, the fan-shaped piazza, of which I just now said a word, and the smaller square in which the cathedral erects its walls of many-coloured marble. Of course, since paying the great piazza my compliments by moonlight, I have strolled through it often at sunnier and shadier hours. The market is held there, and wherever Italians buy and sell, wherever they count and chaffer, as indeed you hear them do right and left, at almost any moment, as you take away among them, the pulse of life beats fast. It has been doing so on the spot just named, I suppose, for the last 500 years. And during that time the cost of eggs and earthen pots has been gradually but inexorably increasing. The buyers, nevertheless, wrestle over their purchases as lustily as so many 14th century burghers suddenly waking up in horror to current prices. You have but to walk aside, however, into the Palazzo Pubblico, really, to feel yourself a thrifty old medievalist. The state affairs of the Republic were formerly transacted here, but now it gives shelter to modern law courts and other prosy business. I was marched through a number of vaulted halls and chambers, which, in the intervals of the administrative sessions held in them, are peopled only by the great mouldering archaic frescoes. Anything but inanimate, these, even in their present ruin, that cover the walls and ceiling. The chief painters of the Sienese school lent a hand in producing the works I name, and you may complete there the connoisseurship in which possibly you will have embarked at the Academy. I say possibly to be very judicial, my own observation having led me no great length. I have, rather than otherwise, cherished the thought that the Sienese school suffers one's eagerness peacefully to slumber, benignantly abstains, in fact, from whipping up a languid curiosity and a tepid faith. A formidable rival to the Florentine, says some book, I forget which, into which I recently glanced. Not a bit of it, thereupon boldly say I. The Florentines may rest on their laurels, and the lounger on his lounge. The early painters of the two groups have indeed much in common, but the Florentines had the good fortune to see their efforts gathered up and applied by a few preeminent spirits, such as never came to the rescue of the groping Sienese. Fra Angelico and Ghirlandaio said all their feebler confrères dreamt of, and a great deal more beside, but the inspiration of Simone Memmi and Ambrogio Lorenzetti and Sonno di Pietro has a painful air of never efflorescing into a maximum. Sodoma and Beccafumi are, to my taste, a rather abortive maximum. But one should speak of them all gently, and I do, from my soul, for their labour by their lights has wrought a precious heritage of still living colour and rich figured peopled shadow for the echoing chambers of their old civic fortress. The faded frescoes cover the walls like quaintly storied tapestries. In one way or another they cast their spell. If one owes a large debt of pleasure to pictorial art, one comes to think tenderly and easily of its whole evolution, as of the conscious experience of a single mysterious striving spirit, and one shrinks from saying rude things about any particular phase of it, just as one would from referring without precautions to some error or lapse in the life of a person one esteemed. You don't care to remind a grizzled veteran of his defeats. And why should we linger in Siena to talk about Beccafumi? I by no means go so far as to say, with an amateur with whom I have just been discussing the matter, that Sodoma is a precious poor painter and Beccafumi no painter at all, but opportunity being limited, I'm willing to let the remark about Beccafumi pass for true. With regard to Sodoma, I remember seeing 4 years ago in the choir of the Cathedral of Pisa a certain small dusky specimen of the painter, an Abraham and Isaac, if I'm not mistaken, which was charged with a gloomy grace. One rarely meets him in general collections, and I had never done so till the other day. He was not prolific, apparently. He had, however, his own elegance, and his rarity is a part of it. End of section 26. Section 27 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Siena Early and Late, Part 2. Here in Siena are a couple of dozen scattered frescoes and 3 or 4 canvases, Sodoma's masterpiece among others, An Harmonious Descent from the Cross. I wouldn't give a fig for the equilibrium of the figures or the ladders, but while it lasts, the scene is all intensely solemn and graceful and sweet, too sweet for so bitter a subject. Sodoma's women are strangely sweet, an imaginative sense of morbid, appealing attitude, as notably in the sentimental or pathetic, but the none the less pleasant, swooning of St. Catherine, the great Sienese heroine at San Domenico, seems to me the author's finest accomplishment. His frescoes have all the same almost appealing evasion of difficulty and a kind of mild melancholy, which I'm inclined to think the sincerest part of them, for it strikes me as practically the artist's depressed suspicion of his own want of force. Once he determined, however, that if he couldn't be strong, he would make capital of his weakness, and painted the Christ bound to the column of the Academy. Here he got much nearer, and I have no doubt mixed his colours with his tears. But the result can't be better described than by saying that it is pictorially the first of the modern Christs. Unfortunately, it hasn't been the last. The main strength of Sienese art went possibly into the erection of the cathedral, and even here the strength is not of the greatest strain. If, however, there are more interesting temples in Italy, there are few more richly and variously scenic and splendid, the comparative meagreness of the architectural idea being overlaid by a marvellous wealth of ingenious detail. Opposite the church, with the dull old Archbishop's palace on one side and a dismantled residence of the late Grand Duke of Tuscany on the other, is an ancient hospital with a big stone bench running all along its front. Here I have sat a while every morning for a week, like a philosophic convalescent, watching the florid facade of the cathedral glitter against the deep blue sky. It has been lavishly restored of late years, and the fresh white marble of the densely clustered pinnacles and statues and beasts and flowers flashes in the sunshine like a mosaic of jewels. There is more of this goldsmith's work in stone than I can remember or describe. It is piled up over 3 great doors with immense margins of exquisite decorative sculpture, still in the ancient cream-coloured marble, and beneath 3 sharp pediments embossed with images relieved against red marble and tipped with golden mosaics. It is in the highest degree fantastic and luxuriant. It is on the whole very lovely. As a triumph of the many-hued, it prepares you for the interior, where the same parti-coloured splendour is endlessly at play, a confident complication of harmonies and contrasts, and of the minor structural refinements and braveries. The internal surface is mainly wrought in alternate courses of black and white marble, but as the latter has been dimmed by the centuries to a fine mild brown, the place is all a concert of relieved and dispersed glooms. Save for Pinturicchio's brilliant frescoes in the sacristy, there are no pictures to speak of, but the pavement is covered with many elaborate designs in black and white mosaic after cartoons by Beccafumi. The patient skill of these compositions makes them a rare piece of decoration. Yet even here the friend whom I lately quoted rejects this over-ripe fruit of the Sienese school. The designs are nonsensical, he declares, and all his admiration is for the cunning artisans who have imitated the hatchings and shadings and hair strokes of the pencil by the finest curves of inserted black stone. But the true romance of handiwork at Siena is to be seen in the wondrous stalls of the choir, under the coloured light of the great wheel window. Wood carving has ever been a cherished craft of the place, and the best masters of the art during the 15th century lavished themselves on this prodigious task. It is the frost work on one's window panes interpreted in polished oak. It would be hard to find doubtless a more moving illustration of the peculiar patience, the sacred candour of the great time. Into such artistry as this, the author seems to put more of his personal substance than into any other. He has to wrestle not only with his subject, but with his material. He is richly fortunate when his subject is charming, when his devices, inventions and fantasies spring lightly to his hand, for in the material itself, after age and use have ripened and polished and darkened it to the richness of ebony and to a greater warmth, there is something surpassingly delectable and venerable. Wander behind the altar at Siena when the chanting is over and the incense is faded, and look well at the stalls of the Barilli. 1873. 2. I leave the impression noted in the foregoing pages to tell its own small story, but have it on my conscience to wonder in this connection, quite candidly and publicly and by way of due penance, at the scantness of such first fruits of my sensibility. I was to see Siena repeatedly in the years to follow. I was to know her better, and I would say that I was to do her an ampler justice. Didn't that remark seem to reflect a little on my earlier poor judgment? This judgment strikes me today as having fallen short. True as it may be that I find ever a value, or at least an interest, even in the moods and humours and lapses of any brooding, musing, or fantasticating observer, to whom the finer sense of things is, on the whole, not closed. If he has, on a given occasion, nodded, or stumbled or strayed, this fact by itself speaks to me of him, speaks to me, that is, of his faculty and his idiosyncrasies, and I care nothing for the application of his faculty unless it be first of all in itself interesting, which may serve as my reply to any objection here breaking out, on the ground that if a spectator's languors are evidence of a sort about that personage, they scarce evidence about the case before him, at least if the case be important. I let my perhaps rather weak expression of the sense of Siena stand, at any rate for the sake of what I myself read into it, but I should like to amplify it by other memories and would do so eagerly if I might here enjoy the space. The difficulty for these rectifications is that if the early vision has failed of competence or of full felicity, if initiation has thus been slow, so with renewals and extensions, so with the larger experiences, one hindrance is exchanged for another. There is quite such a possibility as having lived into a relation too much to be able to make a statement of it. I remember on one occasion arriving very late of a summer night after an almost unbroken run from London, and the note of that approach, I was the only person alighting at the station below the great hill of the little fortress city, under whose at once frowning and gaping gate I must have passed in the warm darkness and the absolute stillness, very much after the felt fashion of a person of importance about to be enormously incarcerated, gives me, for preservation thus belated, the pitch, as I may call it, at various times, though always at one season, of an almost systematized aesthetic use of the place. It wasn't to be denied that the immensely better accommodations instituted by the multiplying, though alas more bustling, years had to be recognised as supplying a basis, comparatively prosaic, if one would, to that luxury. No sooner have I written which words, however, than I find myself adding that one wouldn't, that one doesn't, that is, consent now, to regard the then new hotel, pretty old indeed by this time, as anything but an aid to a free play of perception. The strong and rank old Arme d'Inghilterra in the darker street has passed away, but its ancient rival, the Aquila Nera, put forth claims to modernisation, and the Grand Hotel, the still fresher flower of modernity, near the gate by which you enter from the station, takes on to my present remembrance a mellowness as of all sorts of comfort, cleanliness and kindness. The particular facts, those of the visit I began here by alluding to, and those of still others, at all events, inveterately made in June or early in July, enter together in a fusion as of hot golden brown objects seen through the practicable crevices of shutters drawn upon high, cool, darkened rooms, where the scheme of the scene involved longish days of quiet work, with late afternoon emergence and contemplation, waiting on the better or the worse conscience. I thus associate the compact world of the admirable hilltop, the world of a predominant golden brown, with a general invocation of sensibility and fancy, and think of myself as going forth into the lingering light of summer evenings, all attuned to intensity of the idea of composition or beauty, or in other words, freely speaking, to the question of colour, to intensity of picture. To communicate with Siena in this charming way was thus, I admit, to have no great margin for the prosecution of inquiries, but I'm not sure that it wasn't, little by little, to feel the whole combination of elements better than by an exemplary method, and this from beginning to end of the scale. More of the elements, indeed, for memory hang about the days that were ushered in by that straight flight from the north than about any other series, if partly, doubtless, but because of my having then stayed longest. I specify it, at all events, for fond reminiscence, as the year, the only year, at which I was present at the Palio, the earlier one, the series of furious horse races between elected representatives of different quarters of the town taking place toward the end of June, as the second and still more characteristic exhibition of the same sort is appointed to the month of August. a spectacle that I am far from speaking of as the finest flower of my old, and perhaps even a little faded, cluster of impressions, but which smudges that special sojourn as with the big thumb mark of a slightly soiled and decidedly ensanguined hand. For really, after all, the great, loud, gaudy romp or heated frolic, simulating ferocity, if not achieving it, that is the annual pride of the town, was not intrinsically, to my view, extraordinarily impressive, in spite of its bristling with all due testimony to the passionate Italian clutch of any pretext for costume and attitude and utterance, for mumming and masquerading and raucously representing. The vast, cheap vividness rather somehow refines itself, and the swarm and hubbub of the immense square melt to the uplifted sense of a very high-placed balcony of the overhanging Chigi Palace, where everything was superseded but the intenser passages across the ages of the great Renaissance tradition of architecture and the infinite sweetness of the waning golden day. The Palio indubitably was criard, and the more so for quite monopolising at Siena the note of crudity, and much of it demanded doubtless of one's patience a due respect for the long local continuity of such things. It drops into its humid position, however, in any retrospective command of the many brave aspects of the religious place. Not that I am pretending here, even for rectification, to take these at all in turn. I only go on a little with my rueful glance at the marked gaps left in my original report of sympathies entertained. I bow my head, for instance, to the mystery of my not having mentioned that the coolest and freshest flower of the day was ever that of one's constant renewal of a charmed homage to Pinturicchio, coolest and freshest and signally youngest and most matutinal, as distinguished from merely primitive or crepuscular, of painters in the library or sacristy of the cathedral. Did I always find time before work to spend half an hour of immersion under that splendid roof, in the clearest and tenderest, the very cleanest and straightest, as it masters our envious credulity, of all storied fresco worlds? This wondrous apartment, a monument in itself to the ancient pride and power of the Church, and which contains an unsurpassed treasure of gloriously illuminated missals, psalters, and other vast parchment folios, almost each of whose successive leaves gives the impression of rubies, sapphires, and emeralds set in gold and practically embedded in the page, offers thus to view, after a fashion splendidly sustained, a pictorial record of the career of Pope Pius II, Aeneas Sylvius of the Siena Piccolomini, who gave him for an immediate successor a second of their name, most profanely literary of pontiffs, and last of the would-be crusaders, whose adventures and achievements under Pinturicchio's brush smoothed themselves out for us very much to the tune of the, quote, stories, unquote, told by some fine old man of the world at the restful end of his life to the cluster of his grandchildren. The end of Aeneas Sylvius was not restful. He died at Ancona in troublous times, preaching war and attempting to make it against the then terrific Turk, but over no great worldly personal legend among those men of arduous affairs arches a fairer, lighter, or more pacific memorial vault than the shining Libreria of Siena. I seem to remember having it and its unfrequented enclosing precinct so often all to myself that I must indeed mostly have resorted to it for a prompt benediction on the day. Like no other strong solicitation among artistic appeals to which one may compare it up and down the whole wonderful country, is the felt neighbouring presence of the overwrought cathedral in its little, proud, possessive town. You may so often feel by the week at a time that it stands there really for your own personal enjoyment, your romantic convenience, your small, wanton, aesthetic use. In such a light shines for me, at all events, under such an accumulation and complication of tone, flushes and darkens and richly recedes for me across the years, the treasure house of many-coloured marbles in the untrodden, the drowsy, empty Siena Square. One could positively do, in the free exercise of any responsible fancy or luxurious taste, what one would with it. But that proposition holds true, after all, for almost any mild pastime of the incurable student of loose meanings and stray relics and odd references and dim analogies in an Italian hill city bronzed and seasoned by the ages. I ought perhaps, for justification of the right to talk, to have plunged into the Siena archives, of which on one occasion a kindly custodian gave me, in rather dusty and stuffy conditions, as the incident vaguely comes back to me, a glimpse that was like a moment's stand at the mouth of a deep, dark mine. I didn't descend into the pit. I did, instead of this, a much idler and easier thing. I simply went every afternoon, my stint of work over, I like to recall, for a musing stroll upon the Lizza. The Lizza, which had its own unpretentious but quite insidious art of meeting the lover of old stories halfway. The great and subtle thing, if you are not a strenuous specialist in places of heavily charged historic consciousness, is to profit by the sense of that consciousness, or in other words, to cultivate a relation with the oracle after the fashion that suits yourself, so that if the general aftertaste of experience at large, the fine distilled essence of the matter, seems to breathe in such a case from the very stones, and to make a thick, strong liquor of the very air, you may thus gather as you pass what is most to your purpose, which is more the indestructible mixture of lived things, with its concentrated, lingering odour, than any interminable list of numbered chapters and verses. Chapters and verses, literally scanned, refuse coincidence mostly with the divisional properties of your own pile of manuscript, which is but another way of saying, in short, that if the Lizza is a mere fortified promontory of the great Sienese hill, serving at once as a stronghold for the present military garrison and as a planted and benched and band-standard walk and recreation ground for the citizens, so I could never, toward close of day, either have enough of it, or yet feel the vaguest saunterings there to be vain. They were vague, with the qualification always of that finer massing, as one wanders off, of the bronzed and seasoned element, the huge rock pedestal, the bravery of walls and gates and towers and palaces and loudly asserted dominion, and then of that pervaded or mildly infested air in which one feels the experience of the ages, of which I just spoke, to be exquisitely in solution, and lastly of the wide, strange, sad, beautiful horizon, a rim of far mountains that always pictured, for the leaner on old, rubbed and smoothed parapets at the sunset hour, a country not exactly blighted or deserted, but that had had its life on an immense scale, and had gone with all its memories and relics into rather austere, in fact into almost grim and misanthropic retirement. This was a manner and a mood, at any rate, in all the land, that favoured in the late afternoons the divinest landscape blues and purples. Not to speak of its favouring still more my practical contention that the whole guarded headland in question, with the immense ramparts of golden brown and red that dropped into vineyards and orchards and cornfields, and all the rustic elegance of the Tuscan Podera, was knitting for me a chain of unforgettable hours, to the justice of which claim let these divagations testify. It wasn't, however, that one mightn't, without disloyalty to that scheme of profit, seek impressions further afield, though indeed I may best say of such a matter as the long pilgrimage to the pictured convent of Monte Oliveto that it but played on the same fine chords as the overhanging, the far-gazing Lizza. What it came to was that one simply put to the friendly test, as it were, the mood and manner of the country. This remembrance is precious, but the demonstration of that sense, as of a great heaving region stilled by some final shock and returning thoughtfully, in fact tragically, on itself, couldn't have been more pointed. The long-drawn rural road I refer to, stretching over hill and dale, and to which I devoted the whole of the longest day of the year, I was in a small single-horse conveyance, of which I had already made appreciative use, and with a driver as disposed as myself ever to sacrifice speed to contemplation, is doubtless familiar now with the rush of the motor car, the thought of whose free dealings with the solitude of Monte Oliveto makes me a little ruefully reconsider, I confess, the spirit in which I have elsewhere in these pages, on behalf of the lust, the landscape lust of the eyes, acknowledged our general increasing debt to that vehicle. For that we met nothing whatever, as I seem at this distance of time to recall, while we gently trotted and trotted through the splendid summer hours, and a dry desolation that yet somehow smiled and smiled, was part of the charm and the intimacy of the whole impression, the impression that culminated at last before the great cloistered square, lonely, bleak and stricken, in an almost aching vision, more frequent in the Italy of today than anywhere in the world, of the uncalculated waste of a myriad forms of piety, forces of labour, beautiful fruits of genius. However, one gaped above all things for the impression, and what one mainly asked was that it should be strong of its kind. That was the case, I think I could but feel, at every moment of the couple of hours I spent in the vast, cold, empty shell, out of which the Benedictine Brotherhood, sheltered there for ages, had lately been turned by the strong arm of the secular state. There was but one good brother left, a very lean and tough survivor, a dusky, elderly, friendly Abate of an indescribable type and a perfect manner, of whom I think I felt immediately thereafter that I should have liked to say much, but as to whom I must have yielded to the fact that ingenious and vivid commemoration was even then in store for him. Literary portraiture had marked him for its own, and in the short story of Un Saint, one of the most finished of contemporary French nouvelles, the art and the sympathy of Monsieur Paul Bourget preserve his interesting image. He figures in the beautiful tale, the Abate of a desolate cloister, and of those comparatively quiet years, as a clean, clear type of sainthood,
a circumstance this in itself, to cause a fond analyst of other than Latin race, model and painter in this case, having their Latinism so strongly in common, almost endlessly to meditate. Oh, the unutterable differences in any scheme or estimate of physiognomic values, in any range of sensibility to expressional association among observers of different, of inevitably more or less opposed, traditional and, quote, racial, unquote, points of view. One has heard convinced Latins, or at least I had, speak of situations of trust and intimacy in which they couldn't have endured near them a Protestant, or, as who should say, for instance, an Anglo-Saxon. But I was to remember my own private attempt to measure such a change of sensibility as might have permitted the prolonged, close approach of the dear, dingy, half-starved, very possibly all heroic, and quite ideally urbane Abate. The depth upon depth of things, the cloud upon cloud of associations on one side and the other that would have had to change first. To which I may add, nevertheless, that since one ever supremely invoked intensity of impression and abundance of character, I feasted my fill of it at Monte Oliveto, and for that matter this would have constituted my sole refreshment in the vast icy void of the blighted refectory if I hadn't bethought myself of bringing with me a scrap of food, too scantily apportioned, I recollect, very scantly indeed, since my cocchiere was to share with me by my purveyor at Siena. Our tragic, even if so tenderly tragic, entertainer had nothing to give us, but the immemorial cold of the enormous monastic interior in which we smilingly fasted would doubtless not have had for me without that such a wealth of reference. I was to have, quote, liked, unquote, the whole adventure, so I must somehow have liked that. By which remark I am recalled to the special treasure of the deserted temple, those extraordinarily strong and brave frescoes of Luca Signorelli and Sodoma that adorn in admirable condition several stretches of cloister wall. These creations, in a manner, took care of themselves, aided by the blue of the sky above the cloister court. They glowed, they insistently lived. I remember the frigid prowl through all the rest of the bareness, including that of the big dishonoured church, and that even of the Abate's abysmally resigned testimony to his mere human and personal situation. And then such a force of contrast and effect of relief, the great sheltered sun flares and colour patches of scenic composition and design, where a couple of hands centuries ago turned to dust had so wrought the defiant miracle of life and beauty that the effect is of a garden blooming among ruins, discredited somehow, since they all would that destroys themselves the ancient piety, the general spirit and intention, but still bright and assured and sublime, practically enviably immortal. The other, the still subtler, the all-aesthetic good faith. 1909, end of section 27. Section 28 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. The autumn in Florence. Florence too has its season, not less than Rome, and I have been rejoicing for the past 6 weeks in the fact that this comparatively crowded parenthesis hasn't yet been opened. Coming here in the first days of October,
I found the summer still in almost unmenaced possession, and ever since, till within a day or two, the weight of its hand has been sensible. Properly enough, as the city of flowers, Florence mingles the elements most artfully in the spring, during the divine crescendo of March and April, the weeks when 6 months of steady shiver have still not shaken New York and Boston free of the long polar reach. But the very quality of the decline of the year, as we at present here feel it, suits peculiarly the mood in which an undiscourageable gatherer of the sense of things, or taster at least of a charm, moves through these many memoried streets and galleries and churches. Old things, old places, old people, or at least old races, ever strike us as giving out their secrets most freely in such moist, grey, melancholy days as have formed the complexion of the past fortnight. With Christmas arrives the opera, the only opera worth speaking of, which indeed often means in Florence the only opera worth talking through. The gaiety, the gossip, the reminders, in fine, of the cosmopolite and watering-place character to which the city of the Medici long ago began to bend her antique temper. Meanwhile, it is pleasant enough for the tasters of charm, as I say, and for the makers of invidious distinctions, that the Americans haven't all arrived, however many may be on their way, and that the weather has a monotonous, overcast softness in which apparently aimless contemplation grows less and less ashamed. There is no crush along the Cascine, as on the sunny days of winter, and the Arno, wandering away towards the mountains in the haze, seems as shy of being looked at as a good picture in a bad light. No light, to my eyes, nevertheless, could be better than this, which reaches us, all strained and filtered and refined, exquisitely coloured, and even a bit conspicuously sophisticated, through the heavy air of the past that hangs about the place forever. I first knew Florence early enough, I'm happy to say, to have heard the change for the worse, the taint of the modern order, bitterly lamented by old haunters, admirers, lovers, those qualified to present a picture of the conditions prevailing under the good old Grand Dukes, the two last of their line in especial, that for its blessed reflection of sweetness and mildness and cheapness and ease, of every immediate boon in life to be enjoyed quite for nothing, could but draw tears from belated listeners. Some of these survivors from the golden age, just the beauty of which indeed was in the gold of sorts that it poured into your lap, and not in the least in its own importunity on that head, have needfully lingered on, have seen the ancient walls pulled down and the compact and belted mass of which the Piazza della Signoria was the immemorial centre expand, under the treatment of enterprising syndics, into an ungirdled organism of the type, as they viciously say, of Chicago. One of those places of which, as their grace of circumference is nowhere, the dignity of the centre can no longer be predicated. Florence loses itself today in dusty boulevards and smart beaux quartiers, such as Napoleon III and Baron Haussmann were to set the fashion of to a too medieval Europe, with the effect of some precious page of antique text swallowed up in a marginal commentary that smacks of the style of the newspaper. So much for what has happened on this side of that line of demarcation, which by an odd law makes us, with our preference for what we are pleased to call the picturesque, object to such occurrences even as occurrences. The real truth is that objections are too vain, and that he would be too rude a critic here just now who shouldn't be in the humour to take the thick with the thin, and to try at least to read something of the old soul into the new forms. There is something to be said, moreover, for your liking a city, once it's a question of your actively circulating, to pretend to comfort you more by its extent than by its limits, in addition to which Florence was in her palmy days, peculiarly a daughter of change and movement and variety, of shifting moods, policies and regime, just as the Florentine character as we have it today is a character that takes all things easily for having seen so many come and go. It saw the national capital a few years since arrive and sit down by the Arno, and took no further thought than sufficed for the day. Then it saw the odd visitor depart, and whistled her cheerfully on her way to Rome. The new boulevards of the Sindaco Peruzzi come, it may be said, but they don't go, which, after all, it isn't from the aesthetic point of view strictly necessary they should. A part of the essential amiability of Florence, of her genius for making you take to your favour on easy terms everything that in any way belongs to her, is that she has already flung an element of her grace over all their undried mortar and plaster. Such modern arrangements as the Piazza d'Azeglio and the Viale or Avenue of the Princess Margaret please not a little, I think, for what they are, and do so even in a degree by some fine local privilege, just because they are Florentine. The afternoon lights rest on them as if to thank them for not being worse, and their vistas are liberal where they look toward the hills. They carry you close to these admirable elevations which hang over Florence on all sides, and if in the foreground your sense is a trifle perplexed by the white pavements, dotted here and there with a policeman or a nursemaid, you have only to reach beyond and see Fiesole turn to violet on its ample eminence from the effect of the opposite sunset. Facing again then to Florence proper, you have local colour enough and to spare, which you enjoy the more doubtless from standing off to get your light and your point of view. The elder streets, abutting on all this newness, bore away into the heart of the city in narrow, dusky perspectives that quite refine in certain places, by an art of their own, on the romantic appeal. There are temporal and other accidents, thanks to which, as you pause to look down them and to penetrate the deepening shadows that accompany their retreat, they resemble little corridors leading out from the past, mystical, like the ladder in Jacob's dream, so that when you see a single figure advance and draw nearer, you are half afraid to wait till it arrives. It must be too much of the nature of a ghost, a messenger from an underworld. However this may be, a place paved with such great mosaics of slabs and lined with palaces of so massive a tradition, structures which, in their large dependence on pure proportion for interest and beauty, reproduce more than other modern styles the simple nobleness of Greek architecture, must ever have placed dignity first in the scale of invoked effect, and laid up no great treasure of that ragged picturesqueness, the picturesqueness of large poverty, on which we feast our idle eyes at Rome and Naples, except in the unfinished fronts of the churches, which, however unfortunately, are mere ugly blankness, one finds less of the poetry of ancient overuse, or in other words, less romantic southern shabbiness than in most Italian cities. At 2 or 3 points, nonetheless, this sinister grace exists in perfection, just such perfection as so often proves what is literally hideous may be constructively delightful, and what is intrinsically tragic play on the finest chords of appreciation. On the north side of the Arno, between Ponte Vecchio and Ponte Santa Trinita, is a row of immemorial houses that back onto the river, in whose yellow flood they bathe their sore old feet. Anything more battered and befouled, more cracked and disjointed, dirtier, drearier, poorer, it would be impossible to conceive. They look as if 50 years ago the liquid mud had risen over their chimneys and then subsided again and left them coated forever with its unsightly slime. And yet, forsooth, because the river is yellow and the light is yellow, and here and there elsewhere some mellow mouldering surface, some hint of colour, some accident of atmosphere takes up the foolish tale and repeats the note, because, in short, it is Florence, it is Italy, and the fond appraiser the infatuated alien may have had in his eyes at birth and afterwards the micaceous sparkle of brownstone fronts, no more interesting than so much sandpaper, these miserable dwellings, instead of suggesting mental invocations to an enterprising Board of Health, simply create their own standard of felicity and shamelessly live in it. Lately, during the misty autumn nights, the moon has shone on them faintly and refined their shabbiness away into something ineffably strange and special. The turbid stream sweeps along without a sound, and the pale tenements hang above it like a vague miasmic exhalation. The dimmest back scene at the opera, where a tenor is singing his sweetest, seems hardly to belong to a world more detached from responsibility. What it is that infuses so rich an interest into the general charm is difficult to say in a few words. Yet as we wander hither and thither in quest of sacred canvas and immortal bronze and stone, we still feel the genius of the place hang about. Two industrious English ladies, the Mrs. Horner, have lately published a couple of volumes of Walks by the Arno side, and their work is a long enumeration of great artistic deeds. These things remain for the most part in sound preservation, and as the weeks go by and you spend a constant portion of your day among them, the sense of one of the happiest periods of human taste, to put it only at that, settles upon your spirit. It was not long. It lasted in its splendour for less than a century, but it has stored away in the palaces and churches of Florence a heritage of beauty that these 3 enjoying centuries since haven't yet exhausted. This forms a clear intellectual atmosphere into which you may turn aside from the modern world and fill your lungs as with the breath of a forgotten creed. The memorials of the past here address us, moreover, with a friendliness, win us by we scarcely know what sociability, what equal amenity, that we scarce find matched in other great aesthetically endowed communities and periods. Venice, with her old palaces cracking under the weight of their treasures, is in her influence insupportably sad. Athens, with her maimed marbles and dishonoured memories, transmutes the consciousness of the sensitive observers, I am told, into a chronic heartache. But in one's impression of old Florence, the abiding felicity, the sense of saving sanity, of something sound and human predominates, offering you a medium still conceivable for life. The reason of this is partly, no doubt, the sympathetic nature, the temperate joy of Florentine art in general. Putting the sole Dante, greatest of literary artists, aside, partly the tenderness of time in its lapse, which, save in a few cases, has been as sparing of injury as if it knew that when it should have dimmed and corroded these charming things, it would have nothing so sweet again for its tooth to feed on. If the beautiful Ghirlandaio's and Lippies are fading, this generation will never know it. The large Fra Angelico in the Academy is as clear and keen as if the good old monk stood there wiping his brushes. The colours seem to sing, as it were, like new-fledged birds in June. Nothing is more characteristic of early Etruscan art than the high reliefs of Lucca della Robbia. Yet there isn't one of them that, except for the unique mixture of freshness with its wisdom, of candour with its expertness, mightn't be modelled yesterday. But perhaps the best image of the absence of stale melancholy or wasted splendour, of the positive presence of what I have called temperate joy in the Florentine impression and genius, is the bell tower of Giotto, which rises beside the cathedral. No beholder of it will have forgotten how straight and slender it stands there, how strangely rich in the common street, plated with coloured marble patterns, and yet so far from simple or severe in design that we easily wonder how its author, the painter of exclusively and portentously grave little pictures, should have fashioned a building which, in the way of elaborate elegance, of the true play of taste, leaves a jealous modern criticism nothing to miss. Nothing can be imagined at once more lightly and more pointedly fanciful. It might have been handed over to the city as it stands by some oriental genie tired of too much detail. Yet for all that suggestion it seems of no particular time, not grey and hoary like a Gothic steeple, not cracked and spoiled like a Greek temple, its marbles shining so little less freshly than when they were laid together, and the sunset lighting up its corners with such a friendly radiance, that you come at last to regard it simply as the graceful, indestructible soul of the place made visible. The cathedral, externally for all its solemn hugeness, strikes the same note of would-be reasoned elegance and cheer. It has conventional grandeur, of course, but a grandeur so frank and genuine even in its parti pris. It has seen so much, and outlived so much, and served so many sad purposes, and yet remains in aspect so full of the fine Tuscan geniality, the feeling for life, one may almost say the feeling for amusement, that inspired it. Its vast, many-coloured marble walls become, at any rate with this, the friendliest note of all Florence. There is an unfailing charm in walking past them while they lift their great acres of geometrical mosaic higher in the air than you have time or other occasion to look. You greet them from the deep street as you greet the side of a mountain when you move in the gorge, not twisting back your head to keep looking at the top, but content with the minor accidents, the nestling hollows and soft cloud shadows, the general protection of the valley. Florence is richer in pictures than we really know till we've begun to look at them in outlying corners. Then here and there one comes upon lurking values and hidden gems that it quite seems one might, as a good New Yorker, quietly bag for the so aspiring museum of that city without their being missed. The Pitti Palace is, of course, a collection of masterpieces. They jostle each other in their splendour. They perhaps even, in their merciless multitude, rather fatigue our admiration. The Uffizi is almost as fine a show, and together with that long serpentine artery which crosses the Arno and connects them, making you ask yourself, whichever way you take it, what goal can be grand enough to crown such a journey, they form the great central treasure chamber of the town. But I have been neglecting them of late for love of the Academy, where there are fewer copyists and tourists, above all, fewer pictorial lions, those whose roar is heard from afar, and who strike us as expecting overmuch to have it their own way in the jungle. The pictures at the Academy are all rather doves. The whole impression is less pompously tropical. Selection still leaves one too much to say, but I noted here on my last occasion an enchanting Botticelli, so obscurely hung in one of the smaller rooms that I scarce knew whether most to enjoy or to resent its relegation. Placed in a mean black frame where you wouldn't have looked for a masterpiece, it yet gave out to a good glass every characteristic of one. Representing as it does the walk of Tobias with the angel, there are really parts of it that an angel might have painted, but I doubt whether it is observed by half a dozen persons a year. That was my excuse for my wanting to know on the spot, though doubtless all sophistically, what dishonour, could the transfer be artfully accomplished, a strong American light and brave gilded frame would, comparatively speaking, do it. There and then it would shine with the intense authority that we claim for the fairest things, would exhale its wondrous beauty as a sovereign example. What it comes to is that this master is the most interesting of a great band, the only Florentine save Leonardo and Michael in whom the impulse was original and the invention rare. His imagination is of things strange, subtle and complicated, things it at first strikes us that we moderns have reason to know and that it has taken us all the ages to learn, so that we permit ourselves to wonder how a primitive could come by them. We soon enough reflect, however, that we ourselves have come by them almost only through him, exquisite spirit that he was, and that when we enjoy, or at least when we encounter, in our William Morrises, in our Rossettis and Burne-Joneses, the note of the haunted or overcharged consciousness, we are but treated with other matters to repeated doses of diluted Botticelli. He practically set with his own hand almost all the copies to almost all our so-called pre-Raphaelites, earlier and later, near and remote. Let us at the same time, nonetheless, never fail of response to the great Florentine geniality at large. Fra Angelico, Filippo Lippi, Ghirlandaio were not subtly imaginative, were not even riotously so. But what other three were ever more gladly observant, more vividly and richly true? If there should be some time a weeding out of the world's possessions, the best works of the early Florentines will certainly be counted among the flowers, with the ripest performances of the Venetians, by which I don't mean the overripe. We can but take them for the most valuable things in the history of art. Heaven forbid we should be narrowed down to a cruel choice, but if it came to a question of keeping or losing between half a dozen Raphaels and half a dozen things it will be a joy to pick out at the Academy, I fear that for myself the memory of the Transfiguration, or indeed of the other Roman relics of the painter, wouldn't save the Raphaels. And yet this was so far from the opinion of a patient artist whom I saw the other day copying the finest of Ghirlandaio's, a beautiful adoration of the kings at the Hospital of the Innocenti. Here was another example of the buried art wealth of Florence. It hangs in an obscure chapel, far aloft, behind an altar, and though now and then a stray tourist wanders in and puzzles a while over the vaguely glowing forms, the picture is never really seen and enjoyed. I found an aged Frenchman of modest mien perched on a little platform beneath it, behind a great hedge of altar candlesticks, with an admirable copy all completed. The difficulties of his task had been well nigh insuperable, and his performance seemed to me a real feat of magic. He could scarcely move or turn, and could find room for his canvas but by rolling it together and painting a small piece at a time, so that he never enjoyed a view of his ensemble. The original is gorgeous with colour and bewildering with decorative detail, but not a gleam of the painter's crimson was wanting, not a curl in his gold arabesques. It seemed to me that if I had copied a Ghirlandaio in such conditions, I would at least maintain for my own credit that he was the first painter in the world. Very good of its kind, said the weary old man with a shrug of reply for my raptures. but oh, how far short of Raphael. However that may be, if the reader chances to observe this consummate copy in the so commendable museum devoted in Paris to such works, let him stop before it with a due reverence. It is one of the patient things of art. Seeing it wrought there in its dusky nook under such scant convenience, I found no bar in the painter's foreignness to a thrilled sense that the old art life of Florence isn't yet extinct. It still at least works spells and almost miracles. 1873. End of section 28. Section 29 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Florentine Notes 1. Yesterday that languid organism known as the Florentine Carnival put on a momentary semblance of vigour and decreed a general corso through the town. The spectacle was not brilliant, but it suggested some natural reflections. I encountered the line of carriages in the square before Santa Croce, of which they were making the circuit. They rolled solemnly by, with their inmates frowning forth at each other in apparent wrath at not finding each other more worthwhile. There were no masks, no costumes, no decorations, no throwing of flowers or sweetmeats. It was as if each carriageful had privately and not very heroically resolved not to be at costs, and was rather discomforted at finding that it was getting no better entertainment than it gave. The middle of the piazza was filled with little tables with shouting mountebanks, mostly disguised in battered bonnets and crinolines, offering chances and raffles for plucked fowls and kerosene lamps. I have never thought the huge marble statue of Dante, which overlooks the scene, a work of the last refinement, but as it stood there on its high pedestal, chin in hand, frowning down on all this cheap foolery, seemed to have a great moral intention. The carriages followed a prescribed course through Via Ghibellina, Via del Proconsolo, past the Badia and the Bargello, beneath the great tessellated cliffs of the cathedral, through Via Tornabuoni and out into 10 minutes' sunshine beside the Arno. Much of all this is the gravest and stateliest part of Florence, a quarter of supreme dignity, and there was an almost ludicrous incongruity in seeing Pleasure leading her train through these dusky historic streets. It was most uncomfortably cold, and in the absence of masks, many a fair nose was fantastically tipped with purple. But as the carriages swept solemnly along, they seemed to keep a funeral march, to follow an antique custom and exploded faith to its tomb. The carnival is dead, and these good people who had come abroad to make merry were funeral mutes and gravediggers. Last winter in Rome it showed but a galvanized life, yet compared with this humble exhibition it was operatic. At Rome, indeed, it was too operatic. The knights on horseback there were a bevy of circus riders, and I'm sure half the mad revellers repaired every night to the Capitol for their 12 sous a day. I have just been reading over the letters of the Président de Brosse. 100 years ago in Venice, the carnival lasted 6 months, and at Rome, for many weeks each year, one was free under cover of a mask to perpetrate the most fantastic follies and cultivate the most remunerative vices. It's very well to read the President's notes, which have indeed a singular interest, but they make us ask ourselves why we should expect the Italians to persist in manners and practices which we ourselves, if we had responsibilities in the matter, should find intolerable. The Florentines, at any rate, spend no more money nor faith on the carnivalesque, and yet this truth has a qualification. For what struck me in the whole spectacle yesterday and prompted these observations was not at all the more or less of costume of the occupants of the carriages, but the obstinate survival of the merrymaking instinct in the people at large. There could be no better example of it than that so dim a shadow of entertainment should keep all Florence standing and strolling densely packed for hours in the cold streets. There was nothing to see that mightn't be seen on the Cascine any fine day in the year, nothing but a name, a tradition, a pretext for sweet, staring idleness. The faculty of making much of common things and converting small occasions into great pleasures is, to a son of communities strenuous as ours are strenuous, the most salient characteristic of the so-called Latin civilizations. It charms him and vexes him, according to his mood, and for the most part it represents a moral gulf between his own temperamental and indeed spiritual sense of race and that of a Frenchman and Italians, far wider than the watery leagues that a steamer may annihilate. But I think his mood is wisest when he accepts the, quote, foreign, end quote, easy surrender to all the senses as the sign of an unconscious philosophy of life, instilled by the experience of centuries, the philosophy of people who have lived long and much, who have discovered no shortcuts to happiness and no effective circumvention of effort, and so have come to regard the average lot as a ponderous fact that absolutely calls for a certain amount of sitting on the lighter tray of the scales. Florence yesterday, then, took its holiday in a natural, placid fashion that seemed to make its own temper an affair quite independent of the splendour of the compensation decreed on a higher line to the weariness of its legs. That the Corso was stupid or lively was the shame or the glory of the powers above, the fates, the gods, the forestieri, the town councilmen, the rich or the stingy. Common Florence, on the narrow footways, pressed against the houses, obeyed a natural need in looking about complacently, patiently, gently, and never pushing, nor trampling, nor swearing, nor staggering. This liberal margin for festivals in Italy gives the masses a more than man-of-the-world urbanity in taking their pleasure. Meanwhile, it occurs to me that by a remote New England fireside, an unsophisticated young person of either sex is reading in an old volume of travels or an old romantic tale some account of these anniversaries and appointed revels as old Catholic lands offered them to view. Across the page swims a vision of sculptured palace fronts draped in crimson and gold and shining in a southern sun, of a motley train of maskers sweeping on in voluptuous confusion and pelting each other with nosegays and love letters. Into the quiet room, quenching the rhythm of the Connecticut clock, floats an uproar of delighted voices, a medley of stirring foreign sounds, an echo of far-heard music of a strangely alien cadence. But the dusk is falling, and the unsophisticated young person closes the book wearily and wanders to the window. The dusk is falling on the beaten snow. Down the road is a white wooden meeting house, looking grey among the drifts. The young person surveys the prospect a while, and then wanders back and stares at the fire. The Carnival of Venice, of Florence, of Rome, colour and costume, romance and rapture. The young person gazes into the firelight at the flickering chiaroscuro of the future, discerns at last the glowing phantasm of opportunity, and determines with a wild heartbeat to go and see it all 20 years hence. 2. A couple of days since, driving to Fiesole, we came back by the castle of Vinciliata. The afternoon was lovely, and though there is as yet, February the 10th, no visible revival of vegetation, the air was full of a vague vernal perfume, and the warm colours of the hills and the yellow western sunlight flooding the plain seemed to contain the promise of nature's return to grace. It's true that above the distant pale blue gorge of Vallombrosa the mountain line was tipped with snow, but the liberated soul of spring was nevertheless at large. The view from Fiesole seems vaster and richer with each visit. The hollow in which Florence lies, and which from below seems deep and contracted, opens out into an immense and generous valley, and leads away the eye into 100 gradations of distance. The place itself showed, amid its checkered fields and gardens, with as many towers and spires as a chessboard, half cleared. The domes and towers were washed over with a faint blue mist. The scattered columns of smoke, interfused with the sinking sunlight, hung over them like streamers and pennons of silver gauze. And the Arno, twisting and curling and glittering here and there, was a serpent cross-striped with silver. Vinciliata is a product of the millions, the leisure and the eccentricity, I suppose people say, of an English gentleman, Mr. Temple Leader, whose name should be commemorated. You reach the castle from Fiesole by a narrow road returning toward Florence by a romantic twist through the hills, and passing nothing on its way save thin plantations of cypress and cedar. Upward of 20 years ago, I believe, this gentleman took a fancy to the crumbling shell of a medieval fortress on a breezy hilltop overlooking the Val d'Arno, and forthwith bought it and began to, quote, restore, unquote, it. I know nothing of what the original ruin may have cost, but in the dusky courts and chambers of the present elaborate structure, this impassioned archaeologist must have buried a fortune. He has, however, the compensation of feeling that he has erected a monument which, if it is never to stand a feudal siege, may encounter at least some critical overhauling. It is a disinterested work of art, and really a triumph of aesthetic culture. The author has reproduced with minute accuracy a sturdy home fortress of the 14th century, and has kept throughout such rigid terms with his model that the result is literally uninhabitable to degenerate moderns. It is simply a massive facsimile, an elegant museum of archaic images, mainly, but most amusingly, counterfeit, perched on a spur of the Apennines. The place is most politely shown. There is a charming cloister painted with extremely clever, quote, quaint, unquote, frescoes, celebrating the deeds of the founders of the castle. A cloister that is everything delightful a cloister should be, except truly venerable and employable. There is a beautiful castle court, with an embattled tower climbing into the blue far above it, and a spacious loggia with rugged medallions and mild-hued lucca della robbias fastened unevenly into the walls. But the apartments are the great success, and each of them as good a reconstruction as a tale of Walter Scott, or, to speak frankly, a much better one. They are all low-beamed and vaulted, stone-paved, decorated in grave colours, and lighted from narrow, deeply recessed windows through small, leaden-ringed plates of opaque glass. The details are infinitely ingenious and elaborately grim, and the indoor atmosphere of medievalism most forcibly revived. No compromising fact of domiciliary darkness and cold is spared us. No producing condition of medieval manners not glanced at. There are oaken benches round the room of about 6 inches in depth, and gaunt fauteuils of wrought leather illustrating the suppressed transitions which, as George Eliot says, unite all contrasts, offering a visible link between the modern conceptions of torture and of luxury. There are fireplaces nowhere but in the kitchen, where a couple of sentry boxes are inserted on either side of the great hooded chimney-piece, into which people might creep and take their turn at being toasted and smoked. One may doubt whether this dearth of the hearthstone could have raged on such a scale, but it's a happy stroke in the representation of an Italian dwelling of any period. It shows how the graceful fiction that Italy is all meridional flourished for some time before being refuted by grumbling tourists. And yet amid this cold comfort, you feel the incongruous presence of a constant intuitive regard for beauty. The shapely spring of the vaulted ceilings, the richly figured walls, coarse and hard in substance as they are, the charming shapes of the great platisant flagons in the deep recesses of the quaintly carved black dresses, the wandering hand of ornament, as it were, playing here and there for its own diversion in unlighted corners. Such things redress to our fond credulity with all sorts of grace the balance of the picture. And yet somehow, with what dim, unillumined vision, one fancies even such inmates as those conscious of finer needs than the mere supply of blows and beef and beer would meet, passing their heavy eyes over such slender household beguilements. These crepuscular chambers of Vinciliata are a mystery and a challenge. They seem the mere propounding of an answerless riddle. You long, as you wander through them, turning up your coat collar and wondering whether ghosts can catch bronchitis, to answer it with some positive notion of what people so encaged and situated did, how they looked and talked and carried themselves, how they took their pains and pleasures, how they counted off the hours. Deadly ennui seems to ooze out of the stones and hang in clouds in the brown corners. No wonder men relished a fight and panted for a fray. Skull smashes were sweet, ears ringing with pain and ribs cracking in a tussle was soothing music compared with the cruel quietude of the dim-windowed castle. When they came back, they could only have slept a good deal and eased their dislocated bones on those meagre oaken ledges. Then they woke up and turned about to the table and ate their portion of roasted sheep. They shouted at each other across the board and flung the wooden plates at the serving men. They jostled and hustled and hooted and bragged. Then, after gorging and boozing and easing their doublets, they squared their elbows one by one on the greasy table and buried their scarred foreheads and dreamed of a good gallop after flying foes. And the women? They must have been strangely simple, simpler far than any moral archaeologist can show us in a learned restoration. Of course, their simplicity had its graces and devices, but one thinks with a sigh that, as the poor things turned away with patient looks from the viewless windows to the same looming figures on the dusky walls, they hadn't even the consolation of knowing that just this attitude and movement, set off by their peaked coifs, their falling sleeves and heavily twisted trains, would sow the seed of yearning envy of sorts on the part of later generations. There are moods in which one feels the impulse to enter a tacit protest against too gross an appetite for pure aesthetics in this starving and sinning world. One turns half away musingly from certain beautiful, useless things. But the healthier state of mind, surely, is to lay no tax on any really intelligent manifestation of the curious and exquisite. Intelligence hangs together, essentially, all along the line. It only needs time to make, as we say, its connections. The massive pastiche of Vinciliata has no superficial use, but even if it were less complete, less successful, less brilliant, I should feel a reflective kindness for it. So disinterested and expensive a toy is its own justification. It belongs to the heroics of dilettantism. End of section 29. Section 30 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Florentine Notes, Part 2. 3. One grows to feel the collection of pictures at the Pitti Palace splendid rather than interesting. After walking through it once or twice, you catch the key in which it is pitched. You know what you are likely not to find on closer examination. None of the works of the uncompromising period, nothing from the half-groping geniuses of the early time, those whose colouring was sometimes harsh and their outlines sometimes angular. Vague to me the principle on which the pictures were originally gathered, and of the aesthetic creed of the princes who chiefly selected them. A princely creed, I should roughly call it, the creed of people who believed in things presenting a fine face to society, who esteemed showy results rather than curious processes, and would hardly have cared more to admit into their collection a work by one of the laborious precursors of the full efflorescence than to see a bucket and broom left standing in a state saloon. The gallery contains, in literal fact, some 8 or 10 paintings of the early Tuscan school, notably 2 admirable specimens of Filippo Lippi and one of the frequent circular pictures of the great Botticelli, a Madonna chilled with tragic prescience, laying a pale cheek against that of a blighted infant. Such a melancholy mother as this of Botticelli would have strangled her baby in its cradle to rescue it from the future. But of Botticelli there is much to say. One of the Filippo Lippis is perhaps his masterpiece, a Madonna in a small rose garden, such a flowery close as Mr. William Morris loves to haunt, leaning over an infant who kicks his little human heels on the grass, while half a dozen curly-pated angels gather about him, looking back over their shoulders with the candour of children in tableaux vivants, and one of them drops an armful of gathered roses one by one upon the baby. The delightful earthly innocence of these winged youngsters is quite inexpressible. Their heads are twisted about toward the spectator as if they were playing at leapfrog and were expecting a companion to come and take a jump. Never did young art, never did subjective freshness attempt with greater success to represent those phases. But these 3 fine works are hung over the tops of doors in a dark back room. the bucket and broom are thrust behind a curtain. It seems to me, nevertheless, that a fine Filippo Lippi is good enough company for a Nelore or a Cigoli, and that the too deeply sentient Virgin of Botticelli might happily balance the flower-like irresponsibility of Raphael's Madonna of the Chair. Taking the Pitti collection, however, simply for what it pretends to be, it gives us the very flower of the sumptuous, the courtly, the grand ducal. It is chiefly official art, as one may say, but it presents the fine side of the type, the brilliancy, the facility, the amplitude, the sovereignty of good taste. I agree on the whole with the nameless companion, and with what he lately remarked about his own humour on these matters, that, having been on his first acquaintance with pictures nothing if not critical, and held the lesson incomplete and the opportunity slighted if he left a gallery without a headache, he had come as he grew older to regard them more as the grandest of all pleasantries, less as the most strenuous of all lessons, and to remind himself that after all it is the privilege of art to make us friendly to the human mind and not to make us suspicious of it. We do, in fact, as we grow older, unstring the critical bow a little and strike a truce with invidious comparisons. We work off the juvenile impulse to heated partisanship and discover that one spontaneous producer isn't different enough from another to keep the all-knowing fates from smiling over our loves and our aversions. We perceive a certain human solidarity in all cultivated effort, and are conscious of a growing accommodation of judgment, an easier disposition, the fruit of experience, to take the joke for what it is worth as it passes. We have, in short, less of a quarrel with the masters we don't delight in, and less of an impulse to pin all our faith on those in whom, in our more zealous days, we fancied that we had made our peculiar meanings. The meanings no longer seem quite so peculiar. Since then we have arrived at a few in the depths of our own genius that are not sensibly less striking. And yet it must be added that all this depends vastly on one's mood, as a traveller's impressions do generally, to a degree which those who give them to the world would do well more explicitly to declare. We have our hours of expansion and those of contraction, and yet while we follow the traveller's trade, we go about gazing and judging with unadjusted confidence. We can't suspend judgment. We must take our notes, and the notes are florid or crabbed, as the case may be. A short time ago I spent a week in an ancient city on a hilltop in the humour, for which I was not to blame, which produces crabbed notes. I knew it at the time, but couldn't help it. I went through all the motions of liberal appreciation. I uncapped in all the churches and on the massive ramparts, stared all the views fairly out of countenance. But my imagination, which I suppose at bottom had very good reasons of its own, and knew perfectly what it was about, refused to project into the dark old town and upon the yellow hills that sympathetic glow which forms half the substance of our genial impressions. So it is that in museums and palaces we are alternate radicals and conservatives. On some days we ask but to be somewhat sensibly affected, on others, Ruskin-haunted, to be spiritually steadied. After a long absence from the Pitti Palace, I went back there the other morning and transferred myself from chair to chair in the great golden-roofed saloons. The chairs are all gilded and covered with faded silk, in the humour to be diverted at any price. I needn't mention the things that diverted me,
I yawn now when I think of some of them. But an artist, for instance, to whom my kindlier judgment has made permanent concessions, is that charming Andrea del Sarto. When I first knew him in my cold youth, I used to say without mincing that I didn't like him. Cet âge est sans pitié. The fine, sympathetic, melancholy, pleasing painter. He has a dozen faults, and if you insist pedantically on your rights, the conclusive word you use about him will be the word weak. But if you are a generous soul, you will utter it low. Low as the mild, grave tone of his own sought harmonies. He is monotonous, narrow, incomplete. He has but a dozen different figures, and but 2 or 3 ways of distributing them. He seems able to utter but half his thought, and his canvases lack, apparently, some final return on the whole matter, some process which his impulse failed him before he could bestow. And yet, in spite of these limitations, his genius is both itself of the great pattern and lighted by the air of a great period. 3 gifts he had largely: an instinctive, unaffected, unerring grace, a large and rich, and yet a sort of withdrawn and indifferent sobriety, and best of all, as well as rarest of all, an indescribable property of relatedness as to the moral world. Whether he was aware of the connection or not, or in what measure, I cannot say, but he gives, so to speak, the taste of it. Before his handsome, vague-browed Madonnas, the mild, robust young saints who kneel in his foregrounds and look round at you with a conscious anxiety which seems to say that, though in the picture, they are not of it, but of your own sentient life of commingled love and weariness, the stately apostles with comely heads and harmonious draperies, who gaze up at the high-seated Virgin like early astronomers at a newly seen star, there comes to you the brush of the dark wing of an inward life. A shadow falls for the moment, and in it you feel a chill of moral suffering. Did the Lippis suffer, father and son? Did Raphael suffer? Did Titian? Did Rubens suffer? Perish the thought. It wouldn't be fair to us that they should have had everything. And I note in our poor second-rate Andrea an element of interest lacking to a number of stronger talents. Interspersed with him at the Pitti hang the stronger and the weaker in splendid abundance. Raphael is there, strong in portraiture, easy, various, bountiful genius that he was. And strong here isn't the word, but happy beyond the common dream in his beautiful Madonna of the Chair. The general instinct of posterity seems to have been to treat this lovely picture as a semi-sacred, an almost miraculous manifestation. People stand in a worshipful silence before it, as they would before a taper-studded shrine. If we suspend in imagination on the right of it the solid, realistic, unidealized portrait of Leo X, which hangs in another room, and transport to the left the fresco of the School of Athens from the Vatican, and then reflect that these were 3 separate fancies of a single, youthful, amiable genius, we recognize that such a producing consciousness must have been a treat. My companion, already quoted, has a phrase that he doesn't care for Raphael, but confesses when pressed that he was a most remarkable young man. Titian has a dozen portraits of unequal interest. I never particularly noticed till lately, it is very ill hung, that portentous image of the Emperor Charles V,
He was a burlier, more imposing personage than his usual legend figures, and in his great puffed sleeves and gold chains and full-skirted overdress, he seems to tell of a tread that might sometimes have been inconveniently resonant. But the purpose to have his way and work his will is there, the great stomach for divine right, the old monarchical temperament. The great Titian in portraiture, however, remains that formidable young man in black, with the small, compact head, the delicate nose, and the irascible blue eye. Who was he? What was he? Ritratto virile is all the catalogue is able to call the picture. Virile, rather, you vulgarly exclaim. You may weave what romance you please about it, but a romance your dream must be. Handsome, clever, defiant, passionate, dangerous. It was not his own fault if he hadn't had adventures and to spare. He was a gentleman and a warrior, and his adventures balanced between camp and court. I imagine him the young orphan of a noble house, about to come into mortgaged estates. One wouldn't have cared to be his guardian, bound to paternal admonitions once a month over his precocious transactions with the Jews, or his scandalous abduction from her convent of such and such a noble maiden. The Pitti gallery contains none of Titian's golden-toned groups, but it boasts a lovely composition by Paul Veronese, the dealer in silver hues, a baptism of Christ. W. named it to me the other day as the picture he most enjoyed, and surely painting seems here to have proposed to itself to discredit and annihilate, and even on the occasion of such a subject, everything but the loveliness of life. The picture bedims and enfeebles its neighbours. We ask ourselves whether painting as such can go further. It is simply that here at last the art stands complete. The early Tuscans, as well as Leonardo, as Raphael, as Michael, saw the great spectacle that surrounded them in beautiful, sharp-edged elements and parts. The great Venetians felt its indissoluble unity, and recognised that form and colour and earth and air were equal members of every possible subject, and beneath their magical touch the hard outlines melted together, and the blank intervals bloomed with meaning. In this beautiful Paul Veronese of the Pitti, everything is part of the charm, the atmosphere as well as the figures, the look of radiant morning in the white-streaked sky as well as the living human limbs, the cloth of Venetian purple about the loins of the Christ as well as the noble humility of his attitude. The relation to nature of the other Italian schools differs from that of the Venetian, as courtship, even ardent courtship, differs from marriage. 4. I went the other day to the secularized convent of San Marco, paid my franc at the profane little wicket which creaks away at the door. No less than 6 custodians apparently are needed to turn it, as if it may have a recusant conscience, passed along the bright, still cloister, and paid my respects to Fra Angelico's crucifixion in that dusky chamber in the basement. I looked long, one can hardly do otherwise. The fresco deals with the pathetic on the grand scale, and after taking in its beauty you feel as little at liberty to go away abruptly as you would to leave church during the sermon. You may be as little of a formal Christian as Fra Angelico was much of one, you yet feel admonished by spiritual decency to let so yearning a view of the Christian story work its utmost will on you. The three crosses rise high against a strange, completely crimson sky, which deepens mysteriously the tragic expression of the scene, though I remain perforce vague as to whether this lurid background be a fine intended piece of symbolism or an effective accident of time. In the first case, the extravagance quite triumphs. Between the crosses, under no great rigour of composition, are scattered the most exemplary saints, kneeling, praying, weeping, pitying, worshipping. The swoon of the Madonna is depicted at the left, and this gives the holy presences, in respect to the case, the strangest historical or actual air. Everything is so real that you feel a vague impatience and almost ask yourself how it was that amid the army of his concentrated servants our Lord was permitted to suffer. On reflection, you see that the painter's design, so far as coherent, has been simply to offer an immense representation of pity, and all with such concentrated truth that his colours here seem dissolved in tears that drop and drop, however softly, through all time. Of this single yearning consciousness the figures are admirably expressive. No later painter learned to render with deeper force than Fra Angelico the one state of the spirit he could conceive, a passionate, pious tenderness. Immured in his quiet convent, he apparently never received an intelligible impression of evil, and his conception of human life was a perpetual sense of sacredly loving and being loved. But how, immured in his quiet convent, away from the streets and the studios, did he become that genuine, finished, perfectly professional painter? No one is less of a mere mawkish amateur. His range was broad, from this really heroic fresco to the little trumpeting seraphs in their opaline robes, enamelled, as it were, on the gold margins of his pictures. I sat out the sermon and departed, I hope, with the gentle preacher's blessing. I went into the smaller refectory nearby to refresh my memory of the beautiful Last Supper of Domenico Ghirlandaio. It would be putting things coarsely to say that I adjourned thus from a sermon to a comedy, though Ghirlandaio's theme, as contrasted with the Blessed Angelico's, was the dramatic, spectacular side of human life. How keenly he observed it, and how richly he rendered it. The world about him of colour and costume, of handsome heads and pictorial groupings. In his admirable school there is no painter one enjoys, parce Ruskin, more sociably and irresponsibly. Lippo Lippi is simpler, quainter, more frankly expressive, but we retain before him a remnant of the sympathetic discomfort provoked by the masters whose conceptions were still a trifle too large for their means. The pictorial vision in their minds seems to stretch and strain their undeveloped skill almost to a sense of pain. In Ghirlandaio the skill and the imagination are equal, and it gives us a delightful impression of enjoying his own resources. Of all the painters of his time, he affects us least as positively not of ours. He enjoyed a crimson mantle spreading and tumbling in curious folds and embroidered with needlework of gold, just as he enjoyed a handsome, well-rounded head with vigorous dusky locks profiled in courteous adoration. He enjoyed, in short, the various reality of things, and had the good fortune to live in an age when reality flowered into 1,000 amusing graces, to speak only of those.
He was not especially addicted to giving spiritual hints, and yet how hard and meagre they seem, the professed and finished realists of our own day, with the spiritual bonhomie or candour that makes half Ghirlandaio's richness left out. The Last Supper at San Marco is an excellent example of the natural reverence of an artist of that time, with whom reverence was not, as one may say, a specialty. The main idea with him has been the variety, the material bravery and positively social charm of the scene, which finds expression with irrepressible generosity in the accessories of the background. Instinctively, he imagines an opulent garden, imagines it with a good faith which quite tides him over the reflection that Christ and his disciples were poor men and unused to sit at meat in palaces. Great full-fruited orange trees peep over the wall before which the table is spread. Strange birds fly through the air, while a peacock perches on the edge of the partition and looks down on the sacred repast. It is striking that, without any at all intense religious purpose, the figures in their varied naturalness have a dignity and sweetness of attitude that admits of numberless reverential constructions. I should call all this the happy tact of a robust faith. On the staircase leading up to the little painted cells of the Beato Angelico, however, I suddenly faltered and paused. Somehow I had grown averse to the intenser zeal of the monk of Fiesole. I wanted no more of him that day. I wanted no more macerated friars and spear-gashed sides. Ghirlandaio's elegant way of telling his story had put me in the humour for something more largely intelligent, more profanely pleasing. I departed, walked across the square, and found it in the Academy, standing in a particular spot and looking up at a particular high-hung picture. It is difficult to speak adequately, perhaps even intelligibly, of Sandro Botticelli. An accomplished critic, Mr. Pater, in his Studies on the History of the Renaissance, has lately paid him the tribute of an exquisite, a supreme curiosity. He was a rarity and distinction incarnate, and of all the multitudinous masters of his group, incomparably the most interesting, the one who detains and perplexes and fascinates us most. Exquisitely fine his imagination, infinitely audacious and adventurous his fancy. Alone among the painters of his time, he strikes us as having invention, the glow and thrill of expanding observation. This was the feeling that sent his comrades to their easels, but Botticelli's moved him to reactions and emotions of which they knew nothing, caused his faculty to sport and wander and explore on its own account. These impulses have fruits often so ingenious and so lovely that it will be easy to talk nonsense about them. I hope it is not nonsense, however, to say that the picture to which I just alluded, the Coronation of the Virgin, with a group of life-sized saints below and a garland of miniature angels above, is one of the supremely beautiful productions of the human mind. It is hung so high that you need a good glass to see it, to say nothing of the unprecedented delicacy of the work. The lower half is of moderate interest, but the dance of the hand-clasped angels round the heavenly couple above has a beauty newly exhaled from the deepest sources of inspiration. Their perfect little hands are locked with ineffable elegance. Their blowing robes are tossed into folds of which each line is a study. Their charming feet have the relief of the most delicate sculpture. But, as I have already noted, of Botticelli there is much, too much, to say, besides which Mr. Pater has said all. Only add thus to his inimitable grace of design that the exquisite pictorial force driving him goes a-maying not on wanton errands of its own, but on those of some mystic superstition which trembles for ever in his heart. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Florentine Notes, Part 3. 5. The more I look at the old Florentine domestic architecture, the more I like it. That of the great examples, at least. And if I ever am able to build myself a lordly pleasure house, I don't see how in conscience I can build it different from these. They're sombre and frowning, and look a trifle more as if they were meant to keep people out than to let them in. But what equally important type, if there be an equally important, is more expressive of domiciliary dignity and security, and yet attests them with a finer aesthetic economy? They are impressively handsome, and yet contrived to be so by the simplest means. I don't say at the smallest pecuniary cost, that's another matter. There is money buried in the thick walls and diffused through the echoing excess of space. The merchant nobles of the 15th century had deep and full pockets, I suppose, though the present bearers of their names are glad to let out their palaces in suites of apartments which are occupied by the commercial aristocracy of another republic. One is told of fine old mouldering chambers of which possession is to be enjoyed for a sum not worth mentioning. I am afraid that behind these so gravely harmonious fronts there is a good deal of dusky discomfort, and I speak now simply of the large, serious faces themselves, as you can see them from the street. See them ranged cheek to cheek in the grey historic light of Via dei Bardi, Via Maggio, Via degli Albizzi. The force of character, the familiar severity and majesty, depending on a few simple features, on the great iron-caged windows of the rough-hewn basement, on the noble stretch of space between the summit of one high, round-topped window and the bottom of that above, on the high-hung sculptured shield at the angle of the house, on the flat, far-projecting roof, and finally on the magnificent tallness of the whole building, which so dwarfs our modern attempts at size. The finest of these Florentine palaces are, I imagine, the tallest habitations in Europe that are frankly and amply habitations, not mere shafts for machinery of the American grain elevator pattern. Some of the creations of Monsieur Haussmann in Paris may climb very nearly as high, but there is all the difference in the world between the impressiveness of a building which takes breath, as it were, some 6 or 7 times from story to story, and one that erects itself to an equal height in 3 long-drawn pulsations. When a house is 10 windows wide, and the drawing-room floor is as high as a chapel, it can afford but 3 floors. The spaciousness of some of those ancient drawing-rooms is that of a Russian steppe. The family circle, gathered anywhere within speaking distance, must resemble
a group of pilgrims encamped in the desert on a little oasis of carpet. Madame Grosnowska, living at the top of a house in that dusky, tortuous old Borgo Pinti, initiated me the other evening, most good-naturedly, lamp in hand, into the far-spreading mysteries of her apartment. Such quarters seem a translation into space of the old-fashioned idea of leisure. Leisure and room have been passing out of our manners together, but here and there, being of stouter structure, the latter lingers and survives. Here and there, indeed, in this blessed Italy, reluctantly modern in spite alike of boasts and lamentations, it seems to have been preserved for curiosity's and fancy's sake, with the vague, sweet odour of the embalmer's spices about it. I went the other morning to the Corsini Palace. The proprietors obviously are great people. One of the ornaments of Rome is their great white-faced palace in the dark Trastevere and its voluminous gallery, none the less delectable for the poorness of the pictures. Here they have a palace on the Arno, with another large, handsome, respectable, and mainly uninteresting collection. It contains 3 or 4 fine examples of early Florentines. It was not especially for the pictures that I went, however, and certainly not for the pictures that I stayed. I was under the same spell as the inveterate companion with whom I walked the other day through the beautiful private apartments of the Pitti Palace, and who said, "I suppose I care for nature, and I know there have been times when I have thought it the greatest pleasure in life to lie under a tree and gaze away at blue hills. But just now I'd rather lie on that faded sea-green satin sofa and gaze down through the open door at that retreating vista of gilded, deserted, haunted chambers. In other words, I prefer a good interior to a good landscape. The impression has a greater intensity, the thing itself a more complex animation. I like fine old rooms that have been occupied in a fine old way. I like the musty upholstery, the antiquated knick-knacks, the view out of the tall, deep embrasured windows at garden cypresses rocking against a grey sky. If you don't know why, I'm afraid I can't tell you. It seemed to me at the Palazzo Corsini that I did know why. In places that have been lived in so long and so much, and in such a fine old way, as my friend said, that is, under social conditions so multifold and, to a comparatively starved and democratic sense, so curious, the past seems to have left a sensible deposit, an aroma, an atmosphere. This ghostly presence tells you no secrets, but it prompts you to try and guess a few. What has been done and said here through so many years, what has been ventured or suffered, what has been dreamed or despaired of? Guess the riddle if you can, or if you think it worth your ingenuity. The rooms at Palazzo Corsini suggest, indeed, and seem to recall, but a monotony of peace and plenty. One of them imagined such a noble perfection of a home scene that I dawdled there until the old custodian came shuffling back to see whether possibly I was trying to conceal a Caravaggio about my person. A great crimson-draped drawing-room of the amplest and yet most charming proportions, walls hung with large dark pictures, a great concave ceiling frescoed and moulded with dusky richness, and half a dozen south windows looking out on the Arno, whose swift yellow tide sends up the light in a cheerful flicker. I fear that in my appreciation of the particular effect so achieved, I uttered a monstrous folly. some momentary willingness to be maimed or crippled all my days, if I might pass them in such a place. In fact, half the pleasure of inhabiting this spacious saloon will be that of using one's legs, of strolling up and down past the windows one by one, and making desultory journeys from station to station and corner to corner. Nearby is a colossal ballroom, domed and pilastered like a Renaissance cathedral, and superabundantly decorated with marble effigies, all yellow and grey with the years. 6. In the Carthusian monastery outside the Roman gate, mutilated and profaned though it is, one may still snuff up a strong, if stale, redolence of old Catholicism and old Italy. The road to it is ugly, being encumbered with vulgar wagons and fringed with tenements suggestive of an Irish-American suburb. Your interest begins as you come in sight of the convent, perched on its little mountain, and lifting against the sky around the bell tower of its gorgeous chapel a coronet of clustered cells. You make your way into the lower gate through a clamouring press of deformed beggars who thrust at you their stumps of limbs, and you climb the steep hillside through a shabby plantation which, it is proper to fancy, was better tended in the monkish time. The monks are not totally abolished, the government having the grace to await the natural extinction of the half-dozen old brothers who remain, and who shuffle doggedly about the cloisters, looking, with their white robes and their pale, blank old faces, quite anticipatory ghosts of their future selves. A prosaic, profane old man in a coat and trousers serves you, however, as custodian. The melancholy friars have not even the privilege of doing you the honours of their dishonour. One must imagine the pathetic effect of their former silent pointings to this and that conventual treasure, under stress of the feeling that such pointings were narrowly numbered. The convent is vast and irregular. It bristles with those picture-making arts and accidents which one notes as one lingers and passes, but which in Italy the overburdened memory learns to resolve into broadly general images. I rather deplore its position at the gates of a bustling city. It ought rather to be lodged in some lonely fold of the Apennines. And yet to look out from the shady porch of one of the quiet cells upon the teeming vale of the Arno and the clustered towers of Florence must have deepened the sense of monastic quietude. The chapel, or rather the church, which is of great proportions and designed by Andrea Occagna, the primitive painter, refines upon the consecrated type, or even quite glorifies it. The massive cincture of black sculptured stalls, the dusky Gothic roof, the high-hung, deep-toned pictures, and the superb pavement of vert antique and dark red marble polished into glassy lights must throw the white-robed figures of the gathered friars into the highest romantic relief. All this luxury of worship has nowhere such value as in the chapels of monasteries, where we find it contrasted with the otherwise so ascetic economy of the worshippers. The paintings and gildings of their church, the gem-bright marbles and fantastic carvings, are really but the monastic tributes to sensuous delight, an imperious need for which the fond imagination of Rome has officiously opened the door. One smiles when one thinks how largely a fine starved sense for the forbidden things of earth, if it makes the most of its opportunities, may gratify this need under cover of devotion. Nothing is too base, too hard, too sordid for a real humility, but nothing too elegant, too amiable, too caressing, caressed, caressable, for the exaltation of faith
The meaner the convent cell, the richer the convent chapel. Out of poverty and solitude, inanition and cold, your honest friar may rise at his will into a Mahomet's paradise of luxurious analogies. There are further various dusky subterranean oratories where a number of bad pictures contend faintly with the friendly gloom. 2 or 3 of these funereal vaults, however, deserve mention. In one of them, side by side, sculptured by Donatello in low relief, lie the white marble effigies of the 3 members of the Acquaroli family who founded the convent in the 13th century. In another, on his back, on the pavement, rests a grim old bishop of the same starter race by the same honest craftsman. Terribly grim he is, and scowling as if in his stony sleep he still dreamed of his hates and his hard ambitions. Last and best, in another low chapel, with the trodden pavement for its bed, shines dimly a grand image of a later bishop, Leonardo Buonafede, who, dying in 1545, owes his monument to Francesco di San Gallo. I have seen little from this artist's hand, but it was clearly of the cunningest. His model here was a very sturdy old prelate, though I should say a very genial old man. The sculptor has respected his monumental ugliness, but has suffused it with a singular homely charm, a look of confessed physical comfort in the privilege of paradise. All these figures have an inimitable reality, and their life, like marble, seems such an incorruptible incarnation of the genius of the place that you begin to think of it as even more reckless than cruel on the part of the present public powers, to have begun to pull the establishment down, morally speaking, about their ears. They are lying quiet yet a while, but when the last old friar dies and the convent formally elapses, won't they rise on their stiff old legs and hobble out to the gates and thunder forth anathemas, before which even a future and more enterprising regime may be disposed to pause? Out of the great central cloister open the snug little detached dwellings of the absent fathers. When I said just now that the Certosa in Valdema gives you a glimpse of old Italy, I was thinking of this great pillared quadrangle, lying half in sun and half in shade, of its tangled garden growth in the centre, surrounding the ancient customary well, and of the intense blue sky bending above it, to say nothing of the indispensable old white-robed monk who pokes about among the lettuce and parsley. We have seen such places before. We have visited them in that divinatory glance which strays away into space for a moment or two over the top of a suggestive book. I don't quite know whether it's more or less as one's fancy would have it, that the monkish cells are no cells at all, but very tidy little appartements complets, consisting of a couple of chambers, a sitting room, and a spacious loggia, projecting out into space from the cliff-like wall of the monastery and sweeping from pole to pole, the loveliest view in the world. It's poor work, however, taking notes on views, and I will let this one pass. The little chambers are terribly cold and musty now. Their odour and atmosphere are such as one used as a child to imagine those of the schoolroom during Saturday and Sunday. 7. In the Roman streets, wherever you turn, the facade of a church in more or less degenerate flamboyance is the principal feature of the scene. And if, in the absence of purer motives, you are weary of aesthetic trudging over the corrugated surface of the 7 hills, a system of pavement in which small cobblestones anomalously endowed with angles and edges are alone employed, You may turn aside at your pleasure and take a reviving sniff at the pungency of incense. In Florence, one soon observes, the churches are relatively few, and the dusky house fronts more rarely interrupted by specimens of that extraordinary architecture which in Rome passes for sacred. In Florence, in other words, ecclesiasticism is less cheap a commodity, and not dispensed in the same abundance at the street corners. Heaven forbid, at the same time, that I should undervalue the Roman churches, which are for the most part treasure houses of history, of curiosity, of promiscuous and associational interest. It is a fact, nevertheless, that after St. Peter's, I know but one really beautiful church by the Tiber, the enchanting Basilica of St. Mary Major. Many have structural character, some a great allure, but as a rule they all lack the dignity of the best of the Florentine temples. Here, the list being immeasurably shorter, and the seed less scattered, the principal churches are all beautiful. And yet I went into the Annunziata the other day and sat there for half an hour because, forsooth, the gildings and the marbles and the fresco dome and the great rococo shrine near the door, with its little black jewelled fetish, reminded me so poignantly of Rome. Such is the city properly styled eternal, since it is eternal, at least as regards the consciousness of the individual. One loves it in its sophistications. But for that matter, isn't it all rich and precious sophistication, better than other places in their purity? Coming out of the Annunziata, you look past the bronze statue of the Grand Duke Ferdinand I, whom Mr. Browning's heroine used to watch for in the poem The Statue and the Bust, from the Red Palace nearby, and down a street vista of enchanting picturesqueness. The street is narrow and dusky and filled with misty shadows, and at its opposite end rises the vast, bright-coloured side of the cathedral. It stands up in very much the same mountainous fashion as the far-shining mass of the bigger prodigy at Milan, of which your first glimpse as you leave your hotel is generally through another dark avenue, only that, if we talk of mountains, the white walls of Milan must be likened to snow and ice from their base, while those of the Duomo of Florence may be the image of some mighty hillside enamelled with blooming flowers. The big, bleak interior here has a naked majesty, which, though it may fail to its effect at first, becomes after a while extraordinarily touching. Originally disconcerting, it soon inspired me with a passion. Externally, at any rate, it is one of the loveliest works of man's hands, and an overwhelming proof into the bargain that when elegance belittles grandeur, you have simply a bungling artist. Santa Croce within not only triumphs here, but would triumph anywhere. A trifle naked, if you like, said my irrepressible companion, but that's what I call architecture, just as I don't call bronze or marble clothes, save under urgent stress of portraiture, statuary. And indeed we are far enough away from the clustering odds and ends borrowed from every art and every province, without which the ritually builded thing doesn't trust its spell to work in Rome. The vastness, the lightness, the open spring of the arches at Santa Croce, the beautiful shape of the high and narrow choir, the impression made as of mass without weight, and the gravity yet reigning without gloom. These are my frequent delight, and the interest grows with acquaintance. The place is the great Florentine Valhalla, the final home or memorial harbour
of the native illustrious dead. But that consideration would take me far. It must be confessed, moreover, that between his coarsely imagined statuette in front and his horrible monument in one of the aisles, the author of the Divine Comedy, for instance, is just hereabouts rather an extravagant figure. Ungrateful Florence, declaims Byron. Ungrateful indeed. Would she were more so, the susceptible spirit of the great exile may be still aware enough to exclaim. In common, that is, with most of the other immortals sacrificed on so very large a scale to current Florentine plastic facility. In explanation of which remark, however, I must confine myself to noting that, as almost all the old monuments at Santa Croce are small, comparatively small, and interesting and exquisite, so the modern, well nigh without exception, are disproportionately vast and pompous, or in other words, distressingly vague and vain. The aptitude of hand, the compositional assurance with which such things are nevertheless turned out, constitutes an anomaly replete with suggestion for the observer of the present state of the arts on the soil and in the air that once befriended them, taking them all together, as even the soil and the air of Greece scarce availed to do. But on this head, I repeat, there will be too much to say, and I find myself checked by the same warning at the threshold of the church in Florence, really interesting, beyond Santa Croce, beyond all others. Such, of course, easily is Santa Maria Novella, where the chapels are lined and plated with wonderful figured and peopled fresco work, even as most of those in Rome with precious inanimate substances. These overscored retreats of devotion, as dusky some of them as eremitic caves, swarming with importunate visitors, have kept me divided all winter between the love of Ghirlandaio and the fear of those seeds of catarrh to which their mortal chill seems propitious till far on into the spring. So I pause here, just on the praise of that delightful painter, as to the spirit of whose work the reflections I have already made are but confirmed by these examples. In the choir at Santa Maria Novella, where the incense swings and the great chants resound, between the gorgeous coloured window and the florid grand altar, he still goes in with all his might for the wicked, the amusing world, the world of faces and forms and characters, a very sort of curious human and rare material thing. 8. I had always felt the Boboli Gardens charming enough for me to haunt them, and yet such is the interest of Florence in every quarter that it took another corso of the same cheap pattern as the last to cause me yesterday to flee the crowded streets, passing under that archway of the Pitti Palace, which might almost be the gate of an Tuscan city, so that I might spend the afternoon among the mouldy statues that compose with their screens of cypress, looking down at our clustered towers and our background of pale blue hills, vaguely freckled with white villas. These pleasure grounds of the austere Pitti pile, with its inconsequent charm of being so roughly hewn and yet somehow so elegantly balanced, plead with a voice all their own the general cause of the ample, enclosed, planted, cultivated, private preserve of tranquillity and beauty and immunity in the heart of a city, a cause, I allow, for that matter, easy to plead anywhere, once the pretext is found, the large, quiet, distributed town garden, with the vague hum of big grudging boundaries all about it, but with everything worse excluded, being, of course, the most insolently pleasant thing in the world. In addition to which, when the garden is in the Italian manner, with flowers rather remarkably omitted, as too flimsy and easy and cheap,
and without lawns that are too smart, paths that are too often swept, and shrubs that are too closely trimmed, though with a fanciful formalism giving style to its shabbiness, and here and there a dusky ilex walk, and here and there a dried-up fountain, and everywhere a piece of mildewed sculpture staring at you from a green alcove, and just at the right place, above all, a grassy amphitheatre curtained behind black cypresses and sloping downward in mossy marble steps. When I say the place possesses these attractions, and you lounge there of a soft Sunday afternoon, the racier spectacle of the streets having made your fellow loungers few, and left you the deep stillness and the shady vistas that lead you unaware, left you to the insidious, irresistible mixture of nature and art, nothing too much of either, only a supreme happy resultant, a divine tertium quid. Under these conditions, it need scarce be said the revelation invoked descends upon you. The bubbly gardens are not large. You wonder how compact little Florence finds room for them within her walls. But they are scattered to their extreme, their all romantic advantage and felicity, over a group of steep undulations between the rugged and terraced palace and a still surviving stretch of city wall, where the unevenness of the ground much adds to their apparent size. You may cultivate in them the fancy of their solemn and haunted character, of something faint and dim, and even, if you like, tragic, in their prescribed, their functional smile, as if they borrowed from the huge monument that overhangs them certain of its ponderous memories and regrets. This course is open to you, I mentioned, but it isn't enjoined, and will doubtless indeed not come up for you at all if it isn't your habit, cherished beyond any other, to spin your impression to the last tenuity of fineness. Now that I bethink myself, I must always have happened to wander here on grey and melancholy days. It remains none the less true that the place contains, thank goodness, or at least, thank the grave, the infinitely distinguished traditional taste of Florence. No cheerful trivial object, neither parterre, nor pagodas, nor peacocks, nor swans. They have their famous amphitheatre already referred to, with its degrees or stone benches of a thoroughly aged and mottled complexion, and its circular wall of evergreens behind, in which small cracked images and vases, things that according to association, and with the law of the same quite indefinable, may make as much on one occasion for exquisite dignity as they may make on another for, to express it kindly, nothing at all. Something was once done in this charmed and forsaken circle, done or meant to be done. What was it, dumb statues, who saw it with your blank eyes? Opposite stands the huge flat-roofed palace, putting forward two great rectangular arms, and looking with its closed windows and its foundations of almost unreduced rock, like some ghost of a sample of a ruder Babylon. In the wide court-like space between the wings is a fine old white marble fountain that never plays. Its dusty idleness completes the general air of abandonment. Chancing on such a cluster of objects in Italy, glancing at them in a certain light and a certain mood, I get, perhaps on too easy terms you may think, a sense of history that takes away my breath. Generations of Medici have stood at these closed windows, embroidered and brocaded according to their period, and held fêtes champêtres and floral games on the greensward beneath the mouldering hemicycle. And the Medici were great people. But what remains of it all now is a mere tone in the air, a faint sigh in the breeze, a vague expression in things, a passive, or call it rather perhaps, to be fair, a shyly, pathetically responsive accessibility to the yearning guess. Call it much or call it little, the ineffaceability of this deep stain of experience, it is the interest of old places and the bribe to the brooding analyst. Time has devoured the doers and their doings, but there still hangs about some effect of their passage. We can lay out parks on virgin soil and cause them to bristle with the most expensive importations, but we unfortunately can't scatter abroad again this seed of the eventual human soul of a place that comes but in its time and takes too long to grow. There is nothing like it when it has come. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Italian Hours by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Tuscan Cities. The cities I refer to are Leghorn, Pisa, Lucca and Pistoia, among which I've been spending the last few days. The most striking fact as to Leghorn, it must be considered at the outset, is that being in Tuscany it should be so scantily Tuscan. The traveller curious in local colour must content himself with the deep blue expanse of the Mediterranean. The streets away from the docks are modern, genteel and rectangular. Liverpool might acknowledge them if it weren't for their clean-coloured, sun-bleached stucco. They are the offspring of the new industry, which is death to the old idleness. Of interesting architecture, fruit of the old idleness, or at least of the old leisure, Leghorn is singularly destitute. It has neither a church worth one's attention, nor a municipal palace, nor a museum. And it may claim the distinction unique in Italy of being the city of no pictures. In a shabby corner near the docks stands a statue of one of the elder Grand Dukes of Tuscany, appealing to posterity on grounds now vague, chiefly that of having placed certain Moors under tribute. 4 colossal negroes in very bad bronze are chained to the base of the monument, which forms, with their assistants, a sufficiently fantastic group. But to patronise the arts is not the line of the Livornese, and for want of the slender annuity which would keep its precinct sacred, this curious memorial is buried in dockyard rubbish. I must add that, on the other hand, there is a very well-conditioned and, in attitude and gesture, extremely natural and familiar statue of Cavour in one of the city squares, and in another a couple of effigies of recent Grand Dukes, represented, that is dressed, or rather undressed, in the character of heroes of Plutarch. Leghorn is a city of magnificent spaces, and it was so long a journey from the sidewalk to the pedestal of these images that I never took the time to go and read the inscriptions. And in truth, vaguely, I bought the originals a grudge, and wished to know as little about them as possible, for it seemed to me that as patres patrae, in their degree, they might have decreed that the great blank ochre-faced piazza should be a trifle less ugly. There is a distinct amenity, however, in any experience of Italy almost anywhere, and I shall probably in the future not be above sparing a light regret to several of the hours of which the one I speak of was composed. I shall remember a large, cool bourgeois villa in the garden of a noiseless suburb, a middle-aged,
Villafranco. I owe it as a genial, pleasant pension the tribute of recognition, roomy and stony as an Italian villa should be. I shall remember that as I sat in the garden and, looking up from my book, saw through a gap in the shrubbery the red house tiles against the deep blue sky and the grey underside of the ilex leaves turned up by the Mediterranean breeze, it was all still quite Tuscany, if Tuscany in the minor key. If you should naturally desire in such conditions a higher intensity, you have but to proceed by a very short journey to Pisa, where, for that matter, you will seem to yourself to have hung about a good deal already, and from an early age. Few of us can have had a childhood so unblessed by contact with the arts as that one of its occasional diversions shan't have been a puzzled scrutiny of some alabaster model of the Leaning Tower under a glass cover in a back parlour. Pisa and its monuments have, in other words, been industriously vulgarised. But it is astonishing how well they have survived the process. The charm of the place is in fact of a high order, and but partially foreshadowed by the famous crookedness of its campanile. I felt it irresistibly, and yet almost inexpressibly, the other afternoon, as I made my way to the classic corner of the city through the warm, drowsy air which nervous people come to inhale as a sedative. I was with an invalid companion who had had no sleep to speak of for a fortnight. "Ah, stop the carriage," she sighed, or yawned, as I could feel deliciously, in the shadow of this old slumbering palazzo, "and let me sit here and close my eyes and taste for an hour of oblivion." Once strolling over the grass, however, out of which the quartet of marble monuments rises, we awaked responsibly enough to the present hour. Most people remember the happy remark of tasteful, old-fashioned Forsyth, who touched 100 other points in his Italy, scarce less happily, as to the fact that the four famous objects are, quote, "fortunate alike in their society and their solitude," end quote. It must be admitted that they are more fortunate in their society than we felt ourselves to be in ours, for the scene presented the animated appearance for which, on any fine spring day, all the choicest haunts of ancient quietude in Italy are becoming yearly more remarkable. There were clamorous beggars at all the sculptured portals, and bait for beggars in abundance trailing in and out of them under convoy of loquacious ciceroni. I forget just how I apportioned the responsibility of intrusion, for it was not long before fellow tourists and fellow countrymen became a vague, deadened, muffled presence, that of the dentist's last words when he's giving you ether. They suffered mystic disintegration in the dense, bright, tranquil air so charged with its own messages. The cathedral and its companions are fortunate indeed in everything. Fortunate in the spacious angle of the grey old city wall, which folds about them in their sculptured elegance like a strong protecting arm. Fortunate in the broad greensward which stretches from the marble base of the cathedral and cemetery to the rugged foot of the rampart. Fortunate in the little vagabonds who dot the grass, plucking daisies and exchanging Italian cries. Fortunate in the pale gold tone to which time and the soft sea damp have mellowed and darkened their marble plates. Fortunate, above all, in an indescribable grace of grouping, haphazard, half design, which ensures them in one's memory of things admired very much the same isolated corner that they occupy in the charming city. Of the smaller cathedrals of Italy, I know none I prefer to that of Pisa, none that on a moderate scale produces more the impression of a great church. It has, without so modest a measurability, represents so clean and compact a mass that you are startled when you cross the threshold at the apparent space it encloses. An architect of genius, for all that he works with colossal blocks and cumbrous pillars, is certainly the most cunning of conjurers. The front of the Duomo is a small pyramidal screen covered with delicate carvings and chasings, distributed over a series of short columns upholding narrow arches. It might be a sort imitation of goldsmith's work in stone, and the area covered is apparently so small that extreme fineness has been prescribed. How is it, therefore, that on the inner side of this facade the wall should appear to rise to a splendid height and to support one end of a ceiling as remote in its gilded grandeur, one could almost fancy, as that of St. Peter's? How is it that the nave should stretch away in such solemn vastness? The narrow transepts emphasise the grand impression, and the apse of the choir hollow itself out like a dusky cavern fretted with golden stalactites, is all a matter for exposition by a keener architectural analyst than I. To sit somewhere against a pillar where the vista is large and the incidents cluster richly, and vaguely revolve these mysteries without answering them, is the best of one's usual enjoyment of a great church. It takes no deep sounding to conclude, indeed, that a gigantic Byzantine Christ in mosaic on the concave roof of the choir contributes largely to the particular impression here as of very old and choice and original and individual things. It has even more of stiff solemnity than is common to works of its school, and prompts to more wonder than ever on the nature of the human mind, at a time when such unlovely shapes could satisfy its conception of holiness. Truly pathetic is the fate of these huge mosaic idols, thanks to the change that has overtaken our manner of acceptance of them. Strong the contrast between the original sublimity of their pretensions and the way in which they flatter that free sense of the grotesque which the modern imagination has smuggled even into the appreciation of religious forms. They were meant to yield scarcely to the deity itself in grandeur, but the only part they play now is to stare helplessly at our critical, our aesthetic patronage of them. The spiritual refinement marking the hither end of a progress hadn't, however, to wait for us to signalise it. It found expression 3 centuries ago in the beautiful specimen of the painter Sodoma on the wall of the choir. This latter, a small sacrifice of Isaac, is one of the best examples of its exquisite author, and perhaps, as chance has it, the most perfect opposition that could be found in the way of the range of taste to the effect of the great mosaic. There are many painters more powerful than Sodoma, painters who, like the author of the mosaic, attempted and compassed grandeur. But none has a more persuasive grace, none more than he was to sift and chasten a conception till it should affect one with the sweetness of a perfectly distilled perfume. Of the patient, successive efforts of painting to arrive at the supreme refinement of such a work as the Sodoma, the Campo Santo hard by offers a most interesting memorial. It presents a long blank marble wall to the relative profaneness of the cathedral close, but within it is a perfect treasure house of art. This quadrangular defence surrounds an open court where weeds and wild roses are tangled together and a sunny stillness seems to rest consentingly, as if nature had been won to consciousness of the precious relics committed to her. Something in the quality of the place recalls the collegiate cloisters of Oxford, but it must be added that this is the handsomest compliment to that seat of learning. The open arches of the quadrangles of Magdalen and Christchurch are not of mellow Carrara marble, nor do they offer to sight columns slim and elegant that seem to frame the unglazed windows of a cathedral. To be buried in the Campo Santo of Pisa, I may, however, further qualify, you need only be, or to have more or less anciently been, illustrious, and there is a liberal allowance both as to the character and degree of your fame. The most obtrusive object in one of the long vistas is a most complicated monument to Madame Catalani, the singer, recently erected by her possibly too appreciative heirs. The wide pavement is a mosaic of sepulchral slabs, and the walls below the base of the paling frescoes are encrusted with inscriptions and encumbered with urns and antique sarcophagi. The place is at once a cemetery and a museum, and its especial charm is its strange mixture of the active and the passive, of art and rest, of life and death. Originally its walls were one vast continuity of closely pressed frescoes, but now the great capricious scars and stains have come to outnumber the pictures, and the cemetery has grown to be a burial place of pulverized masterpieces as well as of finished lives. The fragments of painting that remain are fortunately the best, for one is safe in believing that a host of undimmed neighbours would distract but little from the two great works of Orcagna. Most people know the Triumph of Death and the Last Judgment from descriptions and engravings, but to measure the possible good faith of imitative art, we must stand there and see the painter's howling potentates dragged into hell in all the vividness of his bright, hard colouring. See his feudal courtiers on their palfreys hold their noses at what they are so fast coming to. See his great Christ in judgment refuse forgiveness with a gesture commanding enough, really inhuman enough, to make virtue merciless forever. The charge that Michelangelo borrowed his cursing Saviour from this great figure of Orcagna is more valid than most accusations of plagiarism, but of the two figures, one at least could be spared. For direct, triumphant expressiveness, these two superb frescoes have probably never been surpassed. The painter aims at no very delicate meanings, but he drives certain gross ones home so effectively that for a parallel to his process one must look to the art of the actor, the emphasizing, point-making mime. Some of his female figures are superb. They represent creatures of a formidable temperament. There are charming women, however, on the other side of the cloister, in the beautiful frescoes of Benozzo Gozzoli. If Orcagna's work was appointed to survive the ravage of time, it is a happy chance that it should be balanced by a group of performances of such a different temper. The contrast is the more striking that in subject the inspiration of both painters is strictly, even though superficially, theological, but Benozzo cares in his theology for nothing but the story, the scene, the drama, the chance to pile up palaces and spires in his backgrounds against pale blue skies cross-barred with pearly, fleecy clouds, and to scatter sculptured arches and shady trellises over the front, with every
incident of human life going forward lightly and gracefully beneath them. Lightness and grace are the painter's great qualities, marking the hithermost limit of unconscious elegance, after which style and science and the wisdom of the serpent set in. His charm is natural fineness. A little more and we should have refinement, which is a very different thing. Like all les délicats of this world, as Monsieur Renan calls them, Benozzo has suffered greatly. The space on the walls he originally covered with his Old Testament stories is immense, but his exquisite handiwork has peeled off by the acre, as one may almost say, and the latter compartments of the series are swallowed up in huge white scars, out of which a helpless head or hand peeps forth, like those of creatures sinking into a quicksand. As for Pisa at large, although it is not exactly what one would call a mouldering city, for it has a certain well-aired cleanliness and brightness, even in its supreme tranquillity. It affects the imagination very much in the same way as the Campo Santo. And in truth, a city so ancient and deeply historic as Pisa is at every step but the burial ground of a larger life than its present one. The wide empty streets, the goodly Tuscan palaces, which look as if, about all of them, there were a genteel private understanding, independent of placards, that they are to be let extremely cheap, the delicious relaxing air, the full flowing yellow river, the lounging Pisani, smelling metaphorically their poppy flowers, seem to me all so many admonitions to resignation and oblivion. And this is what I mean by saying that the charm of Pisa, apart from its cluster of monuments, is a charm of a high order. The architecture has but a modest dignity, the lions are few, there are no fixed points for stopping and gaping, and yet the impression is profound. The charm is a moral charm. If I were ever to be incurably disappointed in life, if I had lost my health, my money, or my friends, if I were resigned for evermore to pitching my expectations in a minor key, I should go and invoke the Pisan peace. Its quietude would seem something more than a stillness, a hush. Pisa may be a dull place to live in, but it's an ideal place to wait for death. Nothing could be more charming than the country between Pisa and Lucca, unless possibly the country between Lucca and Pistoia. If Pisa is dead Tuscany, Lucca is Tuscany still living and enjoying, desiring and intending. The town is a charming mixture of antique character and modern inconsequence. And not only the town, but the country, the blooming romantic country, which you admire from the famous promenade on the city wall. The wall is of a superbly solid and intensely toned brickwork and of extraordinary breadth, and its summit, planted with goodly trees and swelling here and there into bastions and outworks and little open gardens, surrounds the city with a circular lounging place of a splendid dignity. This well-kept, shady, ivy-grown rampart reminded me of certain mossy corners of England, but it looks away to a prospect of more than English loveliness, a broad green plain where the summer yields a double crop of grain, and a circle of bright blue mountains speckled with high-hung convents and profiled castles and nestling villas, and traversed by valleys of a deeper and duskier blue.
In one of the deepest and shadiest of these recesses, one of the most sympathetic of small watering places is hidden away yet a while longer from easy invasion. The Baths, to which Lucca has lent its name. Lucca is preeminently a city of churches, ecclesiastical architecture being indeed the only one of the arts to which it seems to have given attention. There are curious bits of domestic architecture, but no great palaces, no importunate frequency of pictures. The cathedral, however, sums up the merits of its companions and is a singularly noble and interesting church. Its peculiar boast is a wonderful inlaid front, on which horses and hounds and hunted beasts are lavishly figured in black marble over a white ground. What I chiefly appreciated in the grey solemnity of the nave and transepts was the superb effect of certain second-story Gothic arches, those which rest on the pavement being Lombard. These arches are delicate and slender, like those of the cloister at Pisa, and they play their part in the dusky upper air with real sublimity. At Pistoia there is, of course, a cathedral, and there is nothing unexpected in its being, externally at least, highly impressive, in its having a grand campanile at its door, a gaudy baptistry in alternate layers of black and white marble across the way, and a stately civic palace on either side. But even had I the space to do otherwise, I should prefer to speak less of the particular objects of interest in the place than of the pleasure I found it to lounge away in the empty streets the quiet hours of a warm afternoon. To say where I lingered longest would be to tell of a little square before the hospital, out of which you look up at the beautiful frieze in coloured earthenware by the brothers Della Robbia, which runs across the front of the building. It represents the 7 Orthodox offices of charity, and with its brilliant blues and yellows and its tender expressiveness, brightens up amazingly to the sense and soul this little grey corner of the medieval city. Pistoia is still medieval. How grass-grown it seemed, how drowsy, how full of idle vistas and melancholy nooks. If nothing was supremely wonderful, everything was delicious. 1874, end of section 32.